Mwesigwa to get us started in today's session with a small brief of yesterday's session.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. The second day, Kampala Urban Mobility Conference. Yesterday we had a very fruitful day, and we had so many speakers, but also we're able to have the opening session, and we had our executive director here, KCCA, and her deputy, as well as the Minister for Kampala City and Metropolitan Affairs, who gave us blessings and sort of vision for this conference. So we've been capturing all the ideas that were shared in the presentations of yesterday, and by the end of today, we'll have come up with sort of what we have agreed at the end of the conference. So we are capturing all the ideas that the presenters are giving to us, but also the attendees. I don't want to go through all of them, just to give a bit for those who have just come in today to appreciate what was done yesterday and how does today continue the conversation. So we had a presentation on the current situation and strategy from our director, taking us through the current modes of transport we have in the city and where we want to go in terms of mass transit. Then the Ministry of Works and Transport, who are our bosses, took us through their role in developing public transport infrastructure, the regulation components, the infrastructure components, and that was really well appreciated, and it was presented by the Commissioner for Transport Regulations and Safety. Then we also had a presentation on KCC's public transport, the master plans that we've developed over the years, and also the NMT strategy presented by Engineer Jacob Yamukama, and it was real detailed, the real technical gist of this conference. So if you missed Jacob's presentation yesterday, luckily we'll be able to share all these presentations. It's very, very important. You get to appreciate that we've actually been doing a lot of work, but we need, as the theme of the conference says, to move from plans to action, which is very, very important. We also had a presentation from Uganda Railways Corporation, the MD and the head of planning, and really public transport, it's not just the buses, but it's all modes, including rail. So we're able to appreciate what they are planning and even what they are doing at the moment. The meter gauge rail, it has one route at the moment, and they run 4 routes or 4 trips from Kampala to Mukono, to Namavi. So that is very, very important. And for those of you who use that corridor, we really encourage you to take the meter gauge passenger rail. Then we also had a presentation from our Deputy Director Roads and Drainage, looking at inclusive road development in Kampala, integrating NMT into our design. And that was also well appreciated, because some of the questions that came from the audience were really hinging around safety. How do we ensure that as we encourage people to cycle, as we encourage people to walk in our city, how do we ensure that the design of the infrastructure reflects that? How do we make it safe? That was really well appreciated. We also had a presentation from Mr. Hakim from EB, the bicycle man, and really, if you missed that, the key thing is we need to have infrastructure that is inclusive of cycling. because if you talk of cycling and there is no infrastructure where you can cycle, it becomes a problem. But also taking, for people to appreciate that even in the current situation, not very safe, but you can actually cycle. There is that phobia of cycling, and was able to demonstrate that people are actually cycling. We've been cycling at KCCA with Ministry of Health and other partners, European Union and other entities. So that is something very, very good. On the financing and policy perspective, we had two presentations. One from Engineer Fiona from European Union, looking at financing transport infrastructure. And really the key message was there is money to invest in transport. But of course, appreciating that as European Union, they have moved away from grants 100%. Now there is a mix of grants and commercial loans. But there is money that we can also tap into to implement some of these ideas that we are talking about here. We also had a presentation from Engineer Ivan Mohamed from JICA, looking at finances that come with development around stations and terminals. And finally, that money, of course, can trickle back to public transport. So the land value capture concepts are very, very critical. And in Dar es Salaam, they are doing that. Again, JICA is supporting that, or the agency that runs the bus rapid transit in Tanzania, to make sure that they develop their terminals, their stations, and whatever revenue that they might get from that, they invest that money into public transport. Then we had, of course, in all those sessions, there were Q&As and very, very good interactions. We hope today we'll be able to have a panel discussion. So today, as the MC will be taking us through what we'll be looking at, if you can, for those who attended, from the first presentation that was made by our Director, Engineering and Technical Services, we've had a long story of transition. How do we move from the modes of transport that we have, dominant, of course, borders and taxis? How do we transition from those modes that are unsustainable to sustainable modes of transport? Governance is the big elephant in the room. How do we ensure that those very guys who are right now riding borders, because they are the operators, they are riding borders and they are driving taxis, how do you move that gentleman or lady to, manage a passenger rail, manage a bus system? The governance is very, very critical. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leonard. I think you should add him another round of applause. He's done us well. He has given us a very clear recap of what exactly happened yesterday. Andrew, take a breather. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're welcome and good morning to everybody. Runji, who is the director at Institute for Transportation and Development Policy, that is ITDP Africa. She is a civil engineer and a senior transport specialist with over 10 years of experience in planning, designing, and implementing sustainable transport systems across Africa. Her expertise spans urban transport design and policies, institutional framework design, e-mobility planning, and climate mitigation strategies. She's also deeply committed to promoting walking, cycling, and gender mainstreaming in transport systems to ensure inclusivity and equity in public mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, the lady standing up here is Miss Claire Birungi. A round of applause for Miss Claire Birungi as she sets to
Yeah, it's working. It's fine. Yes, good morning, everyone. Introduced me. My name is Claire Birungi. I work as a director at the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. And I thank everyone and all the participants yesterday for setting the stage really about how Kampala City is moving to action. I think we've had about what to do next, and it was really exciting to see the plans that the other cities. When we started working with Engineer Jacob and the team at KCCA, we were really fighting for walking, cycling. And it's really impressive. Yesterday, even the director for roads and transport said everyone is converted, right? Everyone knows what to do. They're prioritizing now everything. So now we are moving to public transport. And our strategy has evolved. We're supporting cities to make sure that we have almost 50% of the people in cities moving in efficient public transport, and that the vehicles we are moving in are 100% electric, and that we have sustainable funding mechanisms that are designed for the project, but also engaging the development partners, World Bank, African Development Bank, to make sure that in every city that the financing that is being prioritized, at least 50% is looking into public transport, walking, cycling, and electrification of all public transport. For today, I will be talking about a different topic, which is also really crucial, about planning the land use. So the objectives of my presentation will be, I'll be looking at the levers of integrated urban development, who are the key players. We've already had some introductions in the room, but I'll check again so that we're not speaking to the converted. The existing challenges that we may have, and basically some of the opportunities that we can leverage. So when we talk about integrated urban development, it's an interconnected sort of like lever or strategies that look at access. If you're looking at integrated development, you need to make sure that everything that you're planning, that there is accessibility to transport. You need to look at the issues of urban growth. You need to look at the governance, and basically you need to pay critical attention to the spatial transformation of the cities. And the presentation that I go through is basically going to hinge on these strategies. So before you start any planning, you need to make sure that there is institutional coordination or planning. I just want to check again that we have everyone. I think during the introduction we have someone from NPA, we have Ministry of Lands. These are the entities that are responsible for planning. Do we have Ministry of Internal Affairs, the police today? We had the police yesterday, but maybe not today. So what you're seeing here is sort of like the core. There is more entities that play a role, but the core entities that are responsible for urban planning is what is displayed there. Yesterday, we were talking about the different modes. Engineer Jacob presented about, I think, the hierarchies of the mass rapid transit modes. And I think the larger kilometers that are planned is the LRT and the bus rapid transit in terms of mass rapid transit in Kampala. So when you look at the institutions that are responsible for this, one thing that we need to be able to point out is that there needs to be a streamlined way in which these entities are working together, or entities that streamline how urban mass transit is planned. For example, yesterday, I think the URC was very clear in terms of implementing, the passenger rail, URC in coordination with other entities, that is clear. But when it comes to bus or road-based mass rapid transit, then there is a bit of challenges there in terms of coordination. Do we have people from the local government? Do we have local government here present? Sorry? The Ministry of Local Government is present. Okay, great. Yeah, so the local government is also a key stakeholder in this, and we need to make sure that in every planning session, NPA, local government, police, all these entities are working together as they develop these strategies. When we talk about integrated urban development, the main challenges in Kampala right now is the issue of unplanned growth. Let's face it. Kampala is growing, it's sprawling, but I think it's sort of getting out of our hands, if I can use that word, right? So this unplanned growth is potentially going to cause a lot of challenges, especially when you have to look at urban transport planning and land use transport planning. And you can see in the picture here some of the challenges. You can already see them. A whole mix. In my local language, we call it katogo, right? That's what we're having right now. There is several issues, of course, right-of-way issues, as you know, development is it's scaling in an unplanned way, and issues with basically institutional silos on who is handling this and who is handling that. There is this book by a gentleman called Alien. He wrote a book about order without design. I don't know if anyone has read it. They said Leonard is the one that concentrates on only design. Have you read it? Yeah, so if you're into urban planning or you're into cities, you need to look out for this book. And what it says about land development is urban order can only be achieved if you solve three critical issues: the land use development, the density with which the cities are developing, as well as the mass rapid transit. He says any city that develops or at any point it does not have a mass rapid transit, you're headed for the doom. Yesterday, Engineer Jacob also mentioned that the speed was, I think, 14 kilometers per hour, and in 2040 it will be 6 kilometers per hour. So that is basically the backbone of everything. So in essence, land use planning and transport are interdependent. And I know that most of the people in this room, we all already know that. So when we're developing the urban form, or what we call the land use, we look at the transport side of it, and we look at the land use side of it. And that essentially influences the mode choices, or it influences within the environment how people choose to move. And usually we call it transit-oriented development. But in the picture you see here, this is in Johannesburg. And in most of these new cities, they're developing in the same manner. You have mass rapid transit, but you have fences. I don't know if you can see that. You have fences, and then you have, the high rise and the density. But it's not transit, it's just transit adjacent, but it's not transit oriented. If you have to walk and you live just the block next to the station, you still have to walk all through the gate, walk around, increasing your access distance a lot more. So we need to think about how we develop the urban form to make sure that it is transit oriented. So in a transit-oriented, I don't know if the Ministry of Lands has also started looking at this. in the cities or in the CBDs, we need to break down the fences to create that interaction between transport and the land use that we're planning. So to do this, we look at the principles of transit-oriented development, which is building compact cities. There should be mixed use. There should be a shift from the way we are moving. We're not just going to transition and continue in a car-oriented system. We need to create density and make sure there is connectivity by walking, cycling, and public transport. In terms of road space, I've been given 5 minutes, but I'm not done almost, but I'll try to be quick. In terms of road space, I think yesterday we already, talked about it. We need to make sure that within the existing spaces, that we utilize the spaces and implement mass rapid transit. As you can see, for the same space with just private cars, you can utilize 3,000 passengers per hour, but with mass rapid transit, we can increase it by much more. We've talked about walking and the principles of walking and its design are, like I said, we are preaching to the converted at this point because we're excited that everyone is getting it. But I want to emphasize still on the cycling part of it. We are not yet there on the cycling, in my view. Even though we are trying to get the road spaces and prioritizing the cycling, we need to make sure that the physical separation is very good so that people can access, people who want to use the cycle lanes can actually do that safely. I think he mentioned yesterday he can teach people who want to ride, and it's typically very difficult if the space is not protected for people to use the cycling. So this is what we want to avoid. One other thing I want to emphasize is the network in which we are developing, and I think this is specifically for the Ministry of Lands. When we are developing the cities, we need to reduce on the urban highway development and make sure that we are building at-grade safe facilities, at least in the cities, right? Because the more we build there is no speed that can be attained, but also we don't want to put investment in high-speed roads in cities, and we're basically exacerbating the safety issues. So while we're providing access in the cities, we need to make sure that while we're providing access, we need to make sure that all developments have access. One other point that I wanted to hint on is the point of access management. I think it's becoming a hindrance for public transport implementation. And I don't know if both sides of, urban transport and lands really appreciate it to the same sense. When you're developing the Northern Bypass, it's understood, right? We should limit cars because we need the speed for cars. But when we're developing public transport, then we have streets with, vehicles moving in and out, which reduces the speed. So the same understanding, we need to adopt it for public transport so we can increase public transport speed. I wanted to share this. This is the road classification and access manual for South Africa. And it focuses mainly on urban development, public transport, not only roads and highways, but public transport access. Of course, we need to make sure there is mixed use and make sure also there is density. I have a few minutes, but I wanted to touch this on the issue of density. It's a bit difficult to implement density at this point. But the new master plans, I know they're highlighting this. Even if we are not able to achieve, such densities like, in Shanghai or etc., where it's easy to implement mass rapid transit near dense areas, we can have density in low-rise places, right? But this needs to be spatially all planned together. When I speak of density, this is what I'm saying. Chira itself, I think, is developing like this, right? everyone buys a plot of land where they can, build. It's going to become challenging for both, KCCA or the Ministry of Lands to be able to provide mass rapid transit if the development is growing so sparsely like this. So I implore the Ministry of Lands as well to make sure that the zoning system is very clear, that in the new areas that are developing, we're not making the same mistakes that we've made in the areas that are currently developed, right? So that we make sure that we are developing density. It doesn't have to be high-rise, like I said. Engineer Jacob also yesterday mentioned about, I think there is a slide that you were emphasizing on, where you're saying we are mapping out the transit corridors, right? So if we are mapping them out right now, then we know what to do. We know how to influence the zoning so that when the development comes in at that time, that we are having the density to be able to support mass rapid transit, right? This is what it probably looks like in the informal settlements, but they also need to have an opportunity to have density and, clean, walkable, and working environments. I think some team members from KCC also visited this adjustment in Rwanda, where it was basically low-rise informal settlements and were developed to that. So the development really needs to basically be oriented towards the more desirable modes, which is walking and cycling, and least towards car-oriented development. One thing I wanted to talk about is the parking issue, right? There is a lot of opportunity. We shouldn't look at parking as a challenge, but an opportunity in many senses. If we continue designing as in the current system, you have vehicles, they increase, you provide more parking, etc. This will not be sustainable. So, of course, we need to increase, we need to manage the parking situation because it will not remain sustainable. It's an opportunity because you can see in the image before, there was parking management in London, but I was in London for the London Climate Week. Right now, the city is full of bicycles. It's amazing how it has transitioned. They are charging for parking and using this to support the bus systems in London. So if we can make sure that when we obtain that revenue, it doesn't go to support all other operational issues, but it's actually targeted to improve the situation for which you're trying to curb. I think the issue of land value capture is also very critical to mention at this point. Land value capture, in essence, I think JICA mentioned about it yesterday, and we actually worked with JICA for TOD concept around BRT corridors in Dar es Salaam, and we're basically trying to make sure that around the station areas that there is sufficient connectivity, etc. But about land value capture, we want to make sure if we develop corridors, then the public investment, for example, KCCA is planning the BRT. Yes, sorry. Yeah, the KCCA is planning a BRT. When we implement public transport, the value in the land needs to be invested back in the same system. So it creates a mechanism where the public investment is also supporting the public good. So I'll go first a bit also on the land capture. There's been so many examples of land value capture. In Indonesia, they are planning to make public transport free for all people. And how are they able to support that? Through revenues directly from land value capture. They have the highest network in the world of bus rapid transit. So through a larger network of mass rapid transit, more revenue they are able to get, and the citizens still benefit because now essentially it's not about subsidy, but the public is actually investing for the same citizens. So I think it's important, just to conclude, to integrate the TOD plans and to strengthen the institution coordination. and make sure that critically that we try get revenues. Yesterday, Engineer Jacob, you said Chiramotos is producing for other cities, but we need to find that revenue from some of these strategies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Claire. I think we should give her another round of applause. But I think from Claire's presentation, everything she has said is in plan. I think the biggest challenge we have is the space. Maybe it is time for KCCA and the government to implement what we call the building lines. If we leave this space, then we shall have enough for either the cycling lanes or the walking lanes. If we have moved around Kololo and parts of Naguru, we realize that people have enough space right after their homes. There is grass in between, and then the road, and then their house. Maybe this is time for us, I don't know, but I think we shall need a dictator-like kind of person because Kampala people are very difficult. So thank you very much, Claire. Those are very good strategies, but how to implement? Well, that's why we are here. We've planned enough, and it's time to act. Thank you very much, Claire. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite a very experienced doctor here. His name is Dr. Melchizedek Kaesi. Yes, Andrew? Okay. His name is Dr. Melchizedek Kaesi. Dr. Melchizedek is a professional teacher and a transport specialist who holds a PhD. Doctor, these days they refer to that as permanent head damage, but I know that's not it for you. Yeah, so he has a PhD in transport geography, and has over 30 years of professional experience in health organization in Geneva. Net zero roadmap and beyond our comfort zone, a framework for broadening multi-sectoral engagement for leadership and self-organized improvement effort. He has constantly supported individuals to nurture their potential and talents to become the best that they can be and deliver on their life missions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Melchizedek Kaesi.
The opportunity to contribute to the conversation, focusing on the issue of governance. And my specific interest is on the practice of governance. In other words, we look at governance not as an abstract concept, but a way of doing or conducting our business. We can turn it into a habit, a routine that we utilize in many aspects, and one of the areas is in transport. I remember as a young international civil servant carrying a box of books, reports, going to a country, and one of the questions I was asked, whom did you consult before you prepare a strategy to try and tell the governments or the countries what to do? And it dawned on me the importance of really consultation, the importance of ensuring that it's really the government or the state or the country that is leading the process and not an international organization that defines for people what to do. Now, I like transport modeling, statistical modeling. I really enjoy all those. But along the way, I've actually discovered that we do come up with very important technical solutions. This could be the BRT, could be walkways. However, from my research experience and planning experience, we've not invested adequate time and effort in understanding and designing the governance structures that can deliver our technical solutions. So the question I'd like us to reflect on is this. I hope I'll get this right. Yeah. The question I'm really asking all of us to take a few minutes to reflect on is how much attention do we pay to compliance with effective governance practices for the delivery of the technical transport solutions that we have. And it's important for us to think this through. I like the question Dr. Fortunate asked us yesterday. What do we expect from the Kampala Transport Initiative 1 year from now? That was a very important governance question, and the panel that was here yesterday started reflecting on this. What shall we deliver? My question is, what governance tools, what governance frameworks are we going to utilize to make sure that there is compliance? For instance, there was a response to the effect that there'll be the rollout of the NMT. That's a commitment that the government is making. On one hand, it can be very technical. On the other hand, it's really an important governance. Can you think we can sue the city authority if after 1 year they don't deliver on this? And who will take that tough decision to say that during the first Kampala Mobility Conference, the Kampala City Authority committed to deliver or roll out the NMT strategy and have not done it? Will that be the NGO? Will that be the government itself, maybe from the national level, or will that be the mayor? And these are the tough questions which we need to address. And I also realize as a transport researcher and also practitioner, I have not invested substantial amount of effort in addressing these questions. So I'm coming to them almost at the end of my career after retiring and focusing on these very important transport questions. You know, the word governance can be so broad, and I'm sure during the day or during the week, you might have used it somewhere in our quote Piptek. In the Song of Lawino, you see the beauty of how a society manages its affairs. That is governance. If you look at our traditional society, we had in the community, in the elders, the structure, the division of labor, we may feel it's not fair in one way or another, but that's how the society organized itself. So in other words, we are not coming to governance from a tabula rasa situation. There is the precedents, the practices. However, I decided to take time to go through so many definitions of governance to just make sure that we are all aware of what this means. Sorry, I need to go back. Am I correct? So what is governance? So there are many definitions, and from many sources. Some people will emphasize rules, regulations, organizations, coordination, vertical, horizontal. Others will be emphasizing the various actors, etc. Others will be pointing out the expansion of the role of the state to incorporate and bring on board many other players. And I have this extensive, the slides will be available, and we can go on and on. But the point I'm really stressing is that thinking through governance needs to be broken down into more tangible operational components that we can utilize to determine how we run a system, how we deliver on the system. So all the commitments we have, they are very good plans, action plans, they are good strategies, they are master plans, we have the Constitution, we have various acts. All these are intentions. They constitute a social contract between the state or those in authority, in leadership, and the citizen. The question is, how do they deliver on these commitments, on this mandate? And the real question is, why should we focus on this as transport, land use, or urban experts and practitioners? Really, the bottom line is really that we need to leverage effective practices which will move all the good intentions from promise to reality. The way we framed our theme, really, all these ideals, the plans we have, remain idealistic. It's when we transform them into tangible solutions to have a walkway that is accessible, that is safe, that we begin to see how those good ideas actually translate into livable spaces. And this, between the technical solutions, and there are many, there are very good documents. I've been working on producing good practices guidance for the last 23 years. So we are not short of the resources, the technical solutions. But when you read the literature, the main challenge, and even from the conversation here, the main challenge is the translation of these technical solutions into tangible solutions on the ground. How do we do it? And my hypothesis is that this is the interface where governance comes in. You've heard of the word good governance, effective governance, assessment for a loan from the World Bank, etc. takes into consideration the governance of a country. And we've used many words. You need to be accountable. You need to be efficient. You know, what do these words mean in terms of operational aspects? So if you look at the master plans we have, the NMT master plan for Nairobi, for Addis Ababa, for Kampala, you realize that most of it is essentially, or most of them are essentially technical solutions. It's only towards the end that you will see this is how the project will be operationalized, but they don't go into details of exactly how shall we hold the designers accountable for delivery. How shall we hold the mayor accountable for delivery of a transport plan? And I'm sure in my own country, when people are campaigning, they make a lot of promises. And if you look at the political manifestos, there are commitments about transport, walking, cycling, some of them the BRT, and they promise that they'll deliver. But after that, there is very little. Is it possible as citizens, we can actually hold these governors who take office accountable to tell them in your political manifesto, you promise to deliver BRT for Nairobi. Where is it? Can you leave office now? Because after 3 years, we don't see anything. Is there a mechanism we can actually achieve this kind of compliance with the... And we have them, presidential manifestos. I'm talking about my own country, governorship, etc. So we should be analyzing this and holding them accountable. So I'll go a little bit further to highlight all these concepts we have. What is good governance, or what is effective governance? And we have them accountable, transparent, follow the rule of the law, participatory, inclusivity. The vocabulary is very extensive. But what does it mean in practical terms in our African cities? And I'd like to engage with you a little bit. what does accountability mean for Kampala NMT? I'll begin with my PhD student to give the first answer. Esther, what will accountability mean?
I think accountability in the Kampala context would mean having a clear structure of who is supposed to do what within the plans and within what timelines are they supposed to do what they are supposed to do, so that in case we see probably the NMT master plan has different activities at different points within the timeline, and there are different needs, the resources. So a very clear outline on if the funding, where is it coming from and at what point should it come in, so that if there is delay, we know, is it the funding, is it the resources, is it the technical expertise? We need to know, again, where accountability would look like, who is doing what, when, and how. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's clap for my PhD student. So I'd like to push a little bit further, whoever can respond to this. So when we say who is doing what and when, whom are they accountable to? Whom are we accountable to, first and foremost? Is it the parliament? Is it the mayor? Is it the governor? Whom are we accountable to?
We are
Yes, go
accountable
ahead.
to the citizens.
So we are accountable to the citizens.
Yes.
How do the citizens hold you accountable? How will the residents of Kampala hold the Kampala city authorities accountable? Should they, for example, if you don't deliver, can they organize a demonstration and kick you out of the office? Yes, he shouted an answer, yes. They can vote you out, yes. Yes, so I've just recorded this, and he says they can vote you out if you've not delivered. Yes, continue. The B, Mr. B, sorry, it's not B, but B is the company here.
Hakim, yes, interesting question. I just want to build on your students. On your students' definition to her, it was a very beautiful definition. Accountability, I think, comes with what's the end game? What value do you want to create at the end? Depending on what resources are assigned to you, what responsibility you have from the people, and what is people's responsibility in realizing whatever you've implemented. It can be a broad thing, but for the sake of summarizing it and understanding. So it's a dichotomy. The leader has a responsibility, the citizen they have the responsibility, they assign to the leader to pursue a certain objective within a particular time frame, and the resources are assigned to them. So that you need to have a body of active citizens that hold you accountable. And also, if you don't stand up to the accountability they assigned to you, there must be a cost you incur. Traditionally, we used to chase them out of the village. For example, if your moral obligation was to be a right man, responsible for your family, and you go and do a defilement, the village had the opportunity to chase you out. If you're a witch, we saw these practices in traditional society happening. Now, when it comes to the institution, a technical person, for example, if an engineer make a road that does not stand up to the standard must be established. If the road does not stand up to the standard, the integrity of the standard is compromised, you get out of your position. That's accountability. For the politicians, I don't know. We need to give them time, because also come with there's a way they are protected themselves within a 5 years time frame. Then they come, but 5 years there can be a lot of damage that can be done that may take 10 years to be recovered. So it's an interesting question, and I think it will need a lot of understanding. But that's my contribution to that.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody who wants to reflect on this question? Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. I think you asked a very good question. How we can how citizens can hold their leaders accountable. To me, accountability goes beyond finances. So we can hold our leaders accountable for their actions and decisions. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Then we had the hand up there. Thanks a lot for your reflections. This is helping me develop this area much better.
One last one, although time is not our friend.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think accountability can take many forms, and one of the forms could be reporting. So in this case, I think, for example, technocrats can be held accountable given their structures of reporting. And that would mean explaining or reporting about their mandate, how they executed their responsibilities to their structures, to their reporting structures. But if you ask how citizens hold, for example, KCCA responsible, a forum like this is one of those avenues where, for example, KCCA is letting us know about the plans, what they plan to do, with what finances, how they're involving public. This is one of a method of accountability of the mandate of KCCA to the citizens. Because I think in this room, there are people who are just citizens of Kampala who are asking questions and they're getting back answers from the powers that be. So when you report back on your mandate, on finances, on what you're supposed to do, on various skills in different forums, that for me would be accountability.
Yeah, thank you. Last night, I had a very good reflection. It was so good listening to the discussion and the Kampala Urban Mobility Conference. And as I went more and more into the night, thanks for Chris, he has got for me a very nice apartment, which enabled me to think more and more. I kept on wondering if we could transform this conference into an accountability platform, a forum. That means, for example, all the commitments we made here, we post them on this platform, engage the citizens, track their responses, and we meet again after 1 year to review. And I thought you are sector or transparency, accountability, evidence-based decision-making, performance evaluation, and measurement, and of course, strategic planning. That they feel we need to deal with from a governance point of view is how we are dealing with anti-corruption issues. We came across a few studies actually. Here is a representation, for example, the work by Manyende, looking at public participation in Kenya. He has even reviewed that we have an act of public engagement or public participation. Every government decision or program has to go through the public participation. But they pointed out a number of issues there. The manner, the process, the engagement, the way the feedback is utilized. Another interesting study is by Owusu Ansah, who has done some work in Ghana, where they looked at the Ministry of Roads and Transport for both Kenya and Ghana that have been given the mandate to monitor and evaluate the road projects from an accountability governance point of view. But some issues have arisen there in terms of the capacity, limited capacity, financing, coordination, etc. And then this very excellent work from South Africa that has tracked the transparency and accountability in a very specific guardrail program which again, the South Africa government requires that for every procurement or transport program, the relevant ministry has to publish this on the website, all the details so that the public has access and can critique. Again, there are a number of issues. We didn't track and find any study from Uganda. I believe there could be one. We are still looking for this that has looked at these governance issues. But encouragingly, I think there's some work on the way that can go into this. So the question I pose to you is, are these issues being examined from an intervention point of view in the current programs we have for Kampala transport systems? Or if not, how do we make sure that we pay attention to these crucial governance issues? And to close, I'd like you to put away your phones. Forget about the notes you are writing. Just take time, look in the air, look in the ceiling, and dream of the ideal transport governance system you want to see for Uganda. Take 2 minutes to just, for Kampala. What will that ideal governance structure look like that delivers an efficient and sustainable mobility for Kampala? Visualize. Think, how do you want it to look like? If you want to stand up, reflect, take 2 minutes to just, what is this ideal as you look at the situation now? The future, you want to see efficient resources, adequate financing. You want to see very competent technical people who are already there. What do you want them to do? You want to see a responsive mayor who is committed to transforming the city, the integrated urban development we plan. What do you want? What's this vision of a good transport governance for Kampala? Is there anybody who would like to share their vision, how this may look like? Or you want to continue visioning?
We shall have a time, Doctor, when we shall have answers and questions, and they will. Have you finished?
My presentation ends there.
Hey. Okay. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Doctor. It is in his nature because, I mean, he already told us that he was a professional teacher. And you know, it's a question and answer approach always. So don't overthink his approach of presentation. I'm going to call Andrew to call our next presenter.
Yes, Professor. Thank you. You ended it very, very well. Actually, for me, I had an answer. I had already told Jacob there, all I need is a dictator. We need another Kagame here. We need to bring the guns out because we have the brains. I had her presentation, Jacob's presentation. This room alone has all the material. But we need that one guy to bring out the what? To crack the whip, isn't it? Colleagues, good morning, all of you. I'm sorry I was delayed this morning. I was not late, but for those of you who have just come, my name is Engineer Serunjoji Andrew. I'm the manager for Roads, Bridges and Drainage Development in KCCA, and of course, that mighty club, KCCA Football Club, where I belong as the chairman. Colleagues, we had a very good day yesterday, and we're going to have a good day today. But I'm glad that everything is moving very well and the presentations are moving very, very well. But it's very important to note that whatever the presenters have said, I chose to sit down there so that I would manage time. I'm very, very sorry if I have not managed that very well, but I think I was a little bit strict this time around because we want to have a serious panel discussion. So Claire, you'll come back, don't you worry. You have 30 more minutes to expound on what you said. Colleagues, we have the next presentation going to be made by Dr. Sam Mutabazi. Sorry, I left my paper behind. And this presentation is in the category of urban transport governance as well. And the topic is situation analysis of Kampala's urban transport governance. Now, what a wonderful topic. The presenter is a well-known scholar to all of you, Dr. Mutabazi Sam Stewart. He's a senior lecturer at ESAMI, where he teaches transport policy and planning. He has a PhD in transportation planning from Rugassa, Sicily in Italy. He's got a Master of Science in Urban Management and Development from Erasmus University in Rotterdam, Netherlands. He's got a BA in Economics from Macquarie University, Kampala. Sam is also the chairman of the Board of Directors, Civil Society Coalition on Transport, which is referred to as CISCOT. He is the liaison officer for the Partnership of Sustainable Low Carbon Transport, SLOCAT in Uganda. Sam has worked on many assignments on urban systems with the World Bank and the other international organizations. He has been a speaker in many countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa. He's passionate about making cities work. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Sam Mutabazi. And I like the way he's walking. He's such a young and very energetic man. Ready? You can even see. Takes the shortcut. Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you so much, Chair and Moderator. I'm not going to take a long time. And I had a presentation, but I'm not going to use it. I think I have just keywords. Most of them have been echoed. And mine is just to, again, amplify them. I liked Jacob's presentation. If I wasn't fearing that you should that you could be sacked, I would recommend that you become the ED. Yeah, so I'll take a short time. The urban governance, the urban transport governance in Kampala, the issues of governance of the transport system in the city arise from other issues. And I want to emphasize one thing, the key issues that affect the city of Kampala. Number one, and most importantly, is coordination. Coordination, coordination, coordination. Who does what, when, and how? We have the council, we have the city authority, we have the mayor, we have the ED. How are decisions arrived at? Plus the central government. And then you have the surrounding districts, Wakiso, Mukono, and others, and PG. Coordinating this entire structure is the biggest challenge to ensure that you have an efficient transport system. So right now, if you have if you look at how people are being delivered in Kampala, and you look at that almost 90% of the people who are traveling use boda, it's basically a crisis. You can't have bodas delivering people. Paratransit is a mode of transport that really belongs to those long time ago. And the earlier we modernize and organize the paratransit to maybe do the activities in the periphery of the city, the better. We shouldn't have boda in the inner city. And this, we should be working on it really. With the central government and others, we can't continue to have borders in the inner city. The other issue, the problem is border, fragmented governance, and then the other issue is silting and mud. I'm sure you know, whenever it rains, we have a lot of challenges. And coupled with this is the drainage system. Kampala's, one of the biggest challenges of Kampala is flooding. And we shouldn't be having floods if we were only organized. I think our channels are smaller, apart from Nachivubo channel, which is also being taken. I don't know whether I don't know whether it's going to comply with the whole entire system, because that channel is very important. It swallows all the water that comes uphill from Kampala. So if we cover it, is it going to be efficient? The other issue is garbage and waste. Definitely we know we must, but this garbage and waste is it's closely linked with having dust and places that can't be cleaned. You know, places that have dust and mud, it's very difficult to clean. If it was concrete and grass, it would be easier. So flooding, we know that many times we see flooding. And it's so amazing to have a city that has hills to flood. Cities that normally flood are those that are in lowland areas. So Kampala to be flooding is really, it shows you that we are still very, very far. And so garbage is a very big problem, and we must deal with it and make sure we know where to dispose garbage and as a city. So what can be done? I think two things. KCCA needs to focus on building roads. I was amazed last year and then this year that we are spending the least amount on transportation and road construction in the capital city compared to any capital city in Africa, even by African standards. We spend much, much less money on transport than any other city in Africa. And yet Kampala is the capital city, is the commercial, is the residential, is everything. So where are we putting our money? So that I was surprised when last year, when there were a lot of flooding, and the president released 3 billion shillings for roads, and I was like, 3 billion? Can it even do a bridge? And then yesterday, I think the minister said he has secured 30 billion. Some people were asking, is it dollars? Can 30 billion do anything in terms of infrastructure? I think we are still very far in terms of investment. Roads are the skeleton of a city. They are the thing that on which the city stands. So if you have a weak skeleton, don't expect anything to function. Leave alone buildings, leave alone anything else. If you have road system, a transportation system that works in the city, you have a functioning city. And the rate at which we are investing in our city is so low that even in the next 20 years, we will have the assets of transport in Kampala still lacking. We need to have wider channels, and we need to be deliberate. I think there was a master plan for drainage system in Kampala, but it has not been operationalized. The only channel that we worked on briefly was Nachivubo. But all these other channels need to be worked on so as to deliver the water into Lake Victoria. And this has to be deliberate. We need to ensure that we plant grass and not flowers. Because flowers, we haven't reached, it's like we are jumping. You can't maintain even the basics and you are trying to plant flowers. We need to plant flowers and trees for the beginning. Because I normally see when you put the flowers, then women come and dig the soil, then the soil is washed into the channels, then it blocks and things like that. I think we need to emphasize grass because it covers vegetation. We cover the vegetation. As we get more money, we go into flowers. The other issue is we need to keep the city the way it is. I think we've overchanged the city. Every year we are changing the roundabouts. We are breaking down and building, rebuilding and changing. You change this year. After a few months, you are changing something. And we can't be stable as a city. Which takes me to the next point. KCCA needs to champion the efforts to make sure that the city takes the other districts to become part of. And that's why we are keeping on. We are like builders. You pick the soil here, you put it here. Then tomorrow you change it, you put it to the other side. It's very difficult to develop Kampala as it is now. So we need to stop this change. I have seen the roundabouts, how they change every year. I'm sure one day will be changed in a few years again. One day traffic lights and Ginger Road traffic lights keep changing. And then you have demolitions that never stop. So we need to work with KCCA to ensure, and I think, Jacob, you hinted on it, ensure we have this, the metropolitan area need to become part of the city so that the city is bigger and it deals with all the challenges that emanate from Wakiso and other areas. So we have to expand the boundaries. Lastly, or second last, we need to expedite the BRT buses. Really, there is no way we can all, I saw when I came here, you can't find parking, even in this hotel, and this hotel has a big parking space underground. You can't find parking because everyone is driving. I'm sure most of you here came with cars. But for me, if it was a bus and it was a good bus, I would board it and go. I know that Tondeka, where is Tondeka now? It has collapsed. Tondeka, I used it for some time because I thought we had reached somewhere now. Tondeka is no more. Before Tondeka, there was a Pioneer, which collapsed. And I think KCCA needs to talk to government. This is a very important message that please don't tax transport business because it doesn't make money. It's there to help the public. Pioneer Bus was taxed to extinction. If you look at the amount of money that buses make, you don't want to go into that business. Because a typical bus, if you take an example of Pioneer, it was carrying maybe about 40 or 50 people. Each person was paying 1,000 and making a route around towards Ntinda and City Square and back. That's 50,000. If you remove fuel, you remove a conductor, you remove, you pay, you have to change tires maybe every 6 months, you hardly make any money. So these buses are supposed to help people to transport them. Strategically, government should not even think about taxing buses because they are doing the job that government is supposed to be doing. So if you tax them, we will keep on having buses that keep dying. Pioneer, Tondeka, I don't know which one is coming next. There is no money in bus transport. We have, Jacob talked about the issue yesterday. EPS, it's good that, and this is clearly as a result of research, if you have 14%, 14 kilometers per hour as the transport speed in the city, and you are bringing it to 30, already Kampala is not moving. Kampala is choked. It's not possible to move in the city. Now, if you reduce it further, maybe inadvertently it seems KCCA is driving away people into the outlying areas, where there are no roads. Most of us live in Wakiso, but you know the roads that reach there. So we come here, people look for roads. They don't look for anything actually. Just look at where roads are done, that's where people go. So if we can do roads, we will, EPS was a countermeasure. So in conclusion, two things I think KCCA needs to do a lot of coordination, and we are glad this meeting is coming, but it shouldn't stop at being a meeting, but it should continue to make sure that we have organized transport system and also deliver the services that people expect us to deliver to them. Thank you so much.
Why don't you put me back, people? This guy. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mwezi. Actually, sorry, Dr. Mutabazi. Sorry about that. Before Hope you come on board, this presentation has been really good and challenging. Actually, it was hitting me hard. And I'm going to request that, Dr. Mutabazi, you don't leave. Make sure you're around for the afternoon session, because we're going to be setting the stage for e-mobility. And I'm told Kira Motors is here. Kira Motors, are they around? They are already here. They are going to give us what they have in stock. And most of these solutions are going to be given to you. Why those changes are made and all that and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me recognize the presence of my OB here. Although he looks much older than me, but he's my classmate, Engineer Sam Mwesigwa. Stand up. Formerly district engineer of Wakiso, now he's working with the Ministry of Kampala. You're most welcome. I think when we have such guys, they bring us the concept of Greater Kampala that we were lacking yesterday. Please, thank you for coming. Hope, take over.
Thank you, Andrew. We are going to have a presentation from Engineer Dr. Chris Biaruhanga from Chambogo University, and this shall be about the ongoing research presentation, making and implementing decisions in urban transport in Africa. Dr. Chris Biaruhanga is a transport and planning road safety specialist who holds a PhD in civil engineering from the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom. He also has a master's degree in engineering, transport planning, and engineering from University of Leeds in the UK, and also holds a bachelor's degree in civil and building engineering from Chambogo University. And his area of interest is urban mobility, electric mobility, road safety, transport planning, policy, and governance. Dr. Chris Biaruhanga is currently the project lead for walking funded by VREF in Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Chris Biaruhanga.
Good morning to you all. Basically, I'm here to present to you one of our research programs, which is funded by VREF. VREF is based in Sweden. Our research is basically on governance, but specifically we are looking at making and implementing decisions in urban transport in sub-Saharan Africa. So we are basically 4 countries, Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana. But we also have an external partner from Birmingham in the UK. So making and implementing decisions is basically a governance issue. like you noticed yesterday, most of the issues, the challenges that we are facing in our city, all are related to governance, like we have been discussing since this morning. Governance is a bit broad. It's a bit broad and touches every other aspect. But one can look at governance in terms of maybe politics, the power dynamics, but also you can also look at the institutions and then the policy processes, that is also part of governance. And then lastly, the policies, the policy instruments and the mechanisms. That's broadly what we mean by governance. So basically, this is the structure of our research program. Like I shared with you, there are 4 countries, so which is between West Africa and East Africa. In East Africa, we are handling walking as a mode of transport. And then West Africa, we are looking at public transport, which includes BRT, paratransit, and others under that category. So basically, that's our research structure. We have the PI, we have advisors, we have next-gen scholars, we have PhD students, we have associate researchers from all over sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm just going to share with you briefly where we are now at the moment. Of course, we got the award, 6 million SEK, and then after the award, we had to do the launching, official launching at Multimedia University in Kenya. And then from the official launch, we were able to do an advisory board meeting because we have a board for the program. But we have also been able to do some setup of how do we manage the program. Basically looking at the finances, drafting some agreements, and then setting up some communication systems. We have also been able to identify some of the decisions that have been made in urban mobility, and also we have also been trying to identify some of the policies that relate to urban transport. As part of our program, we are supposed to do some capacity building. Specifically, we are supposed to motivate young scholars into governance as an area of research. So we have recruited 4 PhD students, but we also have plans to engage other young scholars, those who could be doing their master's degrees, or are generally interested in doing research, but specifically in the transport area. So we managed to recruit some of the PhD students, but we are yet to recruit some other young scholars who could come on board and work with us. Of course, we have also been trying to develop some background papers before we embark on the real research. And of course, at the end of the day, we are going to do some publication of the background papers and also do a publication of the conceptual model, which is going to help us do the empirical research. So basically, that's what we have so far done in as far as our program is concerned. Now, specifically on the program, I'm the one who is in charge of walking project, which is going to be between Uganda and Kenya. And we're going to look at the infrastructure in the 2 countries. What we have so far in Uganda, it's a little bit small. When you look at the network of Kampala city, it's about 2,000 kilometers. That's what you're managing. But if we were to ask ourselves, how many kilometers are walking infrastructure? I don't know the percentage, but it's something very small. But we've started on a good side. We have some few kilometers. So we'll look at, on the other side, Nairobi, Kenya has a lot of NMT corridors. For them, they're a bit ahead, so we'll be exploring some of these. Now, of course, yesterday, walking is very important and is a major mode of transport for most of the people in a place like Kampala where we don't have an efficient transport system. But of course, despite it being a crucial mode of transport, we have limited infrastructure for it in sub-Saharan Africa, including Uganda, Kampala. Now, the policies, the politics, the power dynamics, the institutional frameworks, all that significantly influence the planning and implementation of working infrastructure. And that is what we are looking at as governance. We've seen some recent developments, like in Kampala, as an example, we've seen some new corridors being constructed to support walking as a mode of transport. So this research wants to explore that area of governance, but specifically want to know how were these decisions made and implemented that perhaps have led to some of these developments. We have a few guiding questions at the moment, but we're still developing more. Some of these questions, like from 1 to 3, these are the questions actually where we want to have young scholars or master's students who are doing their masters in transportation-related studies to come and take up some of these research questions, and we have some money to fund their research. So if you know any of young scholars who are interested in transport research, please connect them to us. As part of developing the background paper, we also did some content analysis. Specifically, we're looking at the NMT policies in sub-Saharan Africa. Arguably, the best commitment by government may be demonstrated through a policy document, because that is the one that gives a guide, commitment by government that we want to do NMT infrastructure as an example. It's not clear whether sub-Saharan Africa governments have shown commitment to walking as a mode of transport, much as we use it a lot, but there's no that clear demonstration that is the direction we should take. Now, the findings are a bit strange. One, the findings show that there are only 4 countries in sub-Saharan Africa that have NMT policies. Interestingly, Uganda is one of them. I was asking myself, how did Uganda get into the list? 4 countries, that is a representation of 8.3%, you know? So I don't know, we want to explore how did we get to that? So that is one of the questions we should ask ourselves. How did we have a standalone, we are talking about standalone NMT policies. The other interesting bit was Uganda and South Africa have what we call national or strategic policies, as in the policies apply to the entire country. Unfortunately, Nairobi and Nigeria, for them, they are local policies or what we call city-level policies. So they only apply to Nairobi city and then Lagos city. So that's also another thing. You ask yourself, what takes place the rest of Kenya, in other cities? What is happening? Nigeria is so big. What is happening to other cities? So that means we still have a lot of gaps in as far as developing policies is concerned. Now, we also found some gaps in the Ugandan and South African policies. Specifically, when you look at the Ugandan policy, it doesn't have a specific budget, and there's no way you can have a policy without showing how much commitment you are making towards the implementation of that policy. And also, there was no timeline, because there's no way how you can do monitoring and evaluation if you don't have timelines within the policies themselves. So those are some of the gaps we found in some of these policies. Anyway, in conclusion, there are very few NMT standalone policies in sub-Saharan Africa. So that is to show you that we are nowhere, because that is no commitment to walking as a mode of transport. Therefore, we recommend a review of existing policies, most especially the one for Uganda. I'm glad when I was talking to some of the guys in the ministry, they were telling me, I think, good enough. We are now doing the review of the NMT policy for Uganda, and also general development of standalone policies to promote walking as a mode of transport in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, when I was writing this grant, I got support specifically from KCCA through Engineer Leonard. I'm so glad that you supported me in applying for this grant. In addition, I also got support from Ministry of Works. They were also very cooperative in supporting me for this grant application. But that's not all. I got that grant, but I'm now thinking of something a bit different. So I'm going to come back to you. But now I'm looking at developing a prototype for an urban transport system, which is going to rely heavily on solar energy. We've gotten other systems in the world, like you can see, but they are using other forms of renewable energy. So I want to explore, I'm writing a concept where I want to explore whether it is possible for us to have such a system in sub-Saharan Africa, but which can rely on the abundant solar energy. So I'll be coming to you. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chris Biarhanga. That was a very good presentation. I know that we have a number of questions right now, but I'm going to request that you take note of your question, and we shall have these questions answered after break tea. Yeah? So we're going in for break tea right now. Same place on the left. So let's go have break tea. I'm giving you exactly 15 minutes. It's 11. Let's be back here by 11:17, at most 11:20.
Before you set out, colleagues, prepare. We are going to have a panel of discussion on governance. Professor will be coming back, Melchizedek. Claire will be coming back. Siscott, Dr. Sam will be coming back. And Dr. Chris will also be coming back. Kindly, let's keep time and prepare. You can see we are managing time very well, isn't it? Thank you very much.
Kampala jukira nti ekibuga ekiyonjo kitandika naawe kendeeza kasasiro gw'omansa era oddemu okozesa oyo asoboka asigadde mukolemu ebintu eby'omugaso ate gwe alina akacupa tomala gakasuula kawuwa olulamu obujja ng'okateeka we kanagibwa okutwalibwa okukolebwamu ekintu eky'omugaso olwo tukuume ekibuga kyaffe nga kimyansa. Obubaka buno bukutuusibwako ekitongole kya KCCA. Okumanya ebisingawo tukubire ku noti 8 noti 299 noti.
KCCA ku lw'ekibuga ekiyonjo ddala.
Today we get to identify the cyclist in the city. This is one of the means of transport that has not been popular and yet is an effective means of transportation. A city that recognizes all modes of transport is part of fulfilling the inclusivity in our transportation system. Ride safely and come back safely.
We've been conducting these bicycle rides in several cities that ITDP is working in. We've done this in Mombasa, we've done it in Nairobi, we've done it in Dar es Salaam. And these have been high-level bicycle events. So coming to this one, the processes were a bit clear. With the support from KCCA, we've had good participation from the honorable ministers. We've had participation from directors of transport, from engineers from the Ministry of Works and Transport that organize, that design the roads.
The challenges that I face usually, it's the network. There is no safety. The stigma is still there. The lady, people look at you in a way, as if you should not ride.
We don't have the lanes for bicycles. So we are really competing with vehicles. We are competing with border borders. We are competing with people who are walking. So really it's not safe at all. So as a government, we need to make sure that we put in infrastructure for people to be able to walk, for people to be able to ride their bicycles.
Now the only issue is behavior change. Now you can see this is a very beautiful area. Unfortunately, we still have some indiscipline, especially motorcyclists. Now when there is, say, congestion, you will just see everybody trying now to occupy what you call the NMT facilities.
Bicycles do not emit any gases to the atmosphere. It is a form of exercise. It gets you to move from point A to B at your own time, as and when you need.
So when we do cycling, not that we only cycle along the BRT corridors, but when you do cycling, it feels a bit more comfortable because you have the cycling infrastructure as compared to our cycling experience here, because it's only along the 500-meter stretch where we had dedicated infrastructure. So that's what's a bit different from other cities.
The challenging ones, we have the Kampala Massacre Road. The road itself is not as broad, as wide.
Terrain is terrible, the lighting is terrible. We have very fast-moving vehicles.
Where traffic joins is horrible. When I was cycling, you're falling off the bike, and yet you have to cross at the zebra crossing.
Kampala, Nakawa, Mbuya, which is it's very narrow, it is hilly, and the road, the people using it are very speedy when they are using this road. So we think if there is a provision for people who are cycling, people who are walking as a side, this will be very good because it is so fast.
Other than enforcement, we could also agree, policymakers and whatever, if it, when you are not using something, somebody thinks it is abandoned for some other use. So maybe we can make a commitment here. We say every after maybe 6 months,
or even by way of maybe car-free day of some sort. That gives a far-reaching impact by way of changing mindset, not only for the planners, but also for the citizens. When they see the members of parliament
people are receptive towards cycling, and especially if you provide the infrastructure, make it less intimidating.
And I would really love for an individual to feel that confidence without the safety of the group, without the safety of these reflector jackets, to just move in the city in a way that feels organic. And there's a lot of really amazing work that's been done to get towards that point, but still quite a long road to go.
There is no district that presents their plan and they have not indicated cycling in the plan for transport.
So while this was a good experience, it is also great that there was awareness that we need to make these improvements in terms of infrastructure as well.
If we want good roads, there will be some little inconvenience which will come by the constructions. Sometimes you'll see some dust. Your waiting time on the road may increase because some roads will be closed, but that's just for 18 months. The contractors, you expressed interest willingly. We ensure that work is done on schedule. This is a program for results. It is result-based financing. When you delay, we are also not going to be able to access more funds. Do your best to ensure that work is delivered on time. If we have time lags, which will again turn our construction works into a nuisance to the people of Kampala, we will be left with no option but to explore a means of terminating these contracts. We are not going to hold the blame for people we are paying and they willingly expressed interests for these works. From the documents we have reviewed, you qualify for the works, you have indicated you have experience, and we expect you to do the work to the expectation of the employer, who is KCCA.
Kampala jjukira nti ekibuga ekiyonjo kitandika naawe. Kendeeza kasasiro gw'omansa era oddemu okozesa oyo asoboka asigadde mukolemu ebintu eby'omugaso. Ate gwe alina akacupa tomala gakasuula kawuwa obulamu obujja ng'okateeka we kanaggyibwa okutwalibwa okukolebwamu ekintu eky'omugaso. Olwo tukuume ekibuga kyaffe nga kimyansa. Obubaka buno bukutuusibwako ekitongole kya KCCA. Okumanya ebisingawo tukubire ku nooti 8 nooti 299 nooti.
KCCA ku lw'ekibuga ekiyonjo ddala.
Today we get to identify the cyclist in the city. This is one of the means of transport that has not been popular and yet is an effective means of transportation. A city that recognizes all modes of transport is part of fulfilling the inclusivity in our transportation system. Ride safely and come back safely.
We've been conducting these bicycle rides in several cities that ITDP is working in. We've done this in Mombasa, we've done it in Nairobi, we've done it in Dar es Salaam, and these have been high-level bicycle events. So coming to this one, the processes were a bit clear. With the support from KCCA, we've had good participation from the honorable ministers, we've had participation from directors of transport, from engineers from the Ministry of Works and Transport that organize, that design the roads.
The challenges that I face usually, it's the network. There is no safety. The stigma is still there. The lady, people look at you in a way, as if you should not ride.
We don't have the lanes for bicycles, so we are really competing with vehicles. We are competing with border borders. We are competing with people who are walking. So really, it's not safe at all. So as a government, we need to make sure that we put in infrastructure for people to be able to walk, for people to be able to ride their bicycles.
Now, the only issue is behavior change. Now, you can see this is a very beautiful area. Unfortunately, we still have some indiscipline, especially motorcyclists. Now, when there is safe
Yeah. I've made one observation. Accountability. Are you guys accountable? It's now time for governance. If you don't keep time, are you accountable? Kindly remind your neighbor who has not yet come back from tea that we've lost it on accountability, 15 minutes late. And doctor, are you being transparent? Hey. Are we accountable? Are we transparent? You know, governance and leadership, remember our theme is very clear, from plans to action. How are we going to implement these plans when we are not accountable? Many of you are looking at us, KCCA, you are the ones supposed to do this, to do that, but now you can see you also have a role to play. Amen? A very, very big role to play. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time now we get to the other session. And it's going to be a panel of discussion. And this discussion is going to be for 30 minutes. So it's going to be interactive. I'm going to request that those who felt you needed to get some more information from the discussants, this is an opportunity for you to learn more and get more out of it. Especially Doctor here, we really enjoyed that presentation. Now, can I request Claire from ITDP to take your seat? Please clap for her as she moves. Claire also gave us a very rich presentation. And I hope, Leonard, we are going to have all these presentations shared. Can I request Dr. Melek from World Health Organization to also take his seat? In the same vein, I'm also going to request Dr. Sam Stewart Tabazi from CISCOT to rise and take your seat. Hey. The man has taken off. How can doctor miss in action? Yet he did the real punching. I think this would be the best time also me to get back to him. But I think we shall wait for him. He could be around the corner. I'm going to request Dr. Chris Biamkama from Chambogo University. Biarhanga, sorry. Oh, sorry, this was not written by me. Ladies and gentlemen, due to public demand, we're going to have a fifth panelist who has not been with you in the discussion. But because this person wields a wealth of experience in whatever we are discussing, the organizers found it prudent to have him included on the panel. And this is none other than Mrs. Geraldine Kabami. Now, Miss Geraldine Kabami is a senior program manager at Frederick Ebert Stefan. She's a lawyer by profession. She's a development practitioner with over 13 years of urban governance and regulatory reforms. She's in regulatory reforms. She special interests and focuses on public transport governance and gender justice. I think this is the right guy. She has got a bachelor's degree in law from Makerere University with a diploma in legal practice. I think she's an advocate. She also has a Master of Science in Development Management from the Open University of UK. Please clap for. And she has already taken her seat. Thank you very much for being so pragmatic. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead this panel in the discussion is going to be a moderator by the names of Miss Emma Mbabazi. Actually, she's Dr. Emma Mbabazi. On my paper here, they missed out the doctor, and we shouldn't miss these titles. These are people who worked for their their thing. Eh? The student there will attest to it. Now, Dr. Emma Mbabazi, walking majestically to the podium, is from the World Resources Institute. She's a good researcher with urban mobility, research associate, and in cities. Oh, I think I'm messing this up, but I'm very sorry. Urban mobility research associate and cities program representative for Uganda. She's got over 8 years of experience in the transportation and research sector, and her PhD is in urban studies from the University of Heriot-Watt. Heriot-Watt, this is Edinburgh, UK. Edinburgh, sorry. You know these guys who lived in UK know these things. Jacob, thanks for correcting me very well. Please clap for Dr. Emma. I think we have the right panel. And in our midst, we have, allow me to recognize also the presence of Dr. Jotham Sempeo from SEDAT, Makerere University. Doctor, I saw you around. Please clap for him. So we have people here. I already told you, some from the local government and also KCCA here. Over to you, Dr. Emma. The floor is yours, and take the lead in this.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sarah Njoji. Happy to be here. I wonder if Dr. Sam will be joining. Do you know?
No, he's not.
He's not. Okay. That's fine.
You wanted him to join?
No, I had some questions for him. I thought he was going to be part of the panel. But that's okay. So I'm very glad to have our 4 very distinguished colleagues here. And what I'll be asking will just be a bit of a follow-on from your presentation. But I will start with Ms. Geraldine, since you were not part of the presentation. But I know that FES has done quite a lot of work around a just transition. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on what you think a just transition towards the kind of public transport that Jacob and team presented yesterday in Kampala would look like or should consider. About 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I work for an organization that has a real-life example of a platform that puts good governance in practice. We have a paratransit consultative forum that has been running since 2019 to date, that brings together different stakeholders in transport, including government, paratransit operators, private sector, academia, to discuss together on issues related to transport, public transport. So if you ask me what a just transition looks like, I would tell you that, or what it should look like, I would say that a just transition should be participatory in nature. We saw yesterday that the transition is here and it's going to happen. We are moving from the informal transport operators to mass transit, from the 14-seaters to buses. What does that mean? What would a just transition mean? It means that we have to integrate the incumbent operators in the plans that the government has, that KCCA has, because these are the people that are going to be affected by any changes. It means that you have to consider the different needs of transport users, including women needs in the plans that KCCA has. Very many times, as technocrats and as decision makers, we have an idea of what the city should look like, where the stages should be, and we forget about the differences, for example, in mobility needs between women and men, the times of travel and all of that. And if you bring these stakeholders on a platform like this to discuss, that is what would be just and fair. If we have a border action plan, justice would mean that bring the borders who are currently operating to guide you in where the stages should be, how the transition should be, how there should be a border zone where they would operate
without necessarily running out of business and affecting their livelihoods. But if you wake up one morning and government and KCCA has put up an announcement on TV and all of that, it means there is no just transition. We have had a history in public transport where there has been contestation between the operators and government having resistance against reforms that are going to come. But now there is an example which shows that, for example, taxi operators have formed an association, a collective body called UTOF, that now negotiates with KCCA about how they can move from their 14-seaters into the bigger buses, into the routes that the bigger buses should take, into the fares and licenses that they need to have to operate on these roads. That is what a just transition looks like. We have now a situation where Ministry of Works comes and talks to taxi operators about the BRT plans and talks to KCCA about where the BRT corridor will be and how far that will be. And now KCCA also says, if it's too far away, what is the immediate plan that we can have before the BRT comes because of finances? So if they're having an inner city bus plan, KCCA now sits with MOWT, facilitated by the consultative forum meeting, to agree and say, if you put up a pilot route, then it should eventually feed into BRT. That is what a just transition should look like, if you ask me. It should be participatory, it should be inclusive, it should integrate every stakeholder, all the key stakeholders that are currently operating in the system.
Thank you, Geraldine. And I'm going to sort of use your response to springboard of that to ask Dr. Kayesi the next question. She talked about the just transition being participatory in nature, involving all the different interest groups. And you also talked a bit about it during your presentation when you had the whole list of the characteristics of good governance. And I did pick up on should be participatory and consensus-oriented. Mm-hmm. After your presentation, Engineer Serunjoji did come up and say, I know what we can do. In order for these plans to go on, we need a dictator. Let me tell you, he's not alone in these sentiments. He's not alone in these sentiments. And so how can we balance that need or that requirement to have a participatory or consensus-oriented governance framework with the progress needed, knowing that in our trying to be so participatory and consensus-oriented, there is time. Time passes. Maybe you lose certain opportunities in trying to get to a solution or an outcome that is acceptable to all the interest groups, because that's why the interest groups, they have their own interests. And maybe sometimes those interests just don't match with the interest for the general good, in quotation, because everyone will define what general good is. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think what he's saying is so crucial. He used the word dictator. He could be talking of a benevolent dictator. And don't mistake him. He's pointing to a very important policy person or actor. We call them a policy entrepreneur. So these are the catalysts who will bring all these things together. And what he's highlighting is that the environment is ripe for Kampala to lead on very specific areas. And who will deliver that? Is it an individual or is it an organization? So I'll prefer a situation where the practice of governance is embedded in the various organizations, various agencies, is part and parcel of your daily work, your routines. Accountability is central, consultative is central, but taking this idea. So I'll really recommend a situation where we ingrain these virtues, these practices in your planning, and this will deliver. It's much better than a benevolent dictator, because after they go, you are left with a situation, you go back. So could we think of an entire system that is learning, correcting itself, and moving on? And you have very excellent departments here at the city authority. Who will be that department that can show us the way, so that you are the policy entrepreneur department? And you have a good possibility to become a leading policy entrepreneur city in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kayasi. Claire, in your presentation, you cautioned that the physical planners and the transport planners, that as we see new areas of the city starting to develop, we should try to put policies and enforcements in place such that it grows in a certain density that would allow for provision of necessary public services. I would like your view on the options for a city like Kampala. I know we had many plans, good plans. We hope they will come to fruition. But Kampala is not a developing area, right? It's already built up. And not only is it already built up, but at the moment, our transport system, like the paratransit, is so entrenched in our transport systems that all these interests have to be looked at, because now they're tied to people's livelihoods. So in the short and medium term, what are Kampala's options in terms of a governance framework that will lead us to those plans?
That sounds like the hard question Engineer Justice was talking about yesterday. It is indeed challenging, really, to do something different in the built-up areas. And there is two scenarios that you can look at. In the already developed areas in Kampala, it's difficult right now to change density as compared to the newly built-up areas. The advice we're giving now is that for the new areas, let's set the right examples. But it's not all doom. I would lean towards the theory of thinking that Esther was talking about. We move with the democracy, and it so happens that the most desirable and the most used modes are the cheaper ones to do, and that's what majority of the people are using. So I think we focus on the cheaper options, the more usable options. It's the quick win for me. So in the already built up areas, we prioritize walking, cycling, and public transport. I'll give you an example. In the downtown of Dar es Salaam, it's almost like the old taxi park, right? What they did, they realized people here are only using public transport. So any enhancement that had to be done in that area only prioritized public transport. They removed all car movement and prioritized what the majority of the people are using. So where you have such constraint, focus on the easy ones, but they benefit the most people. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that answer. And I know that KCCA is going into that direction. Hopefully we will tie in a little bit more on the actual focus. I know we focus on all road users, but what is the priority in some of our areas should be the cycling, the walking, the public transport. Okay, Engineer Dr. Chris, my question to you is going to focus more on research and data, since your presentation sort of came from that angle. And so I was wondering what governance framework, tool, process do you think is necessary to ensure that research institutions such as the ones you belong to, universities and other research institutions, more closely collaborate with implementation institutions like KCCA and Ministry of Works more seamlessly? I know, for example, public health is doing research, Chambogo is doing research, but sometimes it's like researchers, we do the research, and then after we come, oh, now let's engage KCCA. And it might not be the answers that KCCA is looking for. Maybe they are looking for certain evidence for the plans that Jacob gave for the Integrated Transport Services Program in the NDP4. So what are the kind of governance tools or processes or frameworks can allow that collaboration to be more seamless so that we zip policy and implementation with research?
Thank you, Dr. Emma, for the question. We've been talking about governance in the transport sector, but the governance applies everywhere, irrespective of the institution where you come from, irrespective of the organization you work for. Everywhere there is governance, there is power, there is politics, there are power dynamics, the way how decisions are made. For instance, even in research institutions, governance plays a big role. And so the framework that perhaps we've been trying to discuss this morning regarding an ideal framework for the transport sector equally applies in the research institutions, where we're looking at most of the indicators for governance being involved in that framework. We're talking about things like accountability, okay, participation. So where you have a scenario like an institution, you've done research, then you want now come and sell the findings to KCCA, there's a gap there. But how can that gap be closed? It means if in the governance framework you have participation, first of all, you identify all the key stakeholders. Like where I started with my proposal, I came to KCCA for them to support me in my grant writing because I knew they are key stakeholders, because I'm talking about walking infrastructure. They are the guys who are responsible for walking infrastructure development. So going forward, doing this research, I have to do alongside with them so that at the end of the day, they also own the findings and they can also be in position to implement the findings. So the same indicators for governance frameworks in the transport that we've been discussing equally apply for research institutions. Thank you.
Okay, just checking with the timekeeping. Do we have time for another round of questions for them from myself and not from the audience? Okay, no, I'll just ask a general, sorry. Right, but all within the 30 minutes, which are about to finish. Okay, I'll ask for really quick answers to this one. I think you were here yesterday as well as this morning. So from your point of view as practitioners in this urban transport space, what else, from what you saw KCCA presenting to us, what else would you advise KCCA or ministry or whoever else is in that, all the stakeholders, but mostly the public sector stakeholders in our governance framework? What else would you advise them to consider or not to forget as they continue to implement their plans?
That's a really good question. My advice to KCCA would be that, considering that their power, there are many actors with different interests and power issues and politics and processes. And some operators, while not decision makers, wield a lot of power. Incumbent operators, for example. The border industry is huge, and they have power because of their numbers. the taxi operators have power because they know the system, they've been there. My advice would be, with the deeply entrenched informal system, you need to build trust with the different stakeholders. That way, any reforms will be owned. You create a sense of shared ownership. You create a sense of trust. You create acceptability of whatever improvements that you're bringing in place. So really, build trust, collaborate, and work together. Don't work in silos. Consensus building, bring everyone on the table and just build consensus. That will lead to acceptable, sustainable improvements for our city.
Thanks, Geraldine. Dr. Kayasi?
Build on what she has said. My advice is pragmatic. Implement in the next 3 years 50% of the plans you have. We heard about NMT, the rollout from the pilot. Even if you will take this as your target, you move ahead if you can demonstrate to the residents of Kampala that you can implement 50%. Because part of the loss of trust is that the governments promise us a lot of things and they do very little. So the difference you can make is to show that you mean business by implementing 50% of all the promises, the good plans you presented yesterday in the next 3 years, and we shall be celebrating Kampala as a leading city on sustainable transport planning in Africa. Will that be 2027 or 2028?
2028, that's quite a challenge. Claire?
Thanks, Emma. I think for me, my recommendation would be to diversify the stakeholders that we are engaging. In this room, majority of us are urban planners, transport planners, civil engineers. And when Professor asked us, how can we hold people accountable? And I can tell you people in this room have the zeal, the knowledge, they know what to do. But we need to expand our stakeholders to bring on the finance team. We have seen in certain cities, you struggle with something for a long time, and then once, for example, like the Ministry of Finance starts to understand how it is designed, they need to deeply understand it and appreciate its urgency as much as we do. Once they understand that, you will see the scale of takeoff move way, way, way faster. So I think even the car-free days that we're organizing, they probably think these people are just going to play. People don't understand it, that's the truth. So let's bring on stakeholders to understand these impacts so that they can support us from all spheres so that we get a push as well from the other end. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Claire. Dr. Chris?
Thank you, Dr. Emma. One of the good indicators of good governance is data-driven decision-making or evidence-based decision-making. The question is, do we have the data? As an example, yesterday during the presentations, you remember there was an argument here. How many motorcycles do we have in Kampala? Do we know? We don't know. That's the truth. Nobody knows the exact number of motorcycles. Even going through what was presented yesterday, personally, I think the last time I saw a figure of Kampala's population of 1.8 and 4 was when I was doing my master's degree. So ask yourself, since then, the population has not grown? So the truth of the matter is we need to invest more in doing research. We need to invest more in data collection systems. They are the basis for the right decisions, which are part of good governance. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank all the panelists and open to the audience questions to the panelists.
I'll take 5 questions. 1, 2, 3. Another one? Please raise your hands. I'm marking you. 4. One last one. You're 2 ladies. I'm choosing one. Decide. Thank you. Our presenters, those were very good presentations. Again, my focus is on practical actions that we can take from here. I try to refrain from very grand, a grand direction that requires a big budget, because that would mean that we've wasted time here. Because we very well know that the resource envelope is constrained. So, I want to know from, I think that's for Claire, if there's a physical, a land use planner seated in this room at an individual level, what can they do? What can they go away with that they can do at that level that does not require a big budget, that would have a downstream effect, maybe 5 years later, will improve the transport system? I want, what can they do now? What are the quick wins for Ministry of Lands, our land use planners? What can they do that is not so grand but will be noticeable over a short period of time? The second question, I have concerns about how we plan our streets. You find that our developments are not connected. And so when a road user and pedestrian needs to go through from one street to another, they must go around the block. And you very well know that if you are to encourage walking, you have to make the distance short. Again, I ask, who should be, again, from a governance perspective, where are these? There are some gaps that are not coming out clearly. Can we have someone draw out these issues, and who can address them, and how easy it is to address them? Again, let's think big, yes, but also let's think about the quick things that can be done. Again, I have an issue. I had hoped that we'd talk about issues like urban form design. If you look at our city, how it's developing, we don't even do combined accesses. During the subdivisions, for example, you find that if a developer is further disaggregating that plot to different owners, they give direct access, and that has an impact on safety. Because if you're walking, that means you're going to, at every one point, you're dodging something. You're always on the lookout. Again, I want you, my call is for you to help me interest the urban planners in this space to appreciate that every small decision they make actually has an impact on the transport system. It's a pain. I'm a transport planner, and when I'm driving in this city, I look at the decisions, and it's just painful. It's painful because, you know, they are taking these decisions, and to them it's, well, the plot is tagged to that road, so the access should be there. But yet there is sometimes you find their service lanes, and they are being ignored as the combined accesses. So for me, my appeal is for you to help our team that's here appreciate that every small decision they make actually has an impact on transport. The other issue is our plots are divided into very tiny plots. How would you encourage, or how would you cause the owners to develop those spaces as one unit? Again, it could be easy if the developers are all they have finances, sufficient funding. But in the space where they don't have sufficient funding, what can I do as an institution, as government, to cause that change?
Again, of course, I look at places like Nakuru. They were able to, the urban planners that did Nakuru at the time, they must be proud because you can compare. And then, anyway, also I find that there's something blurry about the mandate. I had hoped that one of you had studied that and would talk about it. And why do I say that? We have Ministry of KCCA, we have Ministry of Works and Transport, we have KCCA, we have Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Local Government, we have URC. And seated at our desks, sometimes you notice that you're looking at maybe a request or an instruction, and you're almost 100% certain it should be going to Ministry of Works. But Ministry of Works isn't sending it. And then you get, I feel like in terms of governance, there's a big, big problem. And we ought to make it very clear who is doing what. And that's why I like performance contracts that some countries do. If you're not doing your role, then please leave office. Why are you in government? Why aren't you thinking outside the box? But it would be good if some of these things came through and what can be done to solve them. Because those don't need a lot of money. They can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fortunate. The rest of the speakers, please, I'm giving you 1 minute.
Thank you once again. Engineer Betty Nabosa Kajumbe is my name. Assistant Commissioner, Structural Civil Engineering, Ministry of Works and Transport. Someone who has ended on a bad note. We need to leave offices. We are there. We are there, and we will be there. So if you meet such, you find still a way of working with that kind of character. Okay, my questions to the panelists. One of you talked, we will not allow. We are supposed to analyze and assess. Those which can be widened, we can widen. Those which cannot be widened, we leave them unwidened. Because we are supposed to also look at where the water is going. Surely, you cannot, we need a holistic plan, as I said. Let us not look at different elements in isolation. We need to look at the entire system. In the process of analyzing some of those situations, there are delays, and we need to do it right on the ground such that, again, we don't take a decision, then create an omission on another side, and we get, again, more issues. The garbage and the waste disposal. Someone was just only talking about where to dispose. Why do you think of where to dispose? Why don't you think how to dispose, when to dispose? We are always seeing the disposal on the sides of the roads. Are you aware of that? The garbage from the drainage systems is left on the surface of the road. Now, who is causing the accidents also? You know, it is a system. We really need to look at the entire system and see how we can get it right, and then we are able to move and fly the way our minister said. We need to look at a holistic system. We need a smart city. We need someone to be seated in his office. By the way, one time I went to Israel and I liked that country. When you come, they just give you a chip, not knowing that that chip is monitoring you wherever you are passing. So, can't we have that kind of system. Many people are clogging our drainage systems. Those market vendors, those who are cooking food, wherever they are washing, everything is going into the what? The drainage system. But if I have a smart system, I would be able to monitor that person wherever he is. And as he's pouring the garbage in my drain, immediately the enforcement comes in and it deals with that person. We need spot on. We need to act immediately wherever something is done wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1 minute. Governance is a very deep philosophical question. You cannot give it 1 minute. Since there's a governance philosophical statement that states nothing can be actual when it's not already potentially present. For many years, looking at the studies we do, we copy from other societies, their governance issues, there were classes. There were people who live in urban centers, there were farmers, there were military men, there were slaves. So most of these things, when they say that, okay, we're going to consult stakeholders, they are consulting the urban people. When they say they are consulting stakeholders in the village, they will go to put village people. When you read about the history of social demography, how they govern them, different people, and these are the studies, we bring them here. We have a very mixed up class of society that a person you're consulting on making an NMT, that thing is not present in his head. He has never seen it. So that means if you bring an intelligentsia, a person who is exposed academically, enriched with all these ideas of building communities, to consult the 99% who have no idea how these things can be done, it becomes a challenge. So now, how do we approach this? Who is fortunate to ask a question that on planning, when you go to cities, I like reading about New York a lot, the planning system. They have a New York Development Committee. On that committee, there's a land planner, there's a landscaper, there's an artist, there's a road, there's different stakeholders on board. So when they want to develop a piece of property, that this is a piece of, there's a finances, everyone on board. They sanction different architectures to come up that we want a piece of property in this area. The road people, the road engineering, they look at access. How will people access this? The artist will look at the impression. How do we want New York to look like? The aesthetic look. The civil engineers, they come in, they look at the technical architecture, the strength, like all those details, they look at it. Then they agree. Then the last person who comes on board is the finances. Are these people the owner of this property? Are they able to finance this? If they are not, there's the finances, then they get into those details. And all this to make sure that everyone is involved in developing that piece of land. It's not just one department with technical people. So it can be a model maybe is overarching in New York. Maybe in Kampala we can have like neighborhood development committees who look at the immediate problem we have. How do we manage our garbage? How do we manage our roads? It can be this simple win. Like in the neighborhood, we can work with the gender department to start mobilizing. These things can be explored. If these ideas we are discussing here, they are not present in the minds of the 99% population, the 99% of the population we are discussing those things for, they're not going to be actualized. So I think from my presentation, that's that. Thank you very much.
Keep it short.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. So I just have 2 questions. and Hakim was reading my mind, but I'll say it. So I come from School of Public Health, where we have systems thinking said a lot. So my question is, how can we stop working in silos and have a uniform platform where we can all be invited and speak about good transport planning? For example, borrowing from Dr. Engineer Mtabazi, when he said we need to stop breaking down and building all the time. It's a question I had yesterday. As a pedestrian, I feel so much pain every time I'm walking past things that are, my God, you know that feeling. So we need to stop doing that. How can we leverage governance to stop breaking down and building new things all the time in Kampala? And for all the people who are very exposed in this room, I know you're very many, you've seen good cities with hard, strong roads. Those of you who have been to those very developed countries, Claire, I'll ask you this question. How can we build better roads that last longer for so many years? I remember I hurt myself running on a good road. Those kind of roads, you know them. Yeah, until they told me get very good shoes. So why don't we work and have such? Then lastly, this goes to Engineer Chris Biaruhanga. How can we also quantify the economic benefits of non-motorized transport so that as we lobby for funds and money for us to have more infrastructure here, we also show benefits like carbon footprint, etc. Thank you.
My name is Mercy Kanyis. I'm a physical planner from the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. I would like to give one shot. And when I looked at the people before us, I was actually asking myself, we talk about efficient and sustainable mobility. So I actually thought, where is a physical planner, in all this? To give a really a special shot when it comes to this kind of aspect here. Now, one of the lady talked about the vulnerable groups, the boda, the tax, the women and all that. Now, we are now discussing sustainable mobility. Some of the people, actually the interest groups, are they represented in here? You may find we are discussing sustainable mobility and all that, but there's very interest groups, we are bringing on board and all that, are not brought on board as we deliberate on this. The other aspect maybe I would like to bring about is sustainable mobility. Then bring about the element of physical planning, efficient land use. Colleagues, you will agree with me, we shall not achieve sustainable mobility if we do not prioritize physical planning. We have the plans, yes, having the plan is one thing in the office, but that is not conclusive. You have got the money to do the plan, to prepare the plan, which you have kept in the office. But the plan is supposed to be on the ground. You see that? So someone say Kampala or maybe any other place is planned. Colleagues, having the plan in office, that is not, we don't have to say that one is planned. The plan should really be translated on the ground for us to say that maybe this urban area is planned. Otherwise, we have to bring that coordination from paper to the ground, and then we attach the element of saying this urban area is planned to achieve sustainable mobility. I thank you.
Do we have more questions? Hope?
Okay, we have talked about road construction. However, the issue is upgrade of relocation of utilities is a big challenge. How can our panelists help KCCA to avert such? One last one, Leonard. Be quick.
Thank you.
be quick, 1 minute. To Dr. Kayesi. If I'm to forget many presentations so far made, I will not forget Jacob's presentation and Claire's presentation, because I'm human. That humans, we tend to love complexity and technicalities. When you bring in the governance aspect, Dr. Kayesi, how do we, because from the human tendency, loving those technicalities, how do we get to the governance where the tenets of governance, integrity, participatory, they seem to be soft, but in actual sense, they're the most difficult. When you look at from plans to action, plans are very complicated, and this is what these guys, you need the technical people to prepare plans. Getting to the action, the bridge in there, that's where governance sits. And it seems to be soft, but actually very hard. How do we flip the two to get things moving? Thank you.
Okay, was that the last one? Yes. Okay, we're running short of time, so I'll try to be quite quick with how I ask the panelists to answer. We will start with Geraldine. I think there was a general question on how can the institutions stop working in silos? Is there any other question you had picked up for yourself?
The issues of mandate.
Oh, the fragmented institutions. I think it's similar question.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yep. Those are really good issues. And if you ask how can we stop working in silos, platforms for consultation, collaboration, are low-hanging fruits that we can embrace. The Paratransit Consultative Forum that has run for 5 years, that has brought stakeholders together, unfortunately or fortunately, funded by donors, is an example of efforts that can be institutionalized by government to be such platforms that bring together people all the time without us waiting for a one-time conference every year by KCCA to discuss things. These platforms can be used regularly to bring people together to discuss issues of vulnerability, technocrats, politicians, and all of that, so that the reforms are actually sustainable. And that also can be a space where the issue of mandates can be discussed. I'd like to testify, and there are many colleagues here, technocrats who are here, that have witnessed that over the years, the issues of mandates between government institutions is alive. But because of the platform of bringing these people together, because of the platform that brings together KCCA technocrats and Ministry of Works together, they sit together and say, we have a plan for the inner city bus service. And Ministry of Works tells you, how does it fit into the BRT? So instead of competing or working in isolation, we have seen collaboration yield to complementarity between the institutions. But that is only possible, and it is a good thing because it's happening in transport, because they are using dialogue to mend the silos. So, sustainable reforms or transport challenges in Kampala cannot be solved in silos. Let us embrace dialogue-driven efforts in our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Geraldine. I'll come to you last, Dr. Kayesi, because I think the question you were asked will help us to wrap up the session on governance. So I'll go to Claire. I think you had questions about what you think are the quick wins for land use planners, as well as the issue of stronger roads. And then just reflect very quickly on the silo question as well.
Sorry, Emma, I'm not going to be brief because I think this is an elephant in the room and we don't really want to rush through it. There is a lady from physical planning that just said they have all the plans, right? All the questions that Fortunate has asked. Why do we allow access on every road, right? why aren't we building, large plots of land? I think I would like to pose the question first to her. I know there is issues around land tenure system that are very difficult to resolve. In cities like Ethiopia, they've been able to take down the buildings, actually, and government is leasing out the land to investors, and they redevelop the land in a way that it is providing density, limiting access, and all these things we're talking about. But if I get back to the lady from lands, if you can give her a microphone, actually. Is it Hope? Are you able to give her the microphone?
To the lady from lands.
From lands. Yeah, the physical planner from lands. The issues around congestion, are they in the plans? Is it that they're not aware that if you provide multiple accesses, it's going to cause congestion? What is in the plans, right? Maybe that might help to clarify for the people in the room, especially transport planners.
Thank you so much. The issue of congestion, I would definitely go back to what I made in my submission. The plan will provide for maybe 12-meter width, and the plan has been prepared this year. You get the point? And we expect that that plan, once implemented in the same year or even a year later, the same road width is supposed to be, translated the way it is proposed on the ground. But this is the plan which has been prepared in 2025, but due to, resources and all that, the plan waits for maybe more 5 years to be implemented. And what is happening? People are encroaching on the road width. You get what I'm trying to say, colleagues? But so that kind of delay in implementing the plan to the ground brings a lot of temptations from the developers amidst other challenges, financial kind of challenges from also the citizens. So the issue of congestion is not coming in because it is just coming in as it's not an end in itself, but there are very many factors why this congestion is coming up, because we have not implemented the plan on time. Thank you. I hope I've related the issues. Thank you.
Okay, we are running out of time. Our panelists.
Yes, I think I'll try to stop here, but I would also tell Dr. Fortunate, who has become a doctor today, that as a custodian of the roads, I would make sure that I try to act within what is in the best interest. But these land and transport issues are not something we're going to resolve in a conference hall. It's something where we need to provide platforms for continuous engagement, enlighten them on the transport matters, they enlighten you on the land use matters. I think it's that sort of collaboration that Geraldine was talking about, that it's actually going to get us through. That's what I think. Thank you.
Okay, so very quickly, Dr. Chris, your comments on, Claire talked about what we need to do for our city that's already built up is focused on the majority, the walking, the cycling. And then Grace asked about quantification of the economic benefits of these kinds of things. So what are the opportunities for collaboration between institutions such as yourselves and the implementers in trying to get this off the ground?
Yes, thank you. First and foremost, there are so many opportunities for collaboration. Based on my experience, most of the funds that I've gotten, as an example, they require you to collaborate. They want to see government working with the private sector. They want to see a university working with an authority like KCCA. So the opportunities are always there, and that's why once in a while, I'm always looking for these people. I'm always asking KCCA, can we do this together? Because the conditions are already set, so it is us to just organize ourselves very well. The other question was about quantification of NMT benefits. Now, the quantification of economic benefits for NMT infrastructure follows the same principle for economic appraisal or economic analysis of transport infrastructure investments. And here we are basically trying to compare the costs and benefits. So you have to first identify what are the costs for putting up an NMT infrastructure. And benefits, we are looking at direct benefits and indirect benefits. The direct benefits relate to the costs incurred directly by the authority. Then the indirect ones relate to the cost of the economy. So for direct costs, we are looking at, for instance, construction costs and also operation and maintenance costs. So you have to first document that. Then when it goes to the benefits, of course, the starting point is knowing how many people, for instance, are going to use that infrastructure for walking. So you need to have an idea on the traffic, on the pedestrian volumes. And then from the volumes, you can now quantify other benefits like health benefits, travel time, and then also quantify the safety benefits, which are related to the reduction in the number of crashes because of the infrastructure. So that's how basically you would do a quantification of NMT infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Now, as we wrap up, Dr. Kayasi, very quickly, the issue of the soft but hard issues. The soft governance, soft but harder issues to deal with.
That's very true. I think from our experience, just our own personal, individual experience, you know, leading and changing is not easy. If you've been a prefect, some of your parents, some of your heads of departments, whatever responsibility to move human society ahead is very challenging. It requires diplomacy, skills in negotiation, skills in planning. You have a vision, but you need to think through how do you get there. And I've been looking at the training we give people in transport and land use planning. For sure, I think we've not invested a lot in developing the skills in governance, in negotiation, etc. And I mean, it's quite a very demanding area. These two are embedded. One of the approaches I'm trying to advance is to make sure that we develop governance as an intervention, that we devote substantial amount of effort in planning, operationalizing, and monitoring the governance. So this is one of the models I'm thinking of. And I'm proposing actually a course in governance to equip not just students in the university, but practitioners to be able to leverage what you're talking about, going to the neighboring ministry. You need to have skills in negotiation and leverage. It's not enough for you to develop a plan, but how do you negotiate with other partners? So this is really a course I'm thinking seriously about, leveraging, governance leveraging, which may begin to equip us much better. I was not trained in this. I have a lot of modeling that I did in transport planning. But the area of leveraging, how do I negotiate? How do I influence? I had very little skills. It's been training on the job. And I think we should address this gap, not just in the learning, but in the real practice. And one of the things I'm looking at is, do we have any examples in Africa? We've collected a few. I'd like to look at, and this is Chris, you should take up this. Clearly, there is an interesting governance model for Kampala, the practice of negotiation, planning, and implementation. Could you maybe take up this as one of the areas in your study, so that if we see any elements, we could then advance the Kampala transport governance model, all those elements that we can track. I looked for this, but I've not yet got from Uganda. But I do hope we can now address this gap. So in short, leadership, management, governance is a very tough issue. And what I'm really pointing out that we need to acknowledge this gap in our training as well as in our practice. And then we move ahead to really address it by practicing and equipping ourselves with all these skills and tools. Thank you.
All right, round of applause for Chris, Claire, Dr. Kayasi, and Geraldine for all your insights. I'll turn it back to Engineer Serunjoji and Hope. to take us through the rest of the program.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, a big hand of applause to Dr. Emma. You've done it very well. I wish I would also be a scholar like you guys. I think most questions have been answered, and we are moving steadily and fast. Colleagues, just remind you that we are going to have some few changes in the program. And just to bring you to speed, the Honorable Minister of Works will be joining us in the afternoon. And I'm told we have got a very serious cocktail. Make sure you don't just pick the transport and take off. We have here the Director of Engineering, much as he's the pastor. I made sure we get some few whiskeys to make the planners of the city happier. So you'll forgive me, Pastor, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, now around the corner we have the next presentation. It's going to come from none other than Mr. Alan Muhumuza. And his topic is setting the stage for e-mobility. I was trying to open up something a little more here about Alan. Oh yeah, it's here. I think I've got it. Sorry about that. Okay. Alan Muhumuza is the team leader, Mobility Bureau at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President. Big man, eh? We have the presidency here. Alan holds the Master's in Technology Innovation and a Bachelor's in Electrical Engineering from Makerere University. And is a chartered certified marketing management professional, right? Alan combines engineering and marketing expertise with extensive experience in developing and commercializing innovations. Alan, as an engineer and a marketing professional, has extensive experience in development, making, and taking to market of even innovations. At the Mobility Bureau, Alan is shaping the landscape to position Uganda as a net source and not a consumer of mobility solutions in Africa. He has previously served as the Director of Marketing and Sales at Kira Motors Corporation, championing the commercialization of locally built, fully electric buses targeting the region market. Alan is a member of the governing board of the East African Science and Technology Commission, the technical task force overseeing Uganda's transition to e-mobility, and was also a research fellow in the 12th member Automotive Industry Development Policy Task Force that was set up by the government of Uganda to draft the automotive industry policy for Uganda. What a wonderful CV. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to Alan. He's such a young man with extensive experience. That's not enough when the president's office is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Serunjoji. A good afternoon to you all. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to KCCA for organizing this very important conference, meeting of minds. I hope my presentation is up. As they get it on, there is a very significant transition happening in mobility, and this is being shaped by very many forces. Years ago, 4 things were driving mobility evolution. One was connectivity, where vehicles can speak to other vehicles and speak to the infrastructure. The second was autonomy, where vehicles can drive themselves and you don't have to park for 12 hours. The vehicle can go do business for you as you work. And the third was shared mobility, and we saw the likes of Uber becoming prominent, where you don't need to own a car, you can share someone else's car. And lastly, electrification, where we're seeing a significant shift in what propels these vehicles. So today, my topic is really on the electric side. Connected autonomy and shared mobility could be a conversation for another day. Now, why should this be important from an economic perspective? At the Secretariat of Science and Technology, we don't only pursue the technology, we also pursue the money. And we are intentional on that. We are not shy to say we are looking for the money. Because when you have a target of $500 billion economy by 2040, you have to be very intentional on where the money is. Mobility is the largest contributing sector to the global GDP, and was valued at about $15 trillion in 2017, expected to grow nearly twofold to 26 trillion by 2030. And the conversations in this room have really been centered a lot around transport operations, which is the third highest contributor to that, as well as infrastructure management. But I'm here to also tell you about the manufacturing and distribution. It is equally important because that's where the majority of the value is in terms of money. And we have to pursue that money very seriously. Others will not have the money to develop the infrastructure. They'll always be borrowing it and failing to pay it back. But also importantly is on the data. And I know there are people in the room like Kasaiba that are enabling us to see how we leverage that data. And I know KCCA is also strong on the data. You have a traffic management system and where you're looking at leveraging data to also help have a more efficient way of moving people. And of course, the energy that goes into these vehicles. Maybe, given the time I have, we are looking at, in Africa alone, an opportunity of up to $84 billion by 2030 in terms of vehicles, and about 16 billion in terms of parts and components. And this is money that is being sent, that could potentially be sent to Asia, Europe, and North America. How about we have a share of this cake in Africa? Now, there are 4 things we are trying to address. One is the poor energy efficiency. We have a predominant used vehicle market. And as a result, these vehicles that are on the road, I'm sure most of you can attest, apart from a few that might be driving brand new cars, that we are consuming 2.5 times more fuel per kilometer compared to the key global fuel efficiency recommendations, especially from the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe that has set specific standards. And that is money being taken out of your pocket. The second is air quality. Kampala is ranked among the top 5 most polluted cities in Africa. Consistently every year. We keep bouncing between 1 and 5. And among the top 15 in the world. And this also has a significant impact on ourselves because this is now health related. So you spend more money and more time in hospitals dealing with respiratory related ailments as a result of particulate matter in the air. And over 13,000 deaths are attributed to air pollution in Uganda every day. Third is on climate change. This is air quality is immediate. You feel it immediately. Climate change comes later, but it is even more devastating. Right now we're dealing with floods, and these floods are as a result of pollution that was made nearly a century ago. So the carbon keeps accumulating and we start seeing the effects thereafter. And it's estimated that we could be losing up to 3% of our GDP by 2030 from climate change activities, dealing with be it the control, the mitigation, and adaptation. And then lastly is the cost to our economy. We are importing close to $900 million in vehicles every year, and about $2 billion in fuel to drive those same vehicles. And this is money we are sending out. We are already addressing the issue of the fuel, which has other applications beyond mobility. So we shouldn't be worried that we are exploring our oil and we are transitioning. We still need the oil and gas, because the cars are not going to go away. The ones we have, at least, we're still going to drive them for the next decade or so. We still need the fuel, but also you're going to use it to build the roads and to do petrochemical industry, so many other things. So this is the kind of opportunity we're looking at. And these are the four problems we're trying to solve with this transition. So it's not just a matter of transition for us, it is necessary. So at the Secretariat of Science, we have organized the ecosystem into a consortium of over 80 players in 6 areas. And I know there are many people here who are even part of this consortium, like KCCA. I have seen a few players, some of them will be having some conversations here. So you might see a logo there or a logo you recognize in all these players. And as a result of this organization, we worked out what Uganda's vision should be when it comes to the transition to e-mobility. What is our strategy? What is our true north? What are we working towards? And our vision is clear. We are targeting Uganda to be a net source of e-mobility solutions in Africa, so that we become a hub for automotive manufacturing and this transition to e-mobility. And we want to transition audaciously, transition public transport in the next 5 years. The clock is ticking. And this is a very ambitious target. But they say, if you need to aim, well, for them they mixed it up. Said aim for the moon if you feel land among the stars, but the stars are farther than the moon. But you get the idea. We need to be pushing for ambition to drive change. So there are 7 priority areas within this strategy. And one is, the top on agenda is local manufacturing. How to build our local manufacturing capacity to be able to manufacture up to 500,000 electric vehicles per year by 2030 with 65% local content. Second is, how do we ensure we can localize the battery value chain, which the battery is the most expensive component of an electric vehicle. Third, how do we ensure we electrify public transport? And this is one of the deepest conversations we're going to have in this conference. I know Kira Motors has a presentation that is going to dive a bit more into that detail. And Dr. Mutabazi kind of threw a stone highlighting the previous projects that have come and gone. And maybe what are we trying to do differently to address those challenges? And then how do we build a backbone of charging infrastructure to support this initiative? How do we ensure we have the right human capital? How do we ensure that we are uptaking this technology? And lastly, creating the favorable regulatory environment around this to facilitate this transition. So you can scan that QR code if you haven't already to access the detailed strategy. I'll give you just 2 seconds. I'm seeing people already pulling out. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. I'm going to the next slide. So this is what we have been able to achieve since 2018, when this journey really started from a commercial perspective. So in terms of local manufacturing, in 2021, we had a combined production capacity of about 2,000 EVs that included electric motorcycles and electric buses. At that time, the production was happening in Luero Industries, and the plant in Jinja was not yet ready, which you're seeing on this first picture. I think that other picture is Go Electric, if I'm not mistaken. Jakob, that should be your facility. So right now, we have capacity to make up to 10,000 electric vehicles. That includes electric buses, electric bicycles, and electric motorcycles. Our target is 500,000. Thank you. Our target is a capacity of 500,000 vehicles per year, as I had already highlighted. So we are on course. In the next 5 years, well, that should be 2025, not 2024. My apologies. In terms of local content, and already you can see some of these are parts that are made in Uganda. None of this is AI generated. Neither is it an internet photo. I took these photos myself, maybe apart from the last one, Uganda batteries, it's from the internet. When we started this journey intentionally in 2021, we had less than 10% local content in our products across the board. Right now, we are boasting up to 40% local content, on course to realize our 65% local content capacity. And some of the parts we're making, including filters, brake pads, wiper blades, side mirrors, driving mirrors, tires, and many others. And there's a lot more that is coming in the pipeline. In terms of the money, because we need to attract the money to realize this grand ambition. In 2018, we had about close to $90 million attracted into this space. And right now we are talking $180 million as of a few weeks ago. And we already have commitment of up to $800 million from the private sector to invest. That $180 million, 70% of it is from government. The government is walking the talk. Okay, in terms of the battery pack manufacturing, this is where we have had quite a traction as well. I think that picture might also be from Gogo Electric. Is that you? Zembo. It's one of the two. Most like that is Zembo if Jacob can't recognize who that is. So that is Zembo Electric. So right now we have capacity to build up to close to 120 megawatt hours of battery pack production. And our target is 1 gigawatt hours by 2040. In terms of the jobs we have created, when we started in 2021, we had about 1,500 jobs in estimate. Right now that has increased tenfold to over 15,000. And these are direct jobs, not indirect. This is in the areas of manufacturing, operations, and energy. Our target is 500,000 jobs created by 2040, and this should be high quality jobs. Now, I talked about the capacity we have, the 10,000, but what has been actually produced? In 2021, only 262 electric vehicles, that included the buses and the bikes, have been made here. Right now, we are talking over 14,000 made in Uganda. And in that picture, you can see this was at the expo in Jinja just last week. And I see engineer Nicholas from CAA received those first two buses you see. Those are electric buses for his fleet, for Civil Aviation Authority. And the next two buses are for Makerere University. So you can already see the uptake happening. Tanzania has already taken the next two, which you see in blue. And the KCCA very soon, I think engineer Kavuma will be telling us what plans they have for Kampala. Our target is 1 million electric vehicles made in Uganda by 2040. And we can do it. In terms of the charging and battery swapping network, we had just 5 in 2021. Right now we have over 400 across the country. And we'll be speaking to some of these numbers in the next session in the panel. Target is 15,000. Now, government has also gone ahead to put in place specific incentives for especially the manufacturers, looking at a 10-year tax exemption in terms of income tax, value-added tax exemptions, import duty exemptions, excise duty, stamp duty, depending on how much you have invested. And this is what has helped us to catalyze this space quite significantly. And I would like to appreciate all this work has also been as a result of the coordination that we have managed to realize within this space across all government institutions. So there's harmonization of understanding of why this is important. And as a result, the barriers are systematically being eliminated. So you can access the report 2024. Some of the figures I gave you are more recent, but if you want a detailed report of how we performed in 2024, feel free to scan that. I will leave that on the slide. I will not move because the next one is a thank you. So now, allow me to just go straight and invite my panelists And these are the people who have really realized the progress that I have presented. The progress is not my work. My role is just to facilitate that progress. But the real workers are the ones I'm going to invite to join me up here. The first person I'm going to invite is, let me see, who should I start with? Okay, I'll start with Engineer John Kavuma. Engineer Kavuma is the Acting Director of the Department of Quality, Health, Safety and Environment Management at Kira Motors Corporation, and the designated CEO of eBus Express. He holds a Master's of Science in Lean Manufacturing from Kettering University in the USA, and a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Makerere University. He's also a registered mechanical engineer in good standing with the ERB. He's a certified project management professional, a certified quality practitioner by the Chartered Quality Institute from the UK, and is a certified automotive virtual product engineer from Michigan, USA. Pleasure to have you. My next panelist is Mr. Jakob Hornbach, who is the CEO and co-founder of Gogo Electric. And this is a Ugandan company that assembles electric motorcycles and lithium-ion battery packs and runs the country's largest battery swapping network. He has expertise in rapid prototyping and agile product development and is passionate about local manufacturing, clean energy, and creating practical solutions and support job creation and emissions reduction. Under his leadership, Gogo has deployed more than 3,000 EV bikes, launched over 150 swap stations, and their flagship battery has the highest range on the market of over 120 kilometers on a single charge. The next person I'm going to invite to join me on this panel is Mr. Bruce Muchunguzi, who serves as the Deputy Profit Center Head, Spiro, Uganda, and he has over 16 years experience in mobility, specifically in two-wheelers. He is a serial entrepreneur, having been involved in establishing 4 brands in Uganda. He is enthusiastic about improving livelihoods through low-cost and efficient e-mobility solutions, especially two-wheelers. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Geoffrey Mutabazi, who is the founder and CEO of Kara, a Kampala-based company pioneering electric mobility and clean energy access in Africa. He has more than a decade of entrepreneurial experience. He has built ventures across enterprise and government ICT sales, product innovation, and sustainable transport, from selling software and video games, which I think shows in the way he's dressed, in his teens, to leading Kara's growth, of course, and hair notwithstanding. Geoffrey combines entrepreneurial grit with a deep commitment to climate-cautious development. Since 2022, he has steered Kara to design and deploy rugged, affordable electric bicycles and energy systems tailored to African last-mile conditions. And his bicycles are operating in Uganda, Kenya, and Zambia, serving small businesses, agriculture, logistics, and underserved communities. So allow me to join them over there so that we can have some very meaningful conversation. Yes? Oh, awesome. So As I said, my role is sometimes to shine in some conferences, but the real people behind the shining are here. And I know there are a few others in the room. Shout out to EB, shout out to Kasaiba. I don't know if there are others whom I have not yet seen, who are making the contribution to this transition and delivering on these numbers. So I wanted to first start with the e-cycles, because I think that is an area where I was also seeing videos of cycling activities championed by EB, and Kara has also been participating in that. And I think Claire also hinted on it as well in her presentation earlier on. Uganda is not predominantly known to be a cycling community. When you go up country, you normally have those bicycles, but it's not by design. It's by need. People are not desiring those. It's just that's what they can get. But I wanted to ask Geoffrey, from your experience, especially seeing how you transition this to electric, what key opportunities has this presented from a micromobility perspective in the road towards sustainable mobility in cities? Unlike what we've been seeing where the cycles are for the rural area, now they're coming to the city. What kind of opportunities do we see within the context of sustainable mobility?
Thank you so much, Alan. I think cycling is one of those really interesting things, because if you don't sharpen your eye to see the uptake of bicycles, you'll actually not see it. So if I ask everyone here to look for something red in the room, right? All of a sudden the red things are, showing up, right? Even in their smallest nature. So cycling is actually really big in Ugandan communities and even in the urban areas, not only for leisure and livelihood purposes, where in a rural area someone is using the bicycle to take their child to school, to leave home. I mean, you'll go to rural areas and you're living maybe 10 or 20 kilometers away from the main road. You're not going to step out of your house and hail a border. And there is no safe border app that you're going to call someone to pick you up, right? So it's more of a tool for livelihood and a lot of that. But in urban areas, we've found that it's mostly a commercial use case. Same with the borders, because bicycles typically offer a lower cost of transportation for things like packages, small packages, food, and you've seen a lot of uptake of electric bicycles by food delivery companies, including companies like EB actually leading this charge. But I think there's an even bigger form of uptake, which has been around for ages. Now, if you go downtown and you look at that non-motorized transport corridor, you find a lot of people actually use motorcycles and bicycles. And the third form of transportation in many cases is those handcarts. Now, bicycles are very active and very important for economic activities. So typically moving crates of beer from a distributor to a small shop, moving packs of flour from Chikubo to Uptown, moving sacks of charcoal from one point to another. And in terms of first mile and last mile mobility, in a lot of these very commercial, congested areas, you find that that's very difficult. Now, you also have a lot of consumption of, micro-consumption, I would say, of products, fast-moving consumer goods, even in places like slums, like in Chisenyi, like a lot of these places with very congested settlements. So you find that in some of these areas, taking a truck there to distribute products is virtually impossible. Taking a motorcycle there to distribute products, you're going to be starting the motorcycle every 5 meters to go to the next customer. However, bicycles have been seen to be more useful in these use cases, and this is exactly where micromobility is actually going to play. Then lastly, I don't know if any of you has gone past Clock Tower in the morning. At Clock Tower, in between Clock Tower and Chibuye, you have a lot of bicycles actually being used to ferry people. And this actually takes the cost of transportation to leave Clock Tower to get into the city from 2,000 shillings all the way down to 500 shillings. There are a lot of people who are now all of a sudden able to afford a ride to work at 25% of what it would have cost, or even less. Now, what Kara is doing is we're essentially getting this Manyigachi Fuba that is typically used for all these things and electrifying it, which pretty much fits into the bicycle is not broken, it just needs to be improved, because half the time you're finding these people transporting charcoal are pushing the bicycle. The guy transporting a ndibota of clothes is pushing the bicycle. So in urban mobility, I feel like the use case is a lot more commercial, and to a very small extent, it's personal transportation. But Uganda's, even after the NMT lane has been set up, there's still a lot less cycling activity than you would typically see. So that's where I see micromobility actually playing into this space. I think food delivery has been quite successful so far, but the commercial use cases are definitely where we're seeing a lot more uptake as Kara, and that's where we see the market going in terms of the opportunity. Yeah.
So you were arguably the pioneer in this space. And we've been having conversations earlier on aspects of urban planning and what that impact has, especially in driving sustainable mobility. Now, I wanted to hear from you what you see as the key gaps that could be hindering this uptake of the e-cycles, and what would need to be changed to really enhance this uptake.
I think the biggest challenge is that the people who are adopting these electric bicycles, one, are not earning as much as a boda rider is earning. That's the first thing. So the income profile of a lot of these people is, really bad, to say the least, right? And the type of financial institutions and the credit scoring for such a customer is so different compared to what you would get from for a person using a boda. And then secondly, particularly for business use cases, you find that a lot of the businesses lack access to affordable credit. If I run for example, we have customers who run beer depots, who run soda depots, and if they want to purchase a fleet of 5 electric bicycles, the cost of purchasing those electric bicycles is high upfront, and a lot of the financial institutions they can access credit from are not really tailored to serve their needs. So that's the first thing, the cost of financing and the availability of the financing to this particular segment. I would say context-aware financing. That's the first and most important thing. I think the second thing is lack of awareness. So there's still a very big challenge that if you go into the market, you'll find that very few people actually know that electric bicycles exist. And they exist in the forms that we are actually building them for the city, and they can do what we say they can do. So there's a lot of awareness that we're doing. Of course, as a private player, we're doing that a lot. But then lastly, there needs to be a beacon of consumption. So I'll give you an example. There's a lot of public institutions that utilize mobility tools to actually move their employees, move their people. And I like that in the national mobility strategy, e-mobility strategy, there is actually an aspect of government EV uptake. So if you actually replaced or subsidized the cost of access to mobility, particularly for public institutions and public fleets, it would definitely create a knock-on effect in terms of actually getting people to use e-mobility. So I'll give you a very simple example. In Mukono, we started working with, I would say, field officers of different companies that typically distribute small things to households. And because these people reach households every now and then, they're able to actually show up at every home with an electric bicycle. And we started all of a sudden seeing demand in Mukono. So if you have an LC chairman, a local leader at the grassroots level actually moving in the community and showing that e-mobility uptake is starting from the point of leadership, that actually shows people the possibilities and also shows that these products can actually be adopted. So it's important to have that signaling effect. That's why you see in some cities, you'll see a mayor cycling to his office. Not because he doesn't have the access to a motorcade, but because it typically shows that, you know, everyone doesn't have to drive, and everyone typically can use lower emissions modes of transportation. And then lastly, I think infrastructure is one of the very big challenges. One, if you ride, I think, Hakim, you're an avid cyclist, and so am I. I got here on an electric bicycle, and I ride about, at the very least, maybe 200 to 300 kilometers a week, just commuting to work and back and here and there. However, the biggest challenge is if you have to move around, you're going to have to pay security guards 500 shillings every time, or 1,000 shillings every time, to ensure that your bicycle is not taken to Katwe, right? So parking infrastructure for electric bicycles, for bicycles generally, for micromobility, is very important. That's why I like that at the non-motorized transport corridor, there were actually designated, I would say, bike locking, points where you can actually park your bicycle. And in many cases, there's actually a security guard there watching over the bicycles that you don't have to pay. So that's one thing. And then secondly, transport, on the transport infrastructure side, we do need a lot of bicycle lanes. Of course, I know we will inevitably have to share those bicycle lanes with border borders, but at least they should be there. They should be at least put in place, because if you're riding on, the highway, on roads that are meant for cars and designed for cars, and there is no space for two-wheeler mobility on the side, it does create a lot of safety risks, and that's why a lot of people don't even want to adopt micromobility. So I would say on the infrastructure side, we need a lot of thought put into how, and action put into how we design public infrastructure. We need more collective uptake for e-mobility from both public and private players. And most importantly, we need to, I think, spotlight the need for financing for the types of individuals and customers that require electric mobility, and particularly micromobility.
Awesome insights. I'm sure we are taking notes to see how we can facilitate the e-cycles. Now I want to come to you, Bruce. I think it was Dr. Biarohanga who was saying that we don't even know how many motorcycles we have in the country, because there are too many to count, maybe. And indeed, I think it was also Claire who was also highlighting how we can ensure that, there's proper balance of this multimodal transport ecosystem that we need to build. Now, Spiro has been very aggressive in terms of market capture. And I've also seen you have been having very exciting conversations with the border associations and border union. Or what do you, because normally within a transition is where some change can be effected much easily than if you just change. Well, what are you doing as Spiro to facilitate a transition to a more safe and efficient last mile transport ecosystem? And what do we need to do to leverage this transition to better organize our city?
Thank you, Alan. One, I'll start with a very simple story, probably to put context to this. So Spiro is, as at now, only 2.5 years in Uganda, specific. I've been in Spiro for 2 years. And I remember in my first day at Spiro, my first month, I think, was a nightmare. Not because I wasn't able to work, but there was a huge gap in knowledge and understanding of the space. So people used to laugh at me at times. They would invite us for meetings, and I was coming from the background of pure trade, Beanako. Now, it's not so tech savvy. So the meeting would tell me there's a meeting at midday. I get my diary, and I'm running out of the office. I said, no, it is on Teams. So it took me a bit of time to get used to how you could have a meeting and not interact physically. But Spiro is a heavily tech-based company. And you appreciate the beauty. Why it's tech is because of the space in which it dwells and operates. Things like IoT were strange to some of us. And the majority of the 1,000 employees that Spiro has at the moment, I can assure you not more than 5% had an idea of what they were getting into. So how have we been able to achieve more than 10,000 bikes on the road in 15 months of operation without having a crash, yet while dealing also with teething issues of hyperscale? We at Spiro have what we call a Spiro Academy. Spiro Academy is focused mainly on capacity building, right from the executive level down to the entry level of employment, and also dealing with our partners. As we are well aware, in this transport business, you're not going to be able to achieve sustainability without having, one, demystification of the product, two, of your ecosystem, having all your partners, be it the franchisees for the battery network, the dealers for the bikes, the technicians, the local garages, and also your employees in a space where they speak the same language and understand the product. Finally, the customer. In the beginning of business, we had issues where you would experience a rider picking an electric bike. Now, by design, these bikes are automatic, so there is no hassle in operation. Just start it like a car, and all you do is accelerate and brake. The rest in between is controlling your speed and using a sense of judgment. An excited rider, because of the ease of manipulation of the equipment, would in the next less than 1 hour find himself in an unnecessary accident out of ignorance of product manipulation and things like that. Yet this ease of operation was supposed to be an advantage to them so that you ride longer, you don't get that tired, and therefore earn more off the bike, while also saving much more because you're having lower costs of maintenance, almost 0% cost of maintenance. You're having lower costs of energy, up to 20% lower costs of energy. These advantages would easily have been lost without a demystification of the product that speaks into training, and two, of the ecosystem. How do we achieve this kind of growth? And that speaks into sustainable mobility, the key focus of the discussion on this panel. These are the things I will touch on a bit. When you look at the economy of Uganda as a whole, our balance of payments is in deficits. The deficit is mainly driven by the importation of fuel, fossil fuels. Yet, with this electric mobility that we are in as Spiro, we have been able to penetrate by doing two things. One is to first reduce the cost of the product to a point where everyone can access it. By design, even a person who is going to use it for personal use would enjoy it, because then don't waste time learning how to ride. If you can ride a bicycle, you'll quickly be good to go. Your sense of judgment is not impaired. You'll have almost zero accidents on the road, irrespective of the infrastructure development that government is slowly and steadily putting in place. That made an electric motorcycle the easiest entry point of developing sustainable mobility in Uganda. Because one, you didn't have to wait for government to do all the infrastructure upgrades, go through all those policy changes, and then have people enjoy a quieter and cleaner Kampala. The second thing about that Spiro did was to separate the battery from the motorcycle. Sounds a very simple thing, but the cost of the battery is up to 60% the cost of the bike. In separating the battery from the bike, it brought down the long-term cost of ownership to more than 40% lower than that of a fossil fuel motorcycle. Also, Spiro was now left with the burden of setting up what we call a battery swap network. Without a reliable, accessible battery swap network, you're not going to be able to scale in these kind of numbers. Right now in Kampala, we have minimum 7,000 bikes in Greater Kampala Metropolitan. Right, the other day I was on the road and I had a rider saying they call them Kasiru because they are quiet. They just see it sneaking up on them and moving. And when you hear them talking, they're like, man, this thing is easy to afford. No more than basically, a poor man will quickly make some money and become rich off the product. So speaking to sustainability, you notice that Uganda is blessed with all this power production, HEP from the dams and all that. Because of this battery swap network sitting into a local resource that is already in Uganda, sustainability becomes a sure path with an electric motorcycle. Even in this city, the alternate benefits that also come with the bike beyond the ecosystem that it provides, speaking to the security of the drivers. I've not had even one bike stolen in the last 15 months, all right? We have had issues of fleet owners trying to get support on visibility of their product. How do I get my bike? I can't see my rider. They just come in and they're helped. Now, this speaks into security, speaks into safety, not only of the passengers, but also of the owners, and even gives the city council authority comfort on how do we scale this further. Because of the battery swap network, we've been able to train, as I speak now, up to 600 battery swap agents. These are people who came in the space with no idea about a battery, no idea on how to swap it. We have gone on down the line, further back the line, to train technicians who can put the battery apart and put it together. Train IT technicians who ensure that the bike and the battery and the customer are seeing each other. We are now able to even have swaps happening 24/7 because we've trained our clients that, you can now go and swap on your own with these self-battery dispensing machines. Key to all this and what you've raised is how do you leverage these relationships? It cannot happen before they understand who you are, and the value you bring to them. So communication alone, as it is, as we know it, won't take you there. It is in-depth training. Why do I have to live this lifestyle and move to this other lifestyle? Does it speak into my community? When I go home, will I go home with an extra loaf of bread? When time for end of month comes, the savings I'm making on this EV, how far will they speak into my financials? Will I still have headaches of the landlord? Those are questions that only training, first of all financial, and that speaks beyond the bike itself, and then usage at the customer end, at the franchisee end. Technical transfer of knowledge across borders is key for us to achieve this, and that's what Spiro has done in a nutshell. Yep.
Well done. Yeah, hand clap is well deserving. Now, Jacob, I think he has spoken a lot on the product of the bike. I want to come to you now on the swapping network that you've built. I know, of course, your battery for you, you've gone in to develop a superior battery But even however much technology you put in, you will still run out of juice at one point. Now, I see a need for some harmonization when it comes to urban planning, because your swap network is embedded in the existing buildings, if I could call it that, kiosks and many other places, and this has other impacts within the community, be it from an infrastructure point of view, to the grid, the traffic flow in those areas, so many things that need to be put in consideration. So I'm curious to know your thoughts on how we can adapt to leveraging the swapping network, which is a bit different from what we've been seeing with petrol stations. The approach is very unique, and what would look like in the future for urban development.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan. It's a good question. Let me start by maybe taking us back a little bit. How did it work for fuel, right? Because fuel, we have no problem accessing fuel. There's a fuel station every kilometer in Kampala. So there were, most of them, they're like big companies that took out bets like 20, 30 years ago where you secure prime land in Kampala, right? And those are the Shells and the Totals who have the deep pockets to, take out a 25 years lease, a 50-year lease on that land, and then invest something between $1 and $3 million in that piece of real estate, bury the tanks underground, fill them with fuel. Now we have both things. We have energy, and we have it in a prime location downtown. And this is why, all the fuel stations today are part of the discussion, because, they're sitting on the real estate in Kampala that allows to sell energy where it is needed, downtown and whatnot. It's quite fast, right? The pump delivers many kilowatt hours per second or per minute into the car, and then we burn it. So for that infrastructure to develop, I think we have, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think I've heard numbers from 2,000, 4,000 fuel stations in the country. So those fuel stations were built over, 50, 60 years? Now we want to transition to e-mobility in less than 10 years. And we don't have the pockets that, Shell and Total have. So how are we going to do it? So keep in mind two aspects of infrastructure. One is the real estate. The other one is the energy infrastructure. So in our experience on the ground, as a startup, we don't have the pockets to buy an acre of land in Kampala. I think almost no one can do that in this room, and so we have to rent. We cannot just buy land and build our own property. We're not property developers. We don't have the pockets and we don't have the time. And the truth to be told, there's also not that much free land left, affordable free land in Kampala. Now, the other aspect is when we sat down with the Ministry of Energy, is looking at the energy infrastructure in Kampala, is that energy infrastructure is already maxed out quite a lot. I think we have limited ourselves to an 11 kilovolt network within Kampala. When you get out of Kampala, you also find the 33 kilovolt lines and whatnot. So our job now is to align the requirement for space. So let's take a Kira bus, for example. The thing needs, as much space as this stage here, and it needs to park here for a couple of hours until it's full. So where are we going to do that? For the motorcycles, we need space to put a battery into the bike and remove it again. So if you come and check out our stations or Spiral stations, you will see there's a lot of busyness in front of the real estate. So you need space in front to do that. And then our decision, where to rent a place is very much driven by where do I find free capacity in my energy grid that I can use to charge batteries. Now, where I see a huge synergy between things that were discussed earlier today, some, chaos, traffic jam, congestion, I think that's where KCCA can play a huge role, because the responsibility with KCCA is to, make sure that Kampala is well organized. And right now, we are still living in a city where taxis are parking literally next to the junction, right? You all know that. Traffic light goes green, the taxi goes ahead, pulls over to the left, turns the 2-lane into a 1-lane. And we're gonna, like, e-mobility is just going to add to that because we need bikes, being battery swapped, we need buses packed, charging, but we don't even have designated locations where people get in and out of public transport. Like, everybody just parks wherever they want, whether that is a boda, a taxi, or a bus. We don't have any designated place. So I would say, a great thing to start with, whether there is e-mobility or not, is by designating places for the boarding and the onboarding and whatnot. If we carve out such locations, then that is a great inspiration for UDCL to bring a few transformers that side, because we know we'll have taxis, buses, cars, bodas, and within 10 years we want all of them to be electric, one way or the other. Whether you fast charge them or you swap the batteries is irrelevant. We need the designated space to organize ourselves better. And if we were to say, let every border park next to a street light and start from there, then we're just as disorganized as we are today. So I think the huge opportunity lies in organizing the space where transportation happens, and then the energy will follow these locations, and then the transport, will also get these hubs busy. That's how I look at it personally at the moment as the challenge. So we need space, we need energy, and we need to organize traffic a little bit better. And it's actually a great opportunity to tackle these three things in one go if we take on the challenge.
Thank you, Jakob, for those insights. Now I want to come to you, Engineer Kavuma. We have had all these projects come and go, and now here you are saying, I have figured it out. So what have you figured out? And how are we leveraging the investment that government has put in to make sure that we are building solutions that can not only work here, but anywhere else in Africa?
Mic check. Yeah, Mr. Odibo. Very good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Ellen, for that, and for the previous speakers. You're doing amazing work in the ecosystem. Very important questions right there. Coming from Kera Motors Corporation, a fully state-owned enterprise, meaning that we use predominantly public funds to really provide mobility solutions just to the public, not only Ugandans, as we scale out there. So again, there's a question of what have you figured out differently? We had an earlier engagement with KCCA and Engineer Jacob, I know you're nodding, where you provided us with quite a number of reports that had been really shared from the previous undertakings of our predecessors. And one of the failure points that really stood out was failure to engage the key stakeholders at the start. And I think that's what Geraldine was talking about earlier on, of having that round table and engage all the key stakeholders. Even the previous panel, led by Dr. Emma, was really emphasizing. So this time around, what we have done is to engage the incumbent. For instance, UTOF, we've had them on board. And again, through our franchising model as eBus Express, ours really is to off-take and to show the viability of operating electric buses in cities as you decarbonize them and you lower the mobility bill for the ordinary Ugandan. And let these other companies, the SACCOs, the transport entrepreneurs, take on the operation on an organized platform. Of course, premised on a cashless payment system. We are working together with Kasaiba in the room. Yes, that's the CEO Kasaiba, Mr. Innocent, to leverage, because also the other point really that stood out was revenue leakage. You'd find that on a month where the taxi operator, the driver, and the tout, or the conductor, as we know them, That month they have rent or their children need to go to school. So they will siphon out a single shilling or two from the system because you're using cash. At the end of the month, when you're balancing your books, the math is not mathing, for lack of a better word. So yet again, you have these heavy taxes that were earlier being argued that we should stop. We should argue to stop taxing public transport providers to ensure that there is sustainability in that business. So ours, we've leveraged the power of IoT and digitization, where you're using cashless payment systems, such as the Kasaiba Go card, the tap and go through the QR code scanning, the printed QR code enabled tickets, Momo, we are engaging with MTN, and all these other cashless payment providers to have one solution. Now, this solution is really speaking to two clients here. One is a transport entrepreneur who is really, lack of a better option, their best alternative they have is to go borrow money and buy a drone and put it in and add problems to already an existing problem. But for us, we're saying, no, with the money that you have, come work on the eBus Express platform through our franchising, where you're having cashless payment, an integrated revenue management system, and an intelligent transport management system, where in the comfort of your home, as you're watching Kawungezi, you can literally see bus number for where it is, what is the driver doing, and what is the tout also doing. But in the other aspect of the inclusivity, we are leveraging the power of training through the electric bus or electric vehicle training program that is fully funded by the government of Uganda through STI, where it has seen over 300 e-bus operators trained and over 15 technicians trained on how to operate this. So again, you're pushing out a technology, but you're also building a support ecosystem to really push it out there. Then as I bring this plane landing, let me speak about how we are contributing to really leverage the investment government has put in Kira Motors Corporation. Members present, as of today, if my math still serves me right, government has injected over $120 million in Kira Motors Corporation, and the company is now valued at around $91 million on their asset balance sheet, meaning that we have installed capacity currently of over 2,500 buses per annum, production capacity. So the question is, these buses you're making, do you have the market and where are they going? And with eBus Express, let me just put it to perspective. Ginger, where we are running a pilot for the past 10 months, and we are ferrying over 5,000 commuters with just 7 buses per day, and currently having ferried over 180,000 passengers and traversed over 250 or 250,000 kilometers, green kilometers. We need close to about 150 buses in Ginger City. In Kampala, Greater Kampala metropolitan area, a modest number of 300 buses are needed. But again, that is just a drop in an ocean. Meaning, as eBus Express scales to the 1,500, which is about 10% of the national target of 15,000 electric vehicles by 2030, our contribution is we are off-taking and consuming that volume from Kira Motors Corporation, specifically the electric buses. Thank you so much.
Well done. I think there is hope. Dr. Mutavazi, I think over lunch we can have detailed conversations to see what new things they have come up with. I would like to open it up to the audience for some questions to the panel.
I'm taking 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
Remember that you're between us and lunch, just so you know.
All right. Thank you very much for the interesting discussion. I have a couple of concerns. One, Zembo, Spyro, do you envision interoperability of your batteries sometime in future? And then for everyone, as we go e-mobility, what's the solution for management of the e-waste from these batteries? Do we have a plan as a country for that? Yeah, I think I'll stop at that. Maybe safety of the pedestrians from the e-bikes. The first time I saw one was, I think, before lockdown. It was going up a hill without making noise. So I was surprised, but then I was told it's an e-bike, but I couldn't hear it. And as someone that walks on the road, I can tell that a border is behind me when I hear sound coming from it. So now if they are quiet, aren't we going to get knocked more?
Yes, morning. My name is Nyobi Sydney. Question to Alan. Partly it had also come to my mind with the previous channel, just as this theme from plans to action. So the future actions, where the world is going to autonomous vehicles, if they'll ever come to a reality in the city. But when you are in the beginning of your presentation, said now to focus on EV, by in the plans to autonomous vehicles, but in reality, will they ever come maybe the roads of Kampala? First of all, a first challenge, without the transport sector is often seen as the area of employment. Like for example, converting to the EV buses, where for every 3 taxi drivers, then it will need only 1 driver. So the other 2 in the area of employment. And also, recent engagement with the president at 1.2 border riders. So with the transport sector being key as an employment sector, with that as the challenge, will the autonomous vehicles be allowed in the country, or they will easily protest? Hence, like for example, when I look by the year 2057, if retirement, will it ever become a reality in the country? Or some who may ever study from out should shy away from such lessons of autonomous vehicles and connected vehicles, that they may be far from being a reality in Kampala or Uganda. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm Flavia Zabali Musisi, a professional physical planner and a geospatial data analyst with Kampala Capital City Authority. 2 years back, as part of the judges of the Total Hackathon, for where different teams were using geospatial data, activity locations and space locations and movement patterns to identify best charging locations for EV. And I think it was a beautiful thing. I'm seeing that some of them are coming up, but our location is also still a challenge. I realized that, for example, along Kampala Road at the Energy House, we have EV charging, but we know that this is an area where usually at peak hours we have huge congestion, very many motorbikes, very many vehicles. That's along our Kampala as you head towards our Entebbe Road. How can we work together to make sure that we get the best optimal locations for EV charging stations that can accommodate both the bikes but also the vehicles? Then the other thing, looking at the competition for the electric grid, can we also think about renewable energy sources for EV charging? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Okolong Joseph. I practice electrical engineering. You know, when you speak last, some of your things are being touched. Thank you very much for our panelists. Thank you for one of the panelists who said that you look up and see where you want Kampala to be. Me, I only so love that if everybody in Kampala can love Kampala, then we shall be somewhere. Thank you very much for the issue of EV. I think that is the way to go. I also love innovation, and I'm very happy that I've met you people today here. Yeah, one of the issues, one time we had a meeting with the same kind of workshop with the energy, and I did raise something. I said, these innovations, let us, the people who are innovating, like now Kira Motors, let's partner with the landlord. And my name remained as a landlord, but I was meaning KCCA. Because right now, this is a very good innovation, but we don't have space. So right now, KCCA is constructing very many roads, and under Greater Kampala is stand to be corrected. We have a Greater Kampala Metropolitan. We have a road called Kira Road, which is going to kickstart. I think if we are to maybe install some of these charging stations, maybe we can say, let the buses plying northern and maybe eastern routes be charged along that road of Kira Road. This is the time that Kira Motors should now come and agree with the KCCA such that a design review can be brought up, and maybe we knock off bicycle lanes, because I know that road has everything, bicycle lanes, riding lanes, something like that, such that we can have these installations put in place. I also indeed raised to energy. I told them, you put 2 charging stations in front of your offices, but can a bus enter there and charge? So those are all some of the hazards that are associated to these good innovations. Then the other bit, my sister has mentioned, but I can also add something, renewable energy. You know, we have very good sunlight in Uganda. The sun radiation in Uganda is very abundant. You can put your solar anywhere, even under a tree, but let it not be a thick tree. Let it be a tree which can allow sunlight to penetrate. You will still get power. Yeah. So if we could look at the reliability of power, energy, our power is not reliable. Anytime, it can be here now, it can go anytime. So I think if we incorporate renewables, like promoting solar, and we install solar there in smaller quantities, not to put 10 megawatts for only one place. We can isolate this and say, let's put maybe one megawatt. And instead of putting 10 megawatts in one place, then now there the accessibility of that power becomes a problem. Why don't we have one megawatt in 10 places within Kampala? So the issue of space, we patterned, the KCCA patterned with Zembo. When Zembo was coming, we gave them that platform. KCCA, we came up with a 10 kilowatt peak solar panel, which was solar station, which was installed at Rubaga division. But that was a pilot. It picked up, but there was no space. Zembo came back that they want more space. So we need also to look at some things like that. So the earlier the better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the presenters. Now, I have been listening to some of the questions and comments, but they point us to one direction. Personally, I did some research in e-mobility. Specifically, I was looking at the charging infrastructure for electric motorcycles. I'm happy to report to you that first and foremost, Spyro was able to work with me. I'm glad, Mr. Bruce, thank you so much. I also approached Gogo, but there were some small issues and we couldn't work together. But nonetheless, what I'm going to share right now is based on my findings. The future for electric mobility, specifically with motorcycles, because we've had very many challenges. The future is with battery standardization and interoperability. That's where we are going. whatever we are doing right now is piecemeal, So the earlier we prepare our journey towards that, the better. As an example, very soon, and don't be surprised, you will be able to see electric motorcycles on the market which have the same batteries. Because in 2019, as an example, Yamaha, Honda, and Suzuki signed a memorandum of understanding towards that direction. They are going to produce the same battery, which is going to run different motorcycles. So the challenges you are telling us, for instance, Google, space, you don't have space. Yes, you don't have space, but you don't need space. You only need to work towards universal battery charging and swapping infrastructure. Thank you.
Take it on from there.
Awesome. I think most of the questions are for all of you. So I will start from Geoffrey coming this way. So you respond to the ones that are towards you or you feel you have a response to, and also give closing shots, because I will not come back to you.
Thank you so much for those brilliant questions. I think charging infrastructure is one of those things that is at the top of the agenda in terms of e-mobility. As Kara, one of the things that we are fortunate enough to have is that we have access to the biggest charging infrastructure in the world, which is, grid power. You can charge your bicycle in the same plug that you use to charge your mobile phone or your laptop or with anything. And I think that's really important for us in terms of solving the infrastructure challenge. But I think at the end of the day, what we're going to have to, at the very least, look at is if someone is owning the battery and charging it by themselves, isn't it taking away from the affordability that Bruce mentioned of decoupling the battery from the asset? So it's definitely important to then look at longevity of batteries, because if you make the batteries, more affordable for people to buy, and I know a lot of the motorcycle players have been asked to provide chargers with their bikes, and that has its whole host of challenges. But then it brings in a challenge of battery safety. It also brings in a challenge of, like the question asked earlier, about recycling and circular economy of batteries. So I think I would borrow from Bruce's statement, which one of the things he learned was IoT. Yeah? So I think we definitely need to have, at the very least, a shared IoT platform that enables recyclers access our batteries, and essentially the same way a guy is moving around. I think everyone has had this guy around your house. Ngula pase nkade, those guys, the guys who collect e-waste pretty much, who collect all the electronics and all of that. I think this is the same network we can typically use to eventually serve as recyclers who bring back these batteries after they're done with circulation. However, just to finalize on that point, we've actually realized that e-mobility doesn't have to operate in isolation. The best way, and I think the method that all the other players have been using, is second life applications of batteries. So when a battery is done in e-mobility, when it's been fully utilized in electric mobility, it's maybe at 80 or 70% of its original capacity. You can still use that for energy storage. You can still repurpose that battery to power your home, to power critical infrastructure, to power other use cases that require battery packs or storage of electricity. So I think if we can have a lot more offtake of these second life applications, it will also help address the e-waste problem. And it will also help us, cry less when light or UEDCL decides to misbehave. because I think a lot of us still, even in urban areas, face challenges of constant power blackouts at times when there's some upgrade happening, or when there's a pole that is down or a transformer that is down. But as my closing remarks, I'd like to say that e-mobility starts with you. I think the more we embrace e-mobility individually or organizationally, we help pave the way forward. So instead of getting into these rooms and just listening to all discussions about smart, sustainable urban mobility, the best thing you can do is buy or adopt these electric mobility solutions, because then we should be the change we want to see. So come to any of the players, buy an electric motorcycle, adopt electric motorcycles, adopt electric bicycles. When you see the electric buses on the road, use the electric bus. You don't have to drive to work every day. You can actually use some mix of public transport. And if you go into the mobile apps, I think all the ride-hailing apps even have an electric version. Decide to choose electric, and we will be in a better, safer, and more sustainable city. Thank you so much.
So these were very interesting questions, cutting across various areas of this EV space. But I would like to, before I delve further, to put context. In this conference, the theme is building. So building means that whatever we're doing hasn't been there. And let's appreciate this fact. Let's take the 1.2 million figure for bikes. I'm talking about now bikes. The 12,500 electric vehicles, I think bikes only. You add the vehicles, the figure goes up. This is less than 1% of the machinery, mobility machinery on the road in the whole country, let alone the city. Factor 80%, then we get about there. So we are way below 1% of this kind of electric vehicle machinery on the road in Kampala. It means something that you're going to see, they'll call it hypergrowth, bleed scaling, whatever you call it. We are just eating into something that has not been there at all. So there are going to be a lot of teething issues. The question should be, the questions we're asking now are good, but with regard to context, how are we going to ensure that we manage this growth, plan this building right, so that by this milestone, we can see solar renewable energy supporting the sector. By this point, there is not just a sharing of space, but a total transition to electric mobility in the city. So that when guys are in their offices, they enjoy quiet and can be more productive while they're working. Meanwhile, those ones also using the machinery are being productive. I believe this is a space where we all have to be. There's going to be we have to accept the fact that we're going to share this space for all economic purposes that bring us together. Then, issues about universal battery charging, the point that Dr. Chris brought, that point is very valid. But when we recall the story of Henry Ford, how many years did it take him to a point where he even had just a line? Standardization took time to arrive. And we're talking about a space, the border space, which the government is still grappling to standardize, later on regulate. So we are working, we're on the back foot as an economy, as policymakers, in the spaces that we're trying to quickly upgrade to the future that we want the city to be. So when you look at the border space, the only money government earns off border riders really is the income tax on the logbook, 22,000 per year. The rest will go in the general happiness space. What else do they make them of? Money on fuel? So there is a lot of leakage there because regulation came in later after the industry had already begun to grow and take up most of the space on the roads. Those are things that with that context, we will be able to now start planning, especially the growth of EV and ensure it shows up in a structured manner and in a way that the economy will benefit, everyone involved will fully enjoy the benefits that come of the space. Let's have context on that, and we'll go verify in these discussions. Let me also start with interoperability. I think we are at least 10 years away from that. And I think the correct comparison is not compare the battery with the energy, because the energy is the electricity and the other one is the fuel. The battery is actually a fuel tank in the car. And if we compare it with ICE, we do have standardization around fuel sources, right? We have petrol, we have diesel, we have kerosene. But we have almost zero standardization when it comes to engines, right? You may find the same Toyota engines across multiple of their models, but at the end of the day, the Toyota engine is a competitive differentiator. It is one of the most expensive components in the car, and you're going to buy the car that has the best engine, right? And you're not going to ask about interoperability with the Daihatsu engine or something. You want the best. So I think, as Mr. Bruce was saying it, we are still far. We are at the very beginning of this journey, and interoperability, we are still far away from that for technical reasons, for competitive reasons. That's my comment on this. There was a question about e-waste, so it may be, you may be happy to hear that we are already doing recycling. Lithium-ion batteries are already experiencing a second life usage. And now when the second life also nears its end, there may be a defect, there are already various companies actually offering lithium-ion battery recycling, and we have letters on the table from different companies who want to buy, a few tons that we have accumulated so far. And what they do is they do the end-of-life recycling, they shredder these cells, so you get back your raw materials, copper foil, the stainless steel, the black mass, and whatnot, and that can be, fully fed back into the cell production in China. Another question that came up many times is safety, whether the noise is a problem. From 3 years of experience on the ground, we cannot say that, our EVs are constantly knocking down people. And I would even arguing that you don't trust your ears. You don't just enter the road blindly because you don't hear anything. You will still look, because there could be anything coming from the right, even a bicycle loaded with steel, which you will also not hear. So in our experience, the noise question was one that was asked early. And interestingly, the same people who complain about noise in city are the ones who complain that EVs don't make noise. So we have to pick our poison, I guess. Last but not least, renewable energy. There were some comments, why not renewable energy? It's already renewable. Our grid is 95% plus renewable. There's no need of bringing any solar panel to Kampala. We just have to take the energy that we produce out of the grid and consume it. Because right now, even with our exports to Kenya, we are using only half of what we're able to generate. So from that angle, what we have, the electricity in Kampala is already 95% renewable. Number one. Number two, we don't have roof space. For every battery I want to charge with solar, I need 3-4 square meters of roof space. It's not there. So when it comes to e-mobility and the renewable energy question, I think we're really blessed in Uganda. We are more green than most of the countries in the world, like with 95% plus renewables. So what we're lacking here really is how do we get the power from the dam in Karuma, where we produce it, to Owino market, where the boda guy wants a fully charged battery. And that's where we still have some gaps in our distribution network. Yeah. I couldn't comment on all, but I tried to keep it short and touch a few questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the previous speakers, and Alan for, of course, the amazing audience for these questions. I have 1 minute. Yes, my brother commented about the engagement of KCCA and other cities because, as Ibas expressed, we're not just coming to Kampala or Jinja. Our short-term goal is 14 cities in the country. Everyone must really test the electric bus experience. And already we're engaging this. As KCCA, we are at MOU already. There are some routes we've identified. They have really given us a tentative go. We are just waiting for the other authorizing entities. So we, again, engaging the key stakeholders at the start is the strategy we've used, and they are all on board. Later on, I'm going to make a presentation. I'll dive deeper into that. Lastly, in my 0.1 seconds, yes, Dr. Chris, you made a mention about, I think here you're talking about standardization. I'd like to let you know through the leadership at STI, we're working with Ministry of Works and Transport and UNBS to develop the e-mobility standards. And this is in high gear. There is a technical committee. And again, there is that much we can do in standardization for safety as well as efficiency, but the competitive edge must stay in there because, again, why do we have a Toyota, a Nissan, a what still in the same ecosystem? We would have only one car brand. Lastly, in my negative 0.1, closing remarks. Mr. Alan at STI, thank you so much for leading this one. My fellow panelists, you've done amazing. KCCA through Engineer Jacob and your team, Engineer Leonard and Mr. Engineer Sarunjoji. Of course, together with Hope, you've done us great. The amazing audience, bon appetit, and hopefully I'll see you at Ibas Express as either an investor or a commuter. Have a good one.
Awesome. Before I close this, there was one question directed to me. I was hoping as the moderator, I would escape.
By the way, forget, there's even one here.
Oh.
Quick one, can we have a very quick comment from the panel on the quality of power delivered by UEDCL? What is your proposal in getting clean power for everyone to use? I got it from a brilliant chap here. Kindly, quickly.
Is there someone who wants to take that one? Jacob?
Okay, very quick. So in Kampala, it's rather good. So we have many stations in Kampala, and I would say on average, it's rare that, we have more than 5% of our stations offline. So in these areas, they fix the problem fairly fast. With every kilometer you move out of Kampala, power recovery takes 2 hours extra, and by the time you reach Kamuli, we have been without power for 4 days. So we all know what it is. There's a limited number of equipment and technicians and whatnot, and there's unlimited demand, and there's prioritization, and that's what it is, yes.
I think he has ably answered the question. Now I will go back to my question, and unless I hope there's no other one for me.
I have something. So
yes, Bruce.
With the quality of UDCL power, I think beyond quality is availability. So you see we have in industry standard like ratios when how many batteries to a bike in the swap station. Like what Jacob brought up, that when you take an EV, you have to think about how the guy will swap. So where the bike is going on the road, you're also putting a certain number of batteries in the swap station. Everyone has their own ratio. Because of the kind of availability of power we have, you find that you're spending like an extra about 60% in battery capex. So that capex would have gone somewhere else. But those are things that make penetration more expensive. So where you would have had this kind of ratio, you up the number of batteries in the swap network because they're going to be redundancy. So you find you're working with redundancies of up to 60% just because of this power distribution issue that we're facing. That is not good for investment, for growth.
Awesome. Perspectives. I don't know if UEDCL is in the room, but at least I saw Engineer Birimu Maso from Ministry of Energy. He will send the message. I think mine on autonomous vehicles and the issue of job loss. Every technology that comes always presents these interesting dimensions. But with every transition, there is still occupational mobility because other opportunities emerge somewhere else. Some jobs will be lost, new jobs will be created, And those who have lost jobs will have to adapt. Just like when the computer came, for those who watched The Figures, what is it called, that movie of the NASA ladies? Hidden Figures, yeah? The computers. When the actual computer came, they were out of a job, so they had to figure out themselves and they became programmers. So it's just the perspective you look at it. I don't think I don't think the fact that some jobs will go away is the reason why we will not adopt. The reason people adopt new technologies is because it makes their lives easier. And whether jobs are being lost or not, people will actually adopt those technologies. So the question is, how are we preparing our future generations to also adapt to the new technologies that will be coming? And autonomy is already, I don't think it's an impossibility. Just because the roads look complicated, the fact that you are able to drive through that complication of the road means you can actually develop a machine that can do what you're doing because it's possible. Yeah, it's all about data. So I don't think it's impossible, even with the current complication of our transport system, for an autonomous vehicle to not exist. It can, but it's us to develop those technologies, and I'm very certain that at least in the next 5 decades, they will have autonomous vehicles on the roads, even in Africa. So with that, I would like to say thank you to my panelists and to all of you for being amazing and waiting for lunch. With that, thank you so much. I hand over back to you, Engineer Senator.
Good. A big hand of applause. You should add my brother more hands for doing a very good job and steering this panel very well. Alan, thank you very much. And Alan, this is for you. When you go back, kindly extend our thanks to Dr. Msenero. I think he has done a good job by training you and grooming you into this gentleman giving us all these wise ideas, right? But again, colleagues, make good use of that Ministry of Science, that good ministry. Make good use of it because they even have some money for research. I'm thanking them because the engineers conference was funded to a tune of 600 million. That was great of you guys. And I was whispering to Jacob here that we are also coming as KCCA. Perhaps you finance the next conference. That will look at the actions now, not the plans. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been looking at the plans. The talking has been very nice. But this afternoon, actually, we are going to see the action by the very guys. We have Kira Motors. They're going to tell us what they have for us in the city. They have very good plans for us in the city and what they are able to do in the city. We've managed time well, though we are getting a little bit now hungry. I know you're hungry, and Pavlov's law is setting in. Some of us are salivating. We shall also have some insight on the local government perspective. You know, many of you were saying Kira is not here, Nansana is not here, Wakiso is not here, but we have the guy who actually broke up those municipalities. I'll give him just a minute or two to tell you what he has in mind about those municipalities. I've been given this, and I wish to recognize and thank these institutions present, ladies and gentlemen, and keep around. Like I said, the minister is going to come and close this session. And before you pick your envelopes to take off, we have our cocktail. The wines are there. Now that the pastor has gone, I'll tell you. Now that he's not in house, you know when the fox is away, what happens? The chicks jump and play. Hey, the fox is around. Yeah. He has heard what I said. Sorry. I've been caught in my own action. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to thank Spyro. I'm told they are here. Clap for them. National Planning Authority is also with us this morning. Ministry of Lands, please clap for them. STI, this is Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you very much. Then there is VREF. I don't know what it is in full, but just clap, don't worry. You'll hear what it means. There is also GHAI. Clap. When we break off for lunch in that interactive session, you'll get to know what these things mean. We have got Minister of Justice in our midst. Please clap for them. Attorney General's office. We have the judges here. Attorney General. I think you should stand up for recognition. I'm told they are here. Oh, she's there. Thank you very much. Extend our regards. We have ULEA, Uganda Local Government Association. Just clap. There is Gogo Electric. What they do, clap. We have Ministry of Kampala. These are our bosses. Add them another hand of applause. We've got Civil Aviation Authority. Thanks very much. We have Ministry of Energy with us as well, together with the PEO. And then, of course, Minister of Works, our darlings. Nabosa, thank you very much. You know, you are the regulators, isn't it? And we are glad when you participate from start to end, because I'm sure you'll advocate for this. And don't forget the minister is coming. Kindly give him a brief of what has transpired so that the general can go and advocate for us in State House. Ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime, and I don't want to waste much of your time. Just to remind you that come back quickly so that we can save time for the other session, which the pastor doesn't want. Okay? Let's start early and finish early. Thank you very much. Lunch break, 30 minutes only.
Today, our lunch is not here. We're going up to the reception and we shall turn on the left. There's a restaurant there. That's where we're going to have our lunch. I believe everybody has a coupon. Am I right? If you don't have, there are ladies outside there dressed in white. They will help you. Bon appetit.
Never questioned why I was me. Without worry, wide-eyed wonder was mine. She's staring at the world with eyes, windows to her soul, untainted, floating free, like a mist that lies on silent seas, like a rose that's blown, is frozen in time.
When you, when you wake up and you don't see the light, it means you rest good and your body needs sunshine. She like it when I promise her the world, like it when I say and then do things. Diamonds, yeah, they pretty, but they pretty like I see ya. Nah. Yeah. You are the reason I can't stand tall among men. Reason I got so plan to hold your hand. I see many fruits, but none have the vitamins like you. Yeah. Girl, I laced many shoes, but not the soul like you. No. Baby, I've been so searching. What makes you think so special anyway? What separates your beauty, girl? I don't know. What makes you raise the temperature above average, baby? And in bed, yo. truly exceptional. Innocent, you come across, but so damn professional with it. Yeah, fix your engine and close your bonnet. On my train, I feel the fabric, so you're on and run it. Cause it feels like I have found the lost part of me. Girl, I'm falling for you, please don't make a fool out of me. No, no.
You be like the for my life, you no be like at all. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, do I can get enough. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. I'm coming clean, first time I'm feeling any jealousy. Don't give my secrets to my enemies. Oh, you know me, don't trust nobody. Oh, baby, you know me. You know me well. Anytime I kiss, I never tell. Oh, baby, hold me well. Why not for me, make I go? Show me love I never know. How you walk, I'm oh, baby. You be like the for my life, you no be like at all. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, oh, I can get enough. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before.
Free my mind, you shy up. Free my mind, you shy up. Free my mind, you shy up. Free my mind, yo, free my mind, you shy up. I get it there for America. She know they ever let me down. I get another one for Senegal. She know they ever give me that. I get another one for Unilab. That one really is like you to know. I get another one for Unipop. See me see trouble, kill it, but now we don't boss, no. Free my mind, you shy up. Free my mind, you shy up. Free my mind, you shy up. Free my mind, you shy up.
Wind it up, push it back. Any man rotate it for me. I go give you pom if you give me chance. I don't want no safety, my card is your waist. All the quite necessary, oh. And if I see a man dress spoil, I go put her for cemetery, oh. And you want to call me baby, you want to drive me crazy, you want to joke, you do me go. I wanna love you daily, I need you now, come save me. You carry overload. You carry overload. Girl, your back I don't stand at the place. This matter don't yakba again. Girl, your back I don't stand at the place. This back I don't stand at the place. Don't know what you want me to say. Don't know where to go anywhere. Because your back I don't stand at the place. This back I don't stand at the place. And you know say money no be problem. If you want to let me know, they want to scatter the prospect. I she no fit to let me go, but I gonna yak back for the faucet. They make me lose control. They make me lose control. But I'm back at this your waist. All the quite necessary. And if I see a man try spoil, I go put her for cemetery. And you want to call me baby, you want to drive me crazy. You want to joke, you do me go. I wanna love you daily. I need you now, come save me. You carry overload. You carry overload. Girl, your back I don't stand at the place. This matter don't yakba again. Girl, your back I don't stand at the place. This back I don't stand at the place. Don't know what you want me to say. Don't know where to go anywhere. Because your back I don't stand at the place. This back I don't stand at the place.
Puff, pass, my Mary Jane. I'm high on life, wanna meditate. the show. I just wanna party every day. I just wanna party every day. So pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Shut up and bend over. Let your back do the talking over. So back up and bend over. Let your back do the talking over. Say, I want to chop my life. I want to be happy. I want to dance and party. Feel the rhythm of my body. I just wanna party every day. I just wanna party every day. So pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, 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 touch it.
Chauffeur choco si nous Mercedes. Abouffé choco si nous Methodist. Oh nani no. Chauffeur sare with the ladies. Abouffé choco si nous Methodist. And if I follow you to Methodist too, no go leave me for the Mercedes. Cause I go Paco. Come Colombia Paco. Cause I don't choco on your loving. I go Paco. Come Colombia Paco. Cause I don't choco on your loving. Yeah. Mon ami, I swear you causing traffic. Mon ami, I swear you got a hold on me, yeah. And I seek permission to throw you down. Ooh, hey, tell me a decision, mommy. Hey, me I got a mission, mommy. Hey, share you fake a mission, your body. I'ma show my jacket, Gigi. Tell you when I say, I beg you bend like rubber band, baby. Only I need 9 million, baby. I hope you ring my telephone, baby. Yeah. So, honey, do me well. Belly soft like semolina, Put it bust and bounce like fella. So don't go lose my love and leave me for the Mercedes. Cause I go Paco. Come Colombia Paco. Cause I don't choco on your loving. I go Paco. Come Colombia Paco. Cause I don't choco on your loving. Yeah.
It's like this love thing, girl, it's not for I am fed up of falling again. I gotta say, a lot of things come to play. I'm off for the matter every day. Fit to make money crazy. Oh baby, I know be sent, but this matter make me faint. This kind of thing with the prince. Fit to make money crazy. I'm afraid of falling in love again. I got scars, baby, and you know it pains. Oh no. Me no want cry, me no want shed tears. Me I did try, cause you're making me senseless, giving me nightmares. Got it on me because me I need help, yeah. Oh no. I don't know how everybody does it, cause it don't tire me. I don't know how everybody does it, cause it don't kill me. I say, I did get Ojuju, I did falling. I did get Ojuju, I did fear. It's like this love thing, girl, it's not for me. I did get Ojuju, I did fear. I did fear, falling. I did get Ojuju, I did fear. I am fed up of falling and falling. The last time that I checked,
I digress. My girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I checked, see, nothing ain't changed yet. Except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't me nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want you, cause I'm going place. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. Me, I know the hate on the brother. Me, I just want you, cause I'm going places. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so cold outside. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me, no owe no one apology. You know, say she don't know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. You get me? Nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want to pull no trigger. I just want to be, cause I'm going places. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. Me, I know the hate on the brother. Me, I just want to be, cause I'm going places. I don't want no wahala.
She wants a gangster in a bed tonight. She wants me, I know. And man, a full ground me a day tonight. She a calling my phone. Oh, she say when you so unruly. Tell me the main reason you want me. The man with a ED. Curious girl, she got questions for Siri. We got that booty and wine for me. So crazy, you driving me. Girl, you put it on me nicely. She riding it, I'm sliding it. Spread out to legs slightly. Oh, mama, spread them so widely. Caribbean girl won't die for me. She have to die for me, yeah, yeah. Bounce your body away, bounce you out. Girl, you go down, not to south. She agree, I know fish out. Yeah, bounce your body away, bounce you out. I'm on no scream, no to shout. Yeah, no loud them, no loud them. Ninja boy, me not fear nothing. Me, I'm like money and they smell like meat. Skin I come for you every day flaunting. Yoruba the money they knock anything. Burning the midnight with a Riesler. And cock me rifle just to ease a dinner. Better quickly stop the teaser. Give what belongs to Caesar, to Caesar. We got that booty and wine for me. So crazy you driving me. Girl, you put it on me nicely. She riding it, I'm sliding it. Spread it out to legs slightly. Oh, mama, spread them so widely. Caribbean girl won't die for me. She have to die for me, yeah, yeah. Bounce your body away, bounce you out. Girl, you go down, not to south. Sure you agree, I know fish out. Yeah, bounce your body away, bounce you out. I'm on no scream, no to shout. Yeah, no loud them, no loud them, baby.
You got me roll, boy. I got no more pretend. Just got on my defense. They do things for the end. Swear you go like me. Tryna be your man. That friend with no relent. Doing all the things you like. My temperature rising. You be my queen, I don't need no rules. It's a love song, I don't need no blues. You be my sugar, I don't need no juice. Baby, loving you is a must, yeah. What have I done, girl, I have no clue. From a distance, girl, I'm feeling good. Steady on the grind, I've been making moves. Cause I want to satisfy you. Cause you my medicine, girl. Cause you my remedy, oh. When you wake up from money, I go there by your side. I wanna talk about the things
I wanna talk about the things where they feel. I know they say what I know me. So if I tell you, say I like it, yeah. You got me confused, I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. You got me confused, I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. You want me a job, position me in my conscience. I be that child where you do with me about. I live for your heart, so I'll be your love. You want me a job, position me in my conscience. I be that child where you do with me about. I live for your heart, so I'll be your love.
Like eternity, then for eternity I give you my all. I mean, I know your opportunity. If I be player, I go put them on pause. Mommy, do you believe in second chances? Mommy, do you believe in soul ties? I've been looking for the one, think I found her. I feel love when I look into your eyes.
Mommy, a job, position me in my conscience. I be that child where you do me about. I live for your heart, so I'll be your love.
My mama want me, I'm out. You tell me get your money, just will leave your pocket. For me, I know good, and I want go with the booty shaking, make me feel surrender. So cause I have the low, I'm this way, I don't do. Cause this thing you they carry, no, don't let me compose. Girl, let me know. If you're single, let me know. You're serious, don't tell me no. Maybe I can meet you at the exit door. Baby, do some hanky, panky, panky. If you can't take, baby, do some hanky, panky, panky. Cause I love it when you bounce it. Make we do it like a hanky, panky, panky. That's only if you fancy. Make we do it like a hanky, panky, panky. Cause I love it when you bounce it. Because of my hair, no girls you in the solo. Them man I get there, but council like a joro. Wherever I go, just throw that money polo. So when a man show, I like you know they close to the she know she make it with the winner. You show no mercy, that's anytime I put it in her. You tell me go slow, but she take it in my carina. Early morning, not just to chop at the mobita. No man, okay, it's okay. Baby, do some hanky, panky. Only if you fancy. Baby, do some hanky, panky. Cause I love it when you bounce it. Make we do it like a hanky, panky. And only if you fancy. Make we do it like a hanky, panky. Cause I love it when you bounce it.
All you do is lie. All you do is try. You don't even know the kind of things, but you try to tell me all these things. Give me some time, I need peace. I'ma need space some days, and I'm just trying to do my thing, and I'm just trying to get my way. You need someone to deceive, and you're trying to think that I'm the one for you. But don't you see, you're not everything, and I know you're not the one for me. Crazy things are happening. If you need somebody's grace, you fit up somebody's grace. Crazy things are happening. If you need somebody's grace, you fit up somebody's grace. Try. I just want to turn my back tonight. So I make it seem. I just want to turn my back tonight.
tell. Ooh, you try to make me run insane, but you know that I'm not the same. I just think I can do better. Crazy things are happening. Crazy things are happening. If you need somebody grace, you fit drop somebody's grace. Crazy things are happening. Crazy things are happening. If you need somebody grace, you fit drop somebody's grace.
Yeah, sexy love what she need from a bad boy like me. Yeah, sexy kiss is the thing that she ain't for my lips. Yeah, my sex herself is the only air that she breathes. And when I look into her eyes, I know that she can never get enough of me. Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip in your V. Shorty say she feeling so, she grab my neck and she whisper please. Shorty give me that splash from my chest to my knees. Yeah, Shorty got a lot in her bucket list. I give her number one, she need a bucket quick. And when we done, she feel me like a majesty. Grip. Round two, quick. Round three, epelebe. Next day we go do one for your place. Make sure that your daddy is known. Make sure that your mommy is known. Switch off that television. Netflix know what I came here for. Shawty better shut your door, cause I know one disturb me, boy. Shawty like it when I drill a hole. When I finish I go.
My mind did for you. My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all said I can't have you, I proved them wrong. I came for you, and you were the only one to. Mama, you know I still come through. Give me love, yeah. Forever, yeah. I just wish for your love. My mind did for you. My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Your mind there for me. Put it on my bed, body. Love it in the yellow heat. Separate the soul and spirit from body. Now you take me heavenly. 21:17. My head is spin. My dear that heavily. Say liar. Let I see me and you. Everything will consign you. Consign me. Psychiatry. We cannot delete. Girl, I see we and you. Everything will consign you. Consign me. Psychiatry. We cannot delete.
My mind did for you. My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. And my darling, I did for you. Off the question, and yes I do. My melody should strike a clue that I want you to know.
Now you know I got a vibe, you don't know. And I got a type, do you know? The type you never find in the news.
Nice breast, thick thighs, you should know. Baby girl, I like your position. Got me on you like Egyptian. I ain't know say I did higher body. Yeah, make it not say vibe the journey. I'm on don't beg, you see journey, you see my journey. I'm on don't beg, you see my family. I'm on don't beg, you see my family. You see my journey. Money I'm on don't beg, you see journey, you see my journey. I'm on don't beg, you see my family. I'm on don't beg, you see my family. You see my journey. It's up to you and you, baby, baby, no one but you, baby, baby, no one but you, baby, baby, no one but you. Said it's up to you and you, baby, baby, no one but you, baby, baby, no one but you, baby, baby, no one but you.
We not go far, we a go go, we go we, you go know. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard, And like a dad, he go be, he go see, he go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard, yeah. That's why I set fire for all. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha cha cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha cha cha. I finna run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Love save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh. No, 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 no. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha cha cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha cha cha. Got me losing my mind. Oh, try to suppress my emotions. They're bursting like fountains, baby. They take me up, they take me down. I'm getting weak in my knees. Oh,
I got nothing to hide, my heart is hurting. We belong in you, make me feel something. I got my eyes on you, pull down the curtain. I'll be patient with you, no more fighting.
oh baby, come in, yeah, come in. I cannot fathom this life without you. Come in, yeah, come in. This feels like home now. Come in and stay here, baby.
Baby, baby,
I feel in my mind. I wanna dance tonight. It's in the air tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know it's all your fault. No, I don't wanna say no. You're breaking down the door. Don't make me go. I just wanna hold you. I need no control, no. Would you let me love you? Me love you, it's all over. I lost my composure. I got love to show you. Would you let me love you? Me love you, baby.
I got nothing to hide.
denim faded, but I rock it like a baby in a coat. I put the water in the ocean in the city that I'm from. I let the room in the dark cause my blink is a torch. I watch fashion that today in the mirror that I saw. Shaping like a ball, we go ball. Flex to the door, I go set to the front. No return, and when I enter the club, today my front, cause me I get it gone. No they do me wrong. Oh, I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, yeah. Emma Ascotica, yeah. I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, Emma Ascotica. Image, picture a chandelier on my head. I see the diamonds wet everywhere. I know you see me drenched in finesse, in finesse. Oh, resign. Think of it, a brown shirt and blue ribbon. Diamonds are waking every time I need it. Babushka on everything, my allegiance, my allegiance. Oh, I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, yeah. Emma Ascotica, yeah. I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, Emma Ascotica.
Stacking up my money, no time for your shit. Money kulapo, I don't care for your hate. Me no fighting, me no fighting, me no. Throwing down drums from bungalow out there. I did my penthouse, you can't even reach me. Me no frightened. It is not your fight, stand down. I'm not the one, calm down. You know I'm not your problem. You can't be me, why bother? Don't have your time now. Ole mumi bow down. To bambi no farabale. Oboya ko lari mole. Okay. It's okay, let them say. Trouble no they pay me. Kinjaye on the daily. Okay. We go to okay. I just want to hear me. Look. Baby, it's your daddy.
You don't cut in my iPhone 100. You make a bicycle and a boy will love. Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Give you my last cash, spender. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, spender. Everything I do, I under 50, under. Oh, you never be under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, under 50, under.
ọmọ pupa ṣèbí wà ló sọ fún mi ó ra àgbẹ̀ mo máa lówó cause every day I'm hustling just love me intentionally I don't want no temporary go down and bust it for me yeah just love me intentionally I don't want no temporary go down and know say me, I know they talk, oh. I give me chop at all I tell, oh. Go na na na. I no go talk, oh. I no go talk, oh. But give me make a chop, oh. I give me make a chop, oh. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bossy, 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 my shit, I'm a kuka, my shit, oh no, nah. Bossy, 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 my shit, I'm a kuka, my shit, oh nah. I'm a kuka, shit, you all for me. Oh yeah, oh my love, cause every day I'm hustling, yeah. Just like me intentionally, I don't want no temporary. Go down and bust it for me, yeah. Just like me intentionally, I don't want no temporary. Go down and bust it for me, yeah. Girl, I don't really care about your body type. What really matter now your vibe. I be the one for you, one for you. Don't really have to be the one to go. Ain't nobody fine like you. Girl, I be the one for you, one for you. And I feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. Nobody can tell me otherwise. This baby will be mine. I feel like I've known you my whole life. Feel like I need you in my life. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Everybody does say, oh, mommy, I know they love me. Mama, me, I get Mama, me, I push. Mama, me, I get everybody does say, oh, mommy, I know they love me. Mama, me, I get Mama, me, I push. Mama, me, I get Mama, me, I push. Mama, me, I get everybody does say, oh, mommy, I know they love me. When the beat drops, all the girls wanna sing along. Me, I go to give them the vibe till the kingdom come. The place where I come from be another dimension. Nobody will look my face when I dey on my own. I've been on the road for a long time. Tryna get a bread so my family go survive. Some of my brothers they with this tough time. They wanna be free, they wanna see the sunlight.
Man, it's getting ugly, still I look for the beauty. Girls selling the coochie for the Gucci. All I see is good girls trying to show love. Same time, all these groupies acting bougie. I came in the game like, yo, excuse me. Shout out my OGs and shout out my juvies. Get robbed for your carty with a little Uzi. Brothers shooting clips like an action movie. And I know it seems stupid, but brothers ain't seen no love, they need Cupid. Even though we're winning, we're still sinning. And this ain't gonna change overnight, it's deep rooted. Flashbacks of dead bodies and gunshots. Last time I see my brother's face was a mugshot. PTSD will leave permanent scars. Can't lie, man, I ain't the same brother that I once was.
When the beat drops, all the girls wanna sing along. Me, I go to give them the vibe till the kingdom come. The place where I come from be another dimension. Nobody will look my face when I dey on my own. I've been on the road for a long time. Tryna get a bread so my family go survive. Some of my brothers they with this tough time. They wanna be free, they wanna see the sunlight.
I was taught to listen to my elders. I can hear the youths cry, I'm feeling so helpless. Open up my third eye, I'm feeling so selfless. It's the same old story, different occasion. Nigerian, Ghanaian, Jamaican, Ugandan, Congolese and a Bayesian. You could be a star or you could end up a patient. Got a mind that you step, blood on the pavement.
Bad man, don't threaten me. You know big kill who don't die before. Father, forgive me my sins. I reminisce all the things I've done wrong. Please put me under your wings. I see the brim in my mind, them live long.
give them the vibe till the kingdom come. The place where I come from be another dimension. Nobody will look my face when I dey on my own. I've been on the road for a long time, tryna get a bread so my family go survive. Some of my brothers they with this tough time. They wanna be free, they don't wanna see the sunlight.
And from the bottom I just stack my pens. Never going broke, that's common sense. With bro, bring your ratchet friend. Rolling with smoke just in case of nonsense. In this life, they rather see me down, oh. That's why I wake up, thank God, oh. Look around, many rivals. Have to burn man's flesh for survival.
Who's that plus 2, 3, 4? That's my nice, babe. Never seen before, how you my mate? I can't even trust myself in this climate. Animal instincts, no primate. Going through Houston, do what I'm used to. Packs flying like a rocket from Houston. I can't love you the way that I used to. You know what, I better go get a new. Shake it, baby, don't break it. You know that I like my girl paint it. To make an entrance, we come late to the party. Shake, shake, shake it, baby, don't break it. You know that I like my girl paint it. To make an entrance, we come late to the party.
Turn up your body, make you feel alright. Flying the kele, we go cool my mind. I won't do anything I want tonight. Make we do anything we want tonight. Turn up your body, make you feel alright. Flying the kele, we go cool my mind. I won't do anything I want tonight. Make we do anything we want. Say I go take, I go take, oh yeah, don't ya take, I go take, I go take, I go take, don't ya take, la rote. She like go take, oh yeah, take, la rote. She done dey pay, take, oh yeah, take, she like it fast slowly. Sometimes she dey confuse me. Me never leave her lonely. Me never leave her lonely. And I dey don't know when she need me. She like Tojoro Mijo. She say she don't want no man for me. So I dey give her what you need. Turn up your body, make you feel alright. Flying the kele, we go cool my mind. I won't do anything I want tonight. Make we do anything we want tonight. Turn up your body, make you feel alright. Flying the kele, we go cool my mind. I won't do anything I want tonight. Make we do anything we want. Say I go take, oh yeah, take. Don't ya take, me I go take. I go take, I go take. Don't ya take, la rote. She like go take, oh yeah, take. Oh yeah, take, I go take. She done take, oh yeah,
Any weapon formed against me can't prosper. Imposter, I'm a villain with lead. My best friend like Tommy Lee Sparta. I'm in the Gaza, just trying to get bread. The Chinese wanna take away Niger. Most of my people, they struggle and stress. Political corruption, I rise up until there ain't a government left. Cost to be the boss, even on finance, the man couldn't afford it. 15, mommy found my shank and I nearly got shipped. I was gonna do boarding. I had a one light E from Pex and a 10 Europe a babe from Shoreditch. If you got a body like Uche, text me and I'ma pay your father's mortgage. Listen, I'ma pay your uncle's rent. And if rap don't pay, then we would've been getting it off of crack cocaine. I don't know how man could chat so brave. Little nigga, you ain't bad, no way. I think me, women and Italian shoes work well together like Maggie and Cube. Pretty in pink, but she better in blue. If you and me would be arrogant too.
Oh yeah, check in the bow check up, oh that big, oh that big, oh yeah, check in the bow check up, oh that big, oh yeah.
Baby, this your body, give me ginger. You don't make me pop like Mirinda. Girl, you got me craving for your love. Oh, I'm gonna find past that money, sweet like cherry. Baby, come close, me we gone, but you. Me, I no go dollar, me, I no go do for your mother, baby. Oh, yeah. Baby, tease me. Baby, come and use your body, please me. Baby, come and please me completely. You know the way. Oh. Baby, tease me. Baby, come and use your body, please me. Baby, come and please me completely. Oh, Shama, oh, Shama. Money to my phone, I don't want my lot. One pecan, blue pattern. The barrier, mama, sorry, get the lock on. Money to my phone, I don't want my lot. One pecan, blue pattern. The barrier, mama, sorry, get the lock
kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. But this sweet, I be all on my pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirm for your speaker. This time I call traffic for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas. When you come, make I give you digits. When's the last time somebody did it like this? Too much, I some that's why everybody hating on me like Chris. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. People think I be Johnny just come. Like I just got rich, like my money just come. Send them back to where they come from. For talking like the product of a torn condom. Southside no come from, me no care, my brother. One side, sit down for one chair, my brother. Come try, me will make you disappear, my brother. Long time it takes to reach here, my brother. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be
I go to put myself in order. Make a no go 5% daughter. No be only me be a lover. If not play, make you stop her. I beg you, make you use your upper. Before they say now only me the chopper. Go they put myself in order. Before they do one, go for the matter. Oh pull just the holla. Say the rumor on the yakpa. I bobby the bala. Oh bulla chai so rubber.
She let me climb on night. She coming right on time. She they giving me proto, lolo. What I really want is your love. We making love on night. She coming right on time. She give me proto, lolo. What I really want is your love.
Teresa, I dey put am, she dey feel am, she dey lick am, it dey sweet am, I dey give am, when they beat am, when she need am. Yo, nobody no. Say me and you don't, say me and you don't.
Robo, girl wanna rubber style day. You can make you enter my way, girl drop on my day. Really you dey make it my day. They want fit to make a man place. I say robo, girl wanna rubber style day. Come grind for me, girl kite. Girl rub on my chest. Girl you dey make it my day. Come wine for me, girl kite. I say robo.
Teresa, I dey put am, she dey feel am, she dey lick am, it dey sweet am, I dey give am, when they beat am, when she need am. Yo, nobody no. Say me and you don't, say me and you don't. Give me another till I get it, go my back, drown for my holy water, 10 liter, you know, go do my me.
Girl, if you have the lantern, swear we go down the mattress. No tell me calm down, baby, no tell me calm down. Go sit in my matter, swear she go ya this matter. Say you go got in the town, no tell me calm down. Go sit in my matter, swear she go ya this matter.
It's STG.
Designer, mommy looking good in designer. Fire, she be fire. Mommy just rock that designer. Designer. Mommy looking good in designer. Fire, she be fire. Mommy just rock that designer. Designer. Mommy looking good in designer. Fire, she be fire. Mommy just rock that designer. Figure it, mommy gotta hide it, so she be V8 on the highway, she be living on a fast lane, she burn the money like a candle. I'ma catch up the like pasta. At night she's an African gangster. Oh man, she's my number one lover. For that we living la vida low. I'ma catch up the like pasta. At night she's an African gangster. Oh man, she's my number one lover. For that we living la vida loca. Designer, designer, mommy looking good in designer. Fire, she be fire. Mommy just rock that designer. Designer, designer, mommy looking good in designer. Fire, she be fire. Mommy just rock that designer.
Motherfuckers they be smiling at me, bumper classy. I see a lot of frenemies. Them wanna hold me down. Some of them backstab it and at the same time they smiling at you. But me I know going no, yeah. I know I did for me. So you know they fear nobody. Zero. I gotta push on the stand. Zero. Me I don't go no, yeah. I gotta double up. I gotta pop and top. So me nah me be that lyric, boy, we no get level. Now they pop on TV, they fear devil. You no go see heaven, I promise you level. Cause everything I'm go down, you no go see heaven. Money no feed just can be no money. And me I shock everybody like a pandemic. I walk, I pray, look me, like grace. They give me ginger to the drug bedroom.
Girl, I just want me to rock. Girl, I just want me to vibe. Girl, I just want me with you like ice water. Me, my fashion paper. Be spend you my paper. After tonight, I go live to the see you later. Pass on a vendetta. Against me, cause of you, I got many haters. I'ma give, fine for your guy. Baby, wait till you define for your life. My love very broke, nigga, fight for your life. Roll with me, make I blow your ass up like Marilyn Monroe, you to set. Every man wants to open bonnet. No freaky, but they want to collect. Better guys last like a cassette. Mama let, don't you forget. Me I be cocky, but now I dey pressure. I don't default, baby ticket. Bakasi causing domino effect. You don't need to introduce to yourself. Michael Jackson thriller, you are better. If I say you for that, I feel tell. The way your body take you, the best. Girl, I just want me to rock. Girl, I just want me to vibe. Girl, I just want me with you like that's what I'm you, man. Fashion game, be spend you my paper. After tonight, I go live to the see you later. Pass on a vendetta. Against me, cause of you, I got many London.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your padora. Then my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go this see my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come out my jigger. I go just follow my lead. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, you no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill. You no fit kill. You no fit kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad bitch bad every day. I know they look at your face. Bad man bad every day. Get on your knees and pray. Do you regain your faith?
My body
just shit it. All the fine kill it wanna come my way. Won't be Annabella, won't be full of shade. And I tell the girl, say, baby, andale, 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 baby, andale. Chop with the money, I want it for what shit it. And I tell the girl, say, baby, andale. In the play, I see to my routine like it's sunny a day. When I give it to you, baby, no shit it. Fire rise up a Jimmy, tapati after party. Anale, baby, anale. Chop on the money, I want it for what shit it. And I tell the girl, say, baby, anale. Come into my corner. Anything we do, I no go talk yeah, I go give you assurance. Make I treat you like you had your butter. Okay, baby, let's go. Make I show you things when you don't know. I go give you things we go sweet like domino. No guys, you don't leave me. Let's go hello. I just want to live my life, if I'm dead, I don't like bad, I don't go find your trouble. I don't like a salad, cause by my money the double. As my money the pile up, it make me happy. As my money the pile up, it's with my problem in all the finish. We can try to enjoy you. Line on the finish. We can try to enjoy you. Sekata uru no the finish. We can try to enjoy you. Problem in all the finish. We can try to enjoy you. We dance like Luala. Luala. We dance like Luala. Songa. As long as the Hennessy for my cup, we never finish. But in I feel I go talk and finish. See, girl, if you give me 1 minute, I convince you I am that confident. Been waiting on you for a couple minutes. Don't make a room, they see me finish. Girl, if you will give me 1 minute, girl, I convince you I am that confident.
Hello. Can I have some order, please? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. DJ Kwata Mukao Katono. Colleagues, how was the lunch? Is everything okay? Chirichitia. We have to manage time now. Remember, there is a session. Hey, is the pastor around? We do not have to eat into the time for swallowship. Jemima, you've heard? Yes. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I told you at the beginning of the session that we have a colleague who's worked for local government for over 20 years. This gentleman has a wealth of experience in engineering, in the fields of roads, bridges, and transport management. This gentleman has worked a lot towards the development of Wakiso District. He oversaw the formation of Kira Town Council, Kajansi Town Council, Nansana Municipality, and which one else? That one I remember. And Nsanji Town Council. Engineer Sam Mwesigwa has participated in quite a number of projects that have been very instrumental in the development of this country, especially the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Project, which is currently running and that has led to the development of most of the municipalities around the city. That project has helped improve connectivity between Wakiso, Kampala, Nansana, Kampala, Kira, Kampala, PG, Mukono, and to us, he's one of the best people to give us an insight in the local government perspective with regard to transport. You remember yesterday, many of you were saying and complaining we didn't invite many of these engineers from the neighboring. So, Engineer Sam is a holder of a bachelor's degree in engineering and a master's degree in engineering. Engineer Sam Mwesigwa currently is working for the Ministry of Kampala and is attached to the GKMA project. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Engineer Sam Mwesigwa. Like I told you, we were together in class, although he looks much older than me, I don't know why. The man was too much stressed in the districts. Sam, you're most welcome. Get to the podium. The mic at the podium is working. Thank you very much. Hey, by the way, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. And good afternoon, team. I'm privileged to have been given this opportunity to give an insight on the topic in the perspective of the local government issues. My name is Engineer Mwesigwa Samuel. As he has ably mentioned, I've been with him, and the senior colleagues are around, Engineer Jacobo, Engineer Joel, and our senior colleague, Engineer Nabosa, and Engineer Mchiv, and the rest behind there, whom I have met. We've looked at the efficient and sustainable mobility. I have a few issues for input. We've had discussions and presenters from a number of presenters here. Specifically, I'll pick out Dr. Mutabas. In one of the recommendations he issued about the whole aspect of Kampala capital city and the neighborhood, he thought of probably expanding the city boundary. The city boundary looks at the holistic integrated planning. And that's why we have GKMA, Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area. That program, the GMK, didn't want to interfere in the political administration of those units. Previously, when the issue of connectivity, harmonized planning came on board and KCC was spearheading this, all the other entities were looking at their mandate, and it became a very hostile environment. Not until they have appreciated that GMK is not looking at their political mandates, but at least start with physical planning, harmonized physical planning, and of course, the integration of infrastructure, development, and the connectivity. And that's what we are handling now. So the issue of looking at expansion of KCCA mandate politically and administratively may have serious consequences as of now. Issues which are within our mandate. There's non-compliance. Somebody from physical planning talked about the same. I've already discussed with my senior colleagues when I was the district engineer Wakiso. Yes, we've prepared plans, but the issues implementing these plans and control. Wakiso developed a plan, but if you assess the plan probably now, it may not speak to what is in the plan. You may find that developments where the land use was not for development, maybe of industry are coming up. Who is in charge? Who is to blame about implementation and control of those what? Those plans. We all appreciated that creation of some of these entities like the town councils, like Wakiso now has 9 town councils and 6 sub-counties. They have their mandate. The district engineer, by then at Wakiso, you are looking at an holistic network development, roads. You've done designs, they are known. During implementation, you find a structure, a storage structure coming up in the right of what? Right of way. Because the engineer from a town council has appended his signature on the plan. Who is to blame? Multiple jurisdictional mandate is also an issue which we need to look at. How do we converge as professionals? When do we converge to talk about the need all us to feed into one direction? Even if you're an engineer in Chengera, even if you're an engineer in Machinde Sabagabo, when do we sit as professionals that this is what we want to be done? But you move around and you feel embarrassed that something is being done contrary. Secondly, we've always had sectional planning and control. Somebody does a detailed plan in a certain area, it is not feeding in another. All these things, for example, when you are looking at the drainage, have we looked at the unintegrated master plan along with the area that when KCC is doing Rubiji is feeding into Wakiso. Wakiso is a poor neighbor by then, and now the outflow from Rubiji goes to Nsanji Buroba Road and topples the box culvert. These have been happening, and I've always been calling my friends that you are bringing a lot of water from that side. It's okay, you are evacuating the problem from you. But have you considered me, who is having a 1,200 culvert, which cannot accommodate this water? So these are some of the issues where we need to come on board. I've had a lot of brains here. People are exposed, people have traveled. They have a lot of knowledge in solving the problems we have. When do they have the chance to demonstrate what they have learned in all those areas to solve some of these problems? Even my colleagues here in KCCA, Engineer Joel is an expert in traffic. But I doubt whether the engineers have been presiding over, whether they have the capacity, even a quarter of the knowledge what KCC team has. You've gone to Japan, you've gone where? But when you try to appraise what does these entities, the engineers in the entities swinging in those chairs at the municipalities, at the town councils, what do they have? Are they able to discuss with you? Because the challenges in KCCA, they are similar challenges in Wakiso. But when you take your building plans there for approval, that's when they will show powers. The municipal engineer swings around just because you need a signature on the plan. But do we have the capacity to discuss some of these issues with our colleagues in KCCA? So these are some of the issues. I'll go quickly through these points because I have a little time. I've talked about the integrated master plan drainage. I hope it's coming on board this time around because we have all witnessed that some of these issues, they don't have boundaries. And probably when funds are being resourced, we are able to undertake an holistic interventions without somebody stopping you to do a project in another jurisdiction. However, these are some of the areas We have the building control department. We have the road sector and drainage. The road sector and drainage, they are looking at certain infrastructure which have a bearing with the building control department. When you go to Rufuka there, structures are along the drainage. Either they have been permitted by somebody. We went to Ntake. Ntake's zone is there. When we are looking at the design around there, you see structures, big structures along the corridor, and even an excavator doesn't have space to go through and drainage, do the silting. Who is responsible? When do we converge as a building control officer? I'm thinking on the road infrastructure. The building control officers looks at a building coming up. The engineer comes, starts struggling for the right of way to have a drainage. When shall we converge and say, we need to consult each other? Finally, issues of cooperation. You will have a lot of discussion about utilities. The challenges in right of way, because once you are looking at mobility, you are looking at space. We are also competing for the space. The utility, they are competing for the same space. But what is going on between us, the engineers, infrastructure, and the utility deserves a conference of this to talk about ourselves at that particular time. Otherwise, as we continue moving, we may not succeed in the same. We've talked about the mandate, that there is a Ministry of Works, there is others, there are so many departments. I've observed that our generation is in charge of these departments. When you go to Ministry of Works, you will meet Engineer Nabosa. If I have a very high-ranking madam, and she's behind this same concept of connectivity. We started with her. She was the chairperson of the committee, which had been instituted by the minister by then, to look at, by then it was Wakiso Roads. Wakiso Roads, how do we connect? Until it became a greater Kampala. When it came to cabinet, they said, no, don't look at Wakiso Roads, because Wakiso was surrounding KCC. And we thought, by handling Wakiso, the problem would be what? Solved. But that was not the solution. And then they said, let's call it Greater Kampala, such that we can go as far as Mpigi. That's why you are seeing Mpigi Muduma being done, Nachirebe Sechiwunga around there being done, and as far as Mukono. Where we are doing, Mukono district, we are doing a road from Ntenjeru, Bule, connecting to the Lake Shore, 10 minutes to Gaba. And we are saying, if we don't have resources for the Jinja Express Highway, can the Minister of Works, as a short-term intervention, create a bridge over Gaba? When you are entering from Jinja, you don't come to Mukono. Come from Jinja, come to Ntenjeru, you're already at Gaba. Though that's the joint planning we are looking at. I should be able to be in Gaba shortly without coming to Mukono, spending 3 hours in that jam. So she was behind. And some of these interventions you have seen, they are big men behind some of these problems because they saw them. I remember I walked Rwezabunamwaya with my senior on foot with Engineer Serunjaji because he was in KCCA, and then I was a poor man presiding over Wakiso. Then I was telling him, this Rwezabunamwaya is in Wakiso, but I'm getting 1 billion for road maintenance. I cannot even do 10 meters of local seeding. But for you, don't you think Rwezabunamwaya can help us decongest Chibuye? And he says, I think we can. We can defend it in KCC. And people will drive along Rwezabunamwaya, but they don't know some people behind this. Equally, Engineer Joel. I was with Jacobo in Munyonyo in road sector review. He presented a very good presentation about KCC. Holistically, you would admire and say, How I wish I was working with the KCCA. He was bringing traffic from Mengo here, dropping it at Northern Bypass. Then I did like this and said, Jacob, are you realistic that you are bringing traffic from Mengo and dropping at Northern Bypass? Because he didn't want me, the other side of Bukasa, Sentema, Wakiso. That was not his business. Then I raised the hand. Jeno Katumba Amala was there. I said, Jeno, all is well with the KCCA. Why do they bring traffic and drop it at Northern Bypass? Jacob asked me, do you have anything to present as a design? I had some small papers which we had done. Preliminaries. The idea. He said, share them. Now, people are seeing that Lubigi, Bokasa Road, are rising out of people understanding the problems like Jacob. Jacob, I thank you. We discussed Chitez. Chitez, people could call me day and night about a car coming into a pond, submerged. What I could able to do as a district engineer is to have a grader do some kind of reshaping once in a year. Chitez Road to Buwambo. Once a grader in a year. Then I called Joel. I called Jacob. I called Serunja. I said, you guys, I was with you in the same class. Why do you make me a non-performer? They wanted to bring the road to Chitez, where they are dumping the garbage. They discussed with my senior colleague here, the director, and said, can't we extend Chitez to Buwambo? And now I'm told it has been cleared. Who is taking the credit? Me, after shouting to these guys. And now GMK comes on board. GMK says, okay, let's do the road from Buwambo, join Kungu on Bomba Road, cross Bomba Road to Gombe on Semto Road. Then Wakiso is doing from Sanga to Mende to Nkowe. Then we are joining Kachiri, Sentema. So you can now drive from Chitezi here, Buwambo, Kungu, Gombe, Sanga, Mende, Nkowe, Kachiri, Sentema, and Nsanji as an outer belt using the existing corridor. But previously we had designs of outer belt. Very nice, but difficult to implement because they require compensation. And we are negotiating the right of way. And people are giving us generously, despite some small issues. When I used to discuss with some of my colleagues in UNA, I used to tell them, why don't we look at the existing network first, as we look at those nice, beautiful outer belt? I hope they have come back to. Lastly, because we are in charge, Engineer Muchibi has been here. I was in the same university with him. Engineer Bossa was with her. The rest of my colleagues who have been together. We have the pens to prevail over these issues if you approach them. And a lot of things are being done behind these officers at their desk if you approach and discuss. So the issue of mandate should not be a problem for us to spearhead our programs, because those who are in charge are within us and they understand the problems and they have solutions. Lastly, one thing we need to discuss at a later time: development prioritization. This I've heard it on my side. You have a list of roads. KCCA is doing Mengo, Sentema. As an engineer, I propose, let's do from Bukasa, Sentema to Kachiri. And somebody owns the chair, says, no, I need a road the size of Sisa. Despite the fact that it's not ready by design, he said, without this road, there's no GMK. KCC is bringing a road, he's dropping it at Bukasa. We cannot continue. Because as a technical person, I don't have the mandate to say, Mr. So-and-so, Mr. Cow, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honorable, I think we need to make a connectivity such that but as KCCA completes this road, the whole rope is what? Completed. So we need to discuss how do we manage the coordination and prioritization technically such that we cannot prevail over some ambitious what? Project development. We appreciate stakeholders' continued engagement and consultation in many developing of these ideas. But at the end of it all, there should be a defendable technical decision. I've had cases where you go for a meeting and then somebody, I'm sorry to despise if somebody is driving a border and asks, give us the BO2. You are in Janina Road down there. They ask you, we engineer. Febatu gamba wano, timu ino tutegeze bigendo kolebwa. To web BO2. Give me the what? A guy with the masters and now they are demanding a BO2. So, we need to, as we consult the consultation, the stakeholders, we need at a certain level, but at this time, the matters have transited to a technical what? A technical level. Sort of that, we are designing markets. In Mukono, women were looking for a room for breastfeeding and where they can sleep over the night as they are offloading. Then the men were saying, I cannot allow my wife, to be in a room in the night despite offloading. Even in men, give us a room to watch what is happening. Can you imagine? The men are saying, fine, our ladies are offloading merchandise. They are sleeping in that room. Give us an annex room to watch what could be happening. So you need to design for the men to watch the ladies. So these are some of the issues we need to manage. Recommendation, as I wind up. Can we start operating our entities in a commercialized manner? Apparently, all these entities will receive, spend. So receive, spend. Bright ideas are in these offices, seated, waiting for some disbursement from road fund. Because it doesn't have ideas that within my infrastructure, if I do this, I can get money, not as an individual, but probably a percentage from the road users goes back to my department. I had the chance to go to Namibia for studying on the same. The engineer on network planning is a Ugandan from Masaka here. So it was taking us through how they are using the infrastructure to generate money. But for them, they have policy. That, for example, street parking, a certain percentage, maybe 70%, goes to engineering. Then, because the engineering department is getting this money, they will go to matching the where there is a lot of smoke. You know that kind of smoke. People parking to smell. They would improve those parking spaces to continue giving in what? Money. But even when the shoulders are dilapidated, the engineer cannot attend to that. So, I'm of the view, let's explore if we can use our entities in a commercial entity that I can always come with ideas, implemented, they generate money, a percentage goes to my department to continue handling the same. I would have a lot to talk, but I'm limited by time. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me these opportunities.
Hope he's ready. Hope he must be ready. I was going to be skinned here. But, very people know that this man was behind so many good things. But it's good you've bailed out my director here. And director, thank you for the Chitezi Road. People don't know that you've done wonders for them. And not only that, even Sentema. The Bunamwaya Road he's talking about is not in Kampala. It's not in Kampala, not part of Kampala. But I can assure you, even in this room, very few people know the boundaries of Kampala. If I asked you where Kampala stops on Entebbe Road, many don't tell. And that's why we are bashed even up to as far as Zana. But people don't know Kampala stops at Najana Nkumbi. Do you know where Najanankumbi is? Freedom City. Now, to bring it into perspective. Now, anything outside, Freedom City, that's where Kampala stops. On Ginger Road, Banda, you know where Banda is? That swamp. People think Weogere is in Kampala. But we've done a lot to neutralize that and to share the meager resources. And great thanks to our directors here who worked a lot. And by the way, up to today we are being bashed. There are roads now we are doing because of the Jacobs. He was a project manager of Bunamwaya and he sacrificed after this man had interfaced with him. That's why people are connecting up to where? Up to Lweza. Now we are doing Nyana Mazana. Again, not in Kampala. And many more. Even Sentema, we are going up to where? Buambo. Bukasa. That's not Kampala, but we are doing the road. Chitezi Road, we are going up to where? Up to Chiti. You know Chiti? And that is not Kampala. On that road, you know where Mperere is? That's where Kampala stops. That's Kampala. I just wanted to bring you in perspective. So when you're blaming me for poor transport, and no, that we need to do a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, let's recognize in our midst some good friends of ours here. I'm told there is UTOF, Uganda Taxi Operators Federation. These are big men in Kampala. They are meeting the president on Saturday. Where are they? Kindly stand up, UTOF. Aha. I'm told also Kasita is with us in the house, Kampala City Traders Association. These people should stand up, Kasita. I think he has stepped out. I had lunch with him. Those guys gave us hard time when we were doing the NMT. I'm telling you, we almost got lynched. At that time, it was, you were the deputy, but the director was Chitaka Andrew, and me and Jacob were the helm of NMT. But my dear, very few people in Uganda appreciate walking. Even colleagues in this room. Even in this room, people don't know how to walk, fear to walk. The ladies, our shoes, what? I'll give you an example. That man, Joel, just put the stage of Entebbe from the new park to Usafi. And we almost got lynched. How can we walk from there to, But where is Usafi? Guys, I think we need to think more. People, the advocates for walking. Cycling, I don't know. Let's recognize Kasaiba Technologies. You know Kasaiba Technologies? The CEO is with us, Mr. Innocent Okiria. Innocent, where are you, please? Stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. And the team. I also wish to recognize the presence of the Chief Mechanical Engineer, Minister of Works and Transport. I saw him here. We had lunch together. Dr. Timothy Tibesigwa. I think he has just stepped out. Hope you were lynching me. Kindly invite your person. Invite your person. The next session is very interesting for many guys. That's where we have what Kira Motors is going to do for us. And please, the mic is yours. Colleagues, as hope comes, this is our last session. Please don't be disappointed that I've eaten into the time for swallowship. And the topic is roadmaps for decarbonized mass transit. Sorry, but the topic for discussion is local EV manufacturing for public transport, express bus in bracket. I hope you got that right. To be presented by Kira Motors. Something else? Okay, as hope you get yourself organized. I think here there's someone who is smarter. Are you there, or I help you? Can I help you?
Thank you. I see you're interested in lynching me instead, but I'm sharp. I'm here. Good afternoon once again. We're going to have engineer Ian John Kavuma. Give me that one. Yes, who's going to present to us the roadmaps for decarbonized mass transit. You saw him earlier. He was part of the brilliant group that led us to launch. Engineer Ian John Kavuma. He's a project management professional, and he is the acting director of the Department of Quality, Health, Safety, and Environment Management at Kira Motors Corporation. And he's the designated CEO of the eBus Express. Engineer Kavuma holds a master's degree in science in lean manufacturing from Kettering University, Michigan, USA, and he has a bachelor's of science in mechanical engineering from Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda. Engineer Kavuma is a registered mechanical engineer in good standing with the Engineers Registration Board of Uganda and of Engineers Registration Board, and a corporate member of the Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers. He's a certified quality practitioner by Chartered Quality Institute from the United Kingdom and a certified automotive vital product engineer from BETA CAE Systems in Michigan, USA. He has a very rich background. It's actually very long. He pioneered the electric bus mass mobility, also a quality assurance in localized supply chain, and also in driving innovation for African conditions. He has a 10-year expertise as a mechanical engineer, CAD enthusiast, and has been applied to solving the real-world mobility problems with the past projects including Kira EV, SMAC, Kayola Solar Bus, 12 models of the Kayola EVS electric buses, Kayola diesel coaches, and Tondeka diesel city buses. Maybe this is the time where he tells us where the Tondeka, why it was Tondeka and it still left us. So, Engineer Ian, please, take it on.
Hello. Very good afternoon to you all. No pressure on my side. Hope. Looks like when you're having your jobs with Engineer Serunjoji, you've left some on my side. But let me try my luck to bring this one landing. It's a pleasure, colleagues, to really speak to you this afternoon. But I also understand I stand between you and Yokusimbulas, or Pure Heaven. Director here knows what Pure Heaven is. Members, this afternoon, I've been really given an opportunity to talk about local EV manufacturing for public transport. The theme of this conference has never really fit best, despite the fact that it's very first of a kind. But the time is now. For us at Kira Motors Corporation, we have a notion that runs, the future is green, the future is now. And aligning this one with Kampala City Authority, it goes a long way to speak to the theme of the conference, from plan to action. Yes, Tondeka was meant not to Tuleka, it left us. Probably we have to appreciate it because it paved the way. They were running diesel powered buses, and hence now we are running fully electric. Okay, technology, work with me. Okay. Yes, let me bring this one first of all to context. I come from Kira Motors Corporation, who is the mother of eBus Express, which I'll later talk about. What is Kira Motors Corporation? Just to bring the room on the same stage. Kira Motors Corporation is a fully state-owned enterprise with 100% ownership by the government of Uganda, with 96% of this being owned by the Science and Technology Innovation Office of the President. My boss, Alan, is right there. You can attest to this. 4% by Makerere University, because that's where the dream started from. And we pay tribute to that. But the company has become of age ever since its mandate to develop, make, and sell mobility solutions, not just for Uganda, but for the African continent and beyond. And I'll later talk about why I brag about the and beyond. With the Kira Motors Corporation, the government has invested close to about 120 million US dollars. And the company has become of age to the fact that we are valued at over 91 million US dollars. Why am I talking about these numbers? Because later on we are going to talk about the monies that are really required to bring these dreams to life. And of course, you can't do this just on your balance sheet. You might have to access some credit financing. And these are some of the numbers they talk about. But as an entity established in the Jinja Industrial and Business Park, right down there in Mutai on Kamuli Road, the facility is on 100 acres. This is just for context. And you get to understand where your monthly deductions in pay as you earn are being utilized. Sometimes, as Ugandans, we are really good at seeing the negative. But there is a ray of hope. And the ray of hope, probably one of them, is Kira Motors Corporation. The entity has been set up really. The workforce there, we are running in excess of over 381 currently direct, and over 500 employees there. And the installed capacity currently, we are running at around 2,500 vehicles annually, currently as we speak. This is about 4 vehicles or 4 buses per day. And again, I'll later talk about what those numbers mean. But this is not really the end. As we strive to scale, and I'll later also mention why we need to scale, to over 5,000 vehicles annually. Why? Because we are not just meeting the demand for Uganda alone. We have already interests from the other East African countries, West Africa, South Africa, and over the Expo, we signed agreements in excess of over $80 million. So those are over numbers that really we need to quench, and these numbers can't really be made on a small scale. So as Kira Motors Corporation, what have we been able to do really? We've brought to market over 12 models of Kayola buses. These are both the city buses that are really going to, which are already plying the roads in Jinja and very soon coming to Kampala. Of course, thank you so much, Engineer Jacob and your team, to bring these ones into the city center to address the needs of the ordinary Kampala trailers. Then another bragging right, we've set up a charging network of over 9 DC fast chargers to support the electric buses. So as a trailblazer, you'll see that we are doing the heavy lifting, but because, again, we are being supported by the government, so it's easier for us to do this as we attract other private entities. Then, as a Ugandan, if you're to pick anything from today's presentation, remember this: the VIN, or locally known as chassis number. You see, predominantly from the past, all vehicles, those who have been fortunate to look at your logbooks, the country of origin is either Japan or European countries of America. As we speak right now, through collaboration with Ministry of Works and Transport, STI, UNBS, we set up a committee and we achieved our own vehicle identification number system. So all vehicles manufactured by Kira Motors, thank you for that clap. Yeah. All vehicles manufactured by Kira Motors Corporation, right now as you're doing you're accessing your logbook, your country of origin now is Uganda, which had never happened. You see those first two letters of that 17-digit code? Those first three. BU is really Africa, U is Uganda, and K is Kira. Meaning, whether this vehicle is in South Africa, US, or Europe, this vehicle will always be traced back to motherland, Uganda. And that's a point to brag. No any other country in East Africa even has gotten close. So for that, flowers to yourselves. Colleagues, we cannot achieve this dream as a single entity. If we did, then that's pure lies and that's a dream. As Africans, we all know it takes a village to raise a child. And it's the same for Kira Motors Corporation. Ours is a mandate to be an enabler of industries. If you're to note this number, 85,000 is the number of parts and materials that make up just one bus. Emitwalo munana n'ekitundu, 85,000 parts. Meaning each of those is a factory of its own, with capacity to employ more than 200 people. Meaning, as we push to the 65% localization by 2030, which was earlier communicated by Alan, you will see that currently you are running at a localization rate of about 28%. Why is localization, supply chain localization important to us? Because one day, your supplier from China or the government that side could have an issue with Uganda and they impose unrealistic tariffs. Does that mean Kira should close? No. But also to build capacity locally is very important because as you import, you're losing foreign currency and those are also lost opportunities. So as we push to the 65% mark, those are some of the benefits we shall be able to do this. The images you see there are not really AI generated. I'll borrow Alan's words. These are actual designs that are made at Kira Motors Corporation, and that is a side of one of the buses that sits in the bus. So we are working with Luero Industries to develop this nice house of plastics, as well as we are working with Sadolin on the automotive paints. Then let me talk about the future. You know, Kira Motors Corporation, really, we provide solutions for mobility as a service to the mass transit or the diesel and the electric powertrain buses. But over the years, the question has been, I do not own enough money to buy a bus. Some of you here have deep pockets and you'd wish to drive a Uganda-made bus, rather a Uganda-made vehicle. So you've spoken and we listened. We are delivering a 7-seater plug-in hybrid SUV in the next less than 36 months. Now, this car alone really, on a full, just entirely on an electric powertrain, without looking at the diesel powertrain, because it will have both, you can achieve over 150 kilometers. Meaning people who just drive to come to work and back, you could spend close to 3 weeks without even ever needing to buy fuel. You'll only buy that if you're going to Rachtura, or you're going to Isinjiro, or Nakaseke to your farm, or you even want to hit that 220 kilometers per hour clock on your instrument cluster. But basically, the decarbonizing aspect of our cities, we are still in line with this one, because for any speeds below 60 kilometers per hour, this vehicle is purely on an electric powertrain. I think I've really said a lot about Kira Motors Corporation. Now, to speak basically in line with the theme of the presentation, we are talking about decarbonizing of urban settlements. Let me talk about eBus Express. What is eBus Express? Yes, eBus Express, where really, this is a company that has spun out of Kira Motors Corporation as an off-taker of the electric buses as we provide clean, green, and affordable transport to the Ugandans, starting at home. Here, this has been built on the premise of a cashless payment system. Mr. Innocent, CEO Kasaiba, we are collaborating with him on this one, and I will later talk about the pilot we are conducting in Jinja and some of the key metrics there. This one also, we are setting up a charging infrastructure, basically to support some of these buses, and we are harnessing the power of brand equity, right from the mother, that is Kira Motors Corporation. Well, someone once joked that as Africans, we have the same problems. Maybe we should have one president. I don't know how that feasible is, but probably it is true. The pain points for the ordinary Ugandans are the same. Whether it's Engineer Serunjoji or Mr. Boni or Madam, anyone in here, we have the same problems. I'll share with you a story. On Tuesday, because I work in Jinja, I attempted to drive here for the conference. Little did I know that starting your journey coming to the city center at 7 a.m. is as good as just walking here. It took me 1.5 hours. In Jinja, I drive 25 kilometers to the plant at an average speed of 65, and it takes me 25 minutes. So we are losing time. We are losing opportunity to a tune of over $1.5 million every day in the greater Kampala metropolitan area due to congestion. The number 31,600 is not just a number, but these were dreams, as well as 5,144 that were cut short by either worrying air pollution rate or road Carnegie. But let's talk about the ordinary Ugandan, where you're losing to a tune of over 39% on your annual income due to the cost of mobility. Whether you use public transport or you drive, okay, later on those who have fuel cards provided by your offices. But us, the wananchi, who have to go and really swipe or pay, we feel it. So, as a solution to our clients, eBus Express basically has two clients. One is you and I, a mother taking their first child for immunization, a student going to school, but of course we are delivering safe, affordable, and convenient travel. And it is prompt. Whether we have 1, 2, 3 passengers on board, if we are to leave at 8:30, we leave at 8:30. And the people in Jinja attest to this. So it's a culture we are building around the cashless payment system and the promptness. Two is the transport entrepreneur. I am told we have representation from UTOF. And earlier on, we were with their chairman, their head of legal, and engaging them that as we span into the other cities where they have influence, we have what we call the franchising model, where we are bringing them on board on either a lease to own or lease to operate method, approach. So instead of the resistance, because someone was earlier asked, why did Tondeka leave us? They did not have to leave us. From the simple reports we read, we realized that actually the issue was they thought they could do this alone because they had the money. As earlier discussed, that there are those paratransit, they might seem small, but they have the power. They hold the power in numbers. So we've brought them on board, and we've thought with them, and we've shown them the opportunities. Our members, just to bring this the point home, not just to UTOF, but also you could have some small money from your mid-term access, and you either consult whether to build rentals or invest in eBus Express. Now, here, you're operating on a system that guarantees you a return on investment of about up to 25%. But the operational costs here are in the neighborhood of, the savings are in the neighborhood of over 46% in comparison to the diesel alternative. So here, you're also, because we run on a cashless payment system, there is zero revenue leakage. So you do not have incidents where conductor and the driver connived, took out the gearbox, put it in another car, did some money and put it back. Because we have a remote monitoring system. So our buses are fit with over 6 to 7 cameras and also trackers. You can immobilize your vehicle, you can watch what is happening and the likes. So again, colleagues, I invite you to take a tour of what we've been able to do in Jinja. Welcome to cinema.
In an evolution of rising challenges, Uganda is taking a bold, clean and innovative step forward to revolutionize urban mobility globally by delivering safe, affordable and sustainable electric public transport solutions. Introducing eBus Express, Uganda's pioneering electric mass transit solution, proudly powered by Kira Motors Corporation, built for Ugandans by Ugandans. It's not just transportation, it's a movement toward an eco-friendly, smarter and more inclusive future that puts people and the planet first. With the Kayola EVS at the heart of the experience, passengers enjoy a seamless blend of zero-emission electric power and advanced digital intelligence. From cashless payments and air-conditioned comfort to real-time travel updates, every journey is designed to be efficient, comfortable and connected. In partnership with Kasaiba Technologies, our advanced revenue management system guarantees transparency, accountability, and efficient fare collection. At the core of Uganda's green mobility revolution lies a robust charging infrastructure, the engine behind every electric journey. With every charge, eBus Express moves the nation closer to a cleaner, more sustainable future. Built for speed, safety, and scale, this ecosystem is ready to energize entire cities, 100% electric.
Nendo okusima customer care abagemaganya amasimu. When you call, you are attended to. Services mukutambula mulimu okusasula buli lunaku, that is if oli kuja ekyokubiri nti kalina option gye beta pass nti pass eno olunaku ya 5,500 osobola okugisasula wakaniina buli wookaagaana.
eBus Express stands for comfort, dignity, and access for all. Whether you're a student, a worker, or a senior citizen, this is your bus, your future. From Jinja to Iganga, and soon beyond.
Kolera mailo 2 Iganga stage, mobile money. Olunaku bus lwe yatandika okukola, nafuna bakasitoma bangi, era ne mba musanyufu kuba commission wange omwezi we gwaggwaako yeeyongerako okusinga bwe kyali emabega. Ate n'ekirala, twafuna essanyu okuba ng'entambula empya ezze.
eBus Express is doing more than moving people. It's creating jobs, transferring skills, and driving local manufacturing forward. eBus Express is setting new standards in affordability, reliability, safety, and environmental stewardship. This isn't just public transport. This is Uganda's leap into the future, led by innovation, powered by sustainability. eBus Express, the electric mass mobility experience.
Welcome back from Cinema 4Max. Again, colleagues, we are not planning, we are acting. Time is done for planning, the time now is for action. We have piloted this one in Jinja on just 3 routes. That is from Biko to Mutai, then from Biko to the city center of Jinja, and then from Biko, rather city center, Jinja, all the way to Iganga. And as well as we are now planning to push this one up to Kamuli very soon. But the reason why I also started from Jinja, not Kampala, is because culture begins at home. It is like taking care of your neighbor's wife. Pun intended. You forget about yours. Otherwise, FIDA will be the one to sort you out. For the lawyers, you know. So we thought you would rather fail at home, find out all the wrong things. By the time you go to the neighbor's wife, you know how to persuade her right. But in this case, this is really not the part. I'm not advocating for that. But in context here, we've piloted with 7 buses on 3 routes as earlier communicated, and I know most of you are really fast on reading, faster than me. But let me draw you to 1 or 2 numbers here. 1 is the money made in just 10 months, using just 5 buses actively. The other 2 really are operating on staff shuttle for Kira Motors. So the 5 are the ones that are public facing. So collectively on the 7, we've gained over 392 million Uganda shillings. And just on a pilot. If you're an investor or a person who would want to wish to believe in a system that works, I think that number should speak something to you. Then let's talk about the carbon emissions there. We could leverage this in terms of green financing and carbon markets to access really affordable credit. Then the cashless payment cards. Imagine someone who has never even seen a smartphone, very proudly. Mr. Innocent, could you flash one of our cards, please? Mr. CEO, hopefully he's around. Okay, yes. We also have a mobile phone app. Now, we are not only basing on just the card. We have alternative payment systems. So on your mobile phone app, you can use the tapping using, if your phone is NFC activated, or the QR code, where you just scan at the validator, and you're just charged only the distance you've traveled. Growing up, we would do some hand signal. Most of you who have really grown up using public transport will remember this one. Meaning, a trip that was meant to be 500 shillings growing up, the conductor would know that you have Bisatu. But now getting to your destination, the conductor forgets that there was a mutual agreement. He holds you by the throat. Sometimes you've lost an underwear. He's asking for the 200 shillings. Imagine now a fully grown-up man losing your dignity because of nusu bibiri. So here with your cashless payment, you do not even have to worry about change or balance, locally known, because everything is cashless. You track your expenses, you can plan. We have parents from Jinja who literally buy the monthly pass for their children, school-going children. So basically they know, even if I do not make money today, my child will go to school until the end of the month. Even if salary week feels like it's a year away, at least you know as an employee if you bought the monthly pass. But also the benefit here is the more days you buy, either weekly or 3-day, you get a discount on those payments, rather bookings you've made. So there is a cost saving. You remember the cost saving I talked about earlier. What's next? Call to action. We've seen what IBAS is. We've seen what we've done. What next? As we transition to other 14 cities, other 13 cities of this country, Jinja inclusive, to make it 14, and Kampala, which will now make it even 12, we have a 5-year plan, and it is phased. So in the very first year, we intend to deploy 50% of the 1,500 buses across these other regions that would have already selected. Here, KCCA, who have really been very, very cooperative with us on ensuring we have this one in Kampala, just Kampala alone, Greater Kampala, will require over 300 buses, and over 50 DC fast chargers. So as you'll notice, the ones in red really are where you have presence and it is assured, but the others also we are working in the background. The charging network. It's the juice that runs this dream. The regulators, when we come to ERA, Ministry of Energy, when we come to the city leadership, and all these different also private investors, we are saying invest here. Why? because you get to earn from energy as a service, for each bus, each of those 1,500 buses will require to charge a minimum of over, let's say, 40% of the state of charge. So you're looking at about, if it is intra-city on the ring road here, city center all the way to Ntinda and back, in a day you could find it needs to charge about 120,000 or less, depending on the number of routes it has done in the day. So meaning, you're earning right from there. Now let me bring this one home. Kampala people, Greater Kampala metropolitan area. The engineer who spoke earlier here really emphasized the need for connectivity, right? Yesterday, Engineer Jacob, I think, proposed something about the rings, those centers and the likes. And also, Mr. Innocent from Kasaiba showed me an image which was actually synonymous to what is in Beijing. Beijing has over 6 rings. Each of those rings connects to the other, and life happens at each of those rings. And I congratulate Engineer Jacob and your team for that visionary leadership. Again, connectivity is going to be very, very important. Here we are looking at reliability, affordability, and dignified means of transport. When we came to KCCA for the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area proposal, we proposed 4 intra-city routes. Those are the ones within the city, and then 1 intercity route. That's the one from the Kampala city center to Jinja. The intra-city routes will use the city buses, which I'll later talk about, and then that intercity route will use the coaches, which are the ones with a high standing, rather sitting, and with some luggage under the belly. So the deployment here is going to also be in a phased manner, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. But let's talk about the fleet size growth. Again, we are mindful about the capital requirement. As a state-owned enterprise, you can only push that much your envelope. But we are not just seated and just waiting for your, lack of a better word, the taxes to fuel this one. We are also exploring alternative means of, financing through climate mitigation facilities, through development, collaborations with development banks, as well as commercial banks and private investments. So this is really going to take the entire village to raise this child. So that dream of 1,500 buses, really, what does it mean in terms of money? You're looking at over $315 million across a period of over 5 years. But focus on year 1, which is literally where we are right now. That's 7 to 9 buses in Jinja. The 6 we are piloting on the Green Belt in Kampala, from city center to Ntinda and back. These are also inclusive of the 158. So meaning, this is when we call upon those entities from, EU, World Bank, Trade and Development. We are also already in talks with Uganda Development Bank, where you can have your own blended financing options, where you can give us affordable debt, or even buy equity within, the entity. I think I've said a lot of hard things. Maybe I can give us ourselves about 1 minute to just reset. But the underlying communication here and the conversation we're having, colleagues, is there is a problem. We've been asking for the solution, and it is here. Let's talk about the buses really here. Remember the city buses I spoke about? Those are the ones that the ones in white. So we shall, in the city center, which is a bit congested, we shall deploy more of the 7-meter buses. And now on dedicated routes, we shall deploy the 10-meter. The 7-meter replaces about 3 14-seaters. And then the 10-meter replaces about 4 to 5. And then the 12-meter will replace over 6 of these. The congestion, you remember? So that journey that took me 1.5 hours here, really, I looked and it was about 80% of the vehicles I would see on the road had only one person. Meaning with our 10-meter, which we intend to pilot in Kampala would replace 67 vehicles off the road if we all chose to travel in the premium Kayola electric bus. So you see how the practical solutions come into play here. Now, infrastructure is very important. So we shall need e-charging hubs and the 4S master stores. These are really for spares, service, showroom, and of course sales for these services, but also a support system. When I spoke to people during lunch, the tea breaks, their issue was their hearts have really been broken a lot of times. We come with flowery promises. You're proposing to this babe, telling her I'm coming to your home. Yeah? You even get Katera Rume, but you never cross Lubiji. No, this is happening. Katera Rume should really stay. This marriage is happening. So this is the infrastructure we need. But of course, also we are proposing a park-to-ride alternative for the executives, where we are proposing executives shuttle. So KCCA, you have your people maybe coming from Nigeria, they leave their vehicles around in Tinda at a designated parking area at our terminal, and they just drive to work. Dropped off, they just walk. The NMTs we've been talking about, walking, the very best option. And then in the evening, they jump on that and go back and pick their cars for the last mile. So these are some of the practical infrastructure we are proposing. What is the socio-economic impact of this one? One, better quality jobs, a tune of over 6,500 jobs. This could be your brother, your sister, my wife, or my muko, lack of a better word, getting employed on this system. But for the ordinary Ugandans, over 12.5 million of which we are promising them a 15% less mobility burden on their pockets. We've seen this one happen in Jinja, and it can still happen for Kampala people. Let's not forget about the carbon emission avoidance. This is money seated in that number. We could use it as security to access affordable loans to fuel this dream. Some of the major risks really are common to most of these infrastructure and revolutionary, undertakings. But let me talk about number 3, which has seen the rise and fall of our predecessors. You see, the assumption that you're working to make your own money, forgetting that there are people, they could have a very small say, but they could influence the success. So these ones, we have collaborated with them right from the start. For instance, the UTOFs, the stage agents, the touts, getting them on board to ensure that we build this thing together, and also giving them opportunities to have some skin in the game through the lease to own and lease to operate system. These are some of the key stakeholders. Again, this village is raising eBus Express. Of course, on the far of my left is UTOF. eBus Express is also in operations because we shall keep 30% of our fleet for demonstration and the 70% to the transport entrepreneurs. MTN and, of course, the other big players in the telecos provide the network where all these cashless payments are happening. Kasaiba, our provider for the cashless payment systems. For policy and regulation, to mention but a few, Ministry of Works, our regulator, Science and Technology and Innovation, who is our really parent, KCCA and other city leadership councils for really setting the tone and also for the approvals of the routes. UNBS on the regulation for standards. Let's talk about the financing. So we're exploring financing from Ministry of Finance, UDB, and other commercial banks like ABSA. And we also invite others. If you know a brother or sister who have some climate mitigation facility in their entities, or even yours, it could be good to really explore a benefit from this one. Thank you so much for literally braving my boring words. Hey, that QR code works. At least I checked. Find out more by scanning that QR code. on what really you've been up to on our social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. I don't know where Hope went now, but it's okay. Thank you very much. A big hand of applause to our colleague. Thank you very much. Kindly take your seat briefly there, because you're alone, and not to enter into the other phase, which is very important. I will allow only 2 questions. There's one burning there. Okay, the 3. 1, 2, and 3. Can someone pass on the mic, please, to those people? We had some people. Oh, thank you. That's why I like this man. You know, he's also my OB. We studied together road safety. We are road safety auditors. And I'm very proud of that, because in that class, I think I was the most bashed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are very proud of Kira Motors Corporation. It's for Ugandans, for government. We see the Ethiopian very proud of the Renaissance Dam, and they funded it, they own it, they have emotional attachment to it. How can you tap into the potential of Ugandans? We fund so that we have ownership, because maybe that's where the stakeholder appreciating it beyond maybe the current operators, but citizen to feel attached, and we develop it, we feed in. It can be like contributing a golden coin every month, and that can be funded by Ugandans without looking for external, just something to explore. Thank you very much.
I've liked the way you've really done it with KISS. Please be mindful of KISS. Whoever is going to ask a question.
Thank you, Engineer Ian, for that presentation. First of all, I want to commend you and the Kira Motors team for the great work you're doing. First of all, I was privileged to pass by the inaugural National E-Mobility Expo at Jinja, and I saw whatever I've been seeing in pictures, I really saw it on ground. But then my quick question is that you have a capacity, like annual capacity of producing like over 5,000 buses every year. But then when you check on ground, it's like you're doing more of importing. So if we are to go by your slogans that built by Ugandans, for the Ugandans, and we are seeing few buses here meant for Ugandans, why are you doing more of importing at the moment? Thank you very much. Of exporting, sorry.
Thank you, Engineer Ian. We've been talking about buses in Kampala right from 2011, when Pioneer buses hit the street, and after that, there was a lot in the media on memorandum of understanding between KCCA and other entities for a very long period of time. Now, we have a government entity, KMC. Recently, His Excellency gave a directive on operation of buses in Kampala. So I don't know whether you are working in line with that directive, or probably that is one of the reasons why you have not hit Kampala streets. Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep this one simple and sweet. Let me kiss it. Mr. Wing, thank you for the vote of confidence. Your ask on Ugandans contributing at least a coin and the sense of pride. I would like to bring this one to settle your mind or your heart. You're already doing this through your taxes, because we pick from the national envelope. but maybe you want to give us more. And that one is where we have proposed the either equity or debt. But also we have the last option, which is the buy a seat on the bus model, where we are getting the most ordinary Ugandan to participate in the franchising model, where you could come with your colleagues or yourself and you buy 30 of the 67 seats on the bus. And for you, just wait for your return on investment, maybe at the end of the month. So those are some of the options I could speak to so that you can feel engaged as you contribute. Thank you. Then the gentleman at the back, thank you for visiting. I didn't get your name, the Kira vehicle plant last week. Yes, installed capacity right now is 2,500 vehicles per year, with intentions to scale to 5,000. The reason, actually, it is partially not true that we are pushing for more exports, but the truth of the matter is that countries out there are having more interest in our products than the demand from the local market. Just last weekend, we signed agreements of over 400 buses going to South Africa, West Africa, as well as North Africa. But for Ugandans, just to calm your minds, the 1,500 buses E-Bus Express intends to operate in Uganda, 14 cities. These are all going to be manufactured by Kira Motors Corporation. So that's, if you look at 1,500 versus 400, I think we see where the scale is pushing on the heavier side in terms of preference. So again, at the end of the day, colleagues, the engineer who spoke earlier asked that we operate these entities as businesses on a commercial perspective. So the forces of demand and supply really dictate. Whoever demands and is willing to pay and they sign and they deposit money on our accounts, we make. Because at the end of the day, there will be a time where Ugandans are like, we've given this entity enough of our money. Can't they stand on their own? When that day comes, trust me, we shall be able to stand on our 2 feet and say thank you so much. Then lastly, Engineer Chris, you bring a very important communication regarding the politics of Kampala, working with directives, working on exclusivity. I'd like to let you know that we are working in line with that, and we had a green light. His Excellency himself has directed even to look for more money to ensure that this dream comes to Kampala and all the other 12 cities of this nation. Because if someone was given exclusivity rights for over 10 years, we are in year number 9, and you've never made a single electric city bus. What is happening? Yet Kira Motors Corporation has made over 48 of them. Whom would you go with in terms of celebration? So again, enough of the planning. We are acting. Thank you.
Hand of applause to Engineer Ian. That's not enough. No. We have to end it at that. We have to end it at that. The rest of you, Ian is going to be available. I'm told he's available for swallowship. Up to what time? Midnight? Or you're sleeping here? We shall ask the questions. He'll be available to answer them. And I want to thank you. I'm one of his clients. At least I've bought one of the best buses he has deployed there for KCCA Football Club, and he sold it to me very cheaply at only 600 million. Thank you very much. Akosika langu, 12-meter, branded, everything there, full with Wi-Fi. The boys are going to enjoy. So kindly support the club, right? Thank you very much, Ian. Colleagues, all of you who are not smiling to that camera, it's up to you, because this thing has been streamed live on YouTube, everywhere. It's an international conference. I apologize to those internationally who have not participated in the conference, but it's because I was saving time for phase 3 today. Colleagues, thank you. You've been such a wonderful audience to us. Hope, come and say something to these guys. I didn't know they were so awesome. You're all full of smiles. The bashing was not too much. You have been good students. You've been good contributors. Now, all in all, thank you very much. I wanted my sweetheart here to say something to you as well. so that we can go in to invite the other speakers. The floor is yours.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been good. You kept time and you stuck around. It's already 4 and you're still here. Yesterday, some people were tiptoeing. But today I can see it's full house. Thank you for being a very active audience, for being knowledgeable. You knew what you came to do here. I would like to thank our speakers for taking time to do enough research. Although I wanted to consult with our speakers and presenters, is it okay for us to share all your presentations? Yes? Wonderful. So we shall have all those presentations shared with us. If you registered, I know you wrote your email address correctly and clearly, because some of us write like doctors even when we are not. So if you think your email is not very well written, please, the ladies are still out there, correct it, and you will have all this material here. I would also like to tell you that we have Car-Free Day. Yeah, someone said, oh, Lulu, please, louder. Yes, please come and be part of it. We have very good activities. Also, don't leave your little ones at home if you have them. Oh yes, on Friday, every last Friday of the month, we have Kampala Cycling Day. Hakim is very passionate about cycling. He even just reminded me now that there's Kampala Cycling Day. Don't fear. He will teach you in 20 minutes, record time. He talked about it yesterday. Okay, 2 hours. So that means you arrive at 6 because we set off at about 8, isn't it? Good. 20 minutes was scaring people. Okay, we are starting from Maki India KCCA division. If you stay that side, or if not, just in case you like, I will be there. I'll be the first to learn in the 2 hours. Okay, so I was saying that for Car-Free Day, please come with your children. The streets will be free of cars. No one will knock them. Bring them. There is face painting. There is moeso. There is kwepena. Everything shall be on those streets. Otherwise, you have been a very good crowd, I should say. Disciplined. It's been nice having you here. I want to let you know that this was the first conference, Urban Mobility Conference. Next year, we shall have it bigger, better, and bolder, or brighter. I hear the words coming in. So please, let's stick around for a few minutes. There are some people that are waiting for. In the meantime, yes, I see a hand. I don't know what it's saying.
Okay, as she internalizes the message, allow me, Hope, just briefly. Okay. As you internalize the message, you'll get back to the floor to invite Engineer Jacob to say thank you to you, and in turn invite Director to give us a recap. It's a question? A compliment? Hope?
Yeah, I'm walking towards her.
But in the meantime, please clap for Jacob as he gets to the podium. He needs to see who's asking those questions. Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Nampija Prosi, I'm a Principal Urban Officer, Ministry of Local Government. I'm responding to the presentation that the engineer formerly worked in Wakiso made. He talked about where, let's say in a town council, where someone approves a plan in the middle of the road. The challenge we are having at the moment, everything is tagged to money. Previously, some of these services are regulatory in nature, but now people just want to get money out of them. So you'll find that for them, we'll go ahead to approve a plan because the developer is paying 4 million, even when they're going to build in an area which wouldn't have been approved. because the plan is generating money. It is the same challenge we are facing. You find a residential house for 10 years, around December there is a signpost, Auntie Claire Nursery School opening soon. Upon checking, they have already paid. They have a trading license. Because local governments are now just looking at money. They are generating money. Everything that is done in the local governments requires money. So we have failed to look at some of these things as regulatory in nature, but only looking at the money that they generate at the end. Ministry of Local Government has implemented the decentralization policy for 30 years. We are now reviewing it. Many things have happened. For example, we considered sub-counties rural. Along the way, physical planning, the whole country was declared a planning area, meaning we need physical planning to be done in the sub-counties. But in the structure of the sub-counties, we don't have physical planners, we don't have enforcement officers. These are some of the things we want to do, so that we propose new structures to fit the current trends. Imagine a sub-county in Wakiso like Kasanje, Kachiri. There is no physical planner, no enforcement officers, but real physical planning is happening, people are building, they need guidance. But because of this formally generic structure, we don't have such services. Those are some of the challenges the former presenter was talking about he faced. But we, as a Ministry of Local Government, we've noted that. We are reviewing decentralization, and those are some of the proposals we are going to forward to Ministry of Public Service to review the structures of local governments to fit with the current trends. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We thank you for that very good contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here partly because Engineer Jacob has spearheaded some of these things that you're looking at today. So give him a round of applause as he says a word to us.
Thank you so much. My duty here is to commence the closing of this conference. But before I go there, I want to first add on something. What is KCCA in terms of action doing to support especially the e-bus project? So on our own as KCCA, and also in fact working with the Ministry of Works and Transport, we are looking at procuring land to be able to construct bus depots. And this is very, very key in making sure that when we have a lot of buses within the city, they have where they can be washed, where they can be charged, because if the bus is going to move maybe a few kilometers throughout the day, it needs to be charged at night, washed, looked after, and then we also have places maybe where drivers can sleep before they start their early trip. And also all the other things like has been presented by Engineer Ian. So we think that that is something which will help. And also, like we've said, it was one of the key things which we have talked about. What is KCCA going to do as we go ahead? And also, in fact, working now with Ministry of Works, it is going to be easier. Because that time we had almost 3 entities, Ministry of Works, KCCA, UNRWA. But now UNRWA and the Ministry of Works are together. We can together work on the infrastructure. There's someone of Gogo Electric, he was here, he talked about having infrastructure that responds to unorganized, regulated public transport going forward, not allowing people to stop everywhere. And that is the direction where we are going. We shall make sure we provide those bus stops, those places where we can stop, and also we introduce more regulation in terms of using road markings and things. That is the last one for me, but I take this honor to invite the Director of Engineering to come and make the conference reflections, recommendations, actions that we have promised to do over the next year, so that next year when we have the conference again, we are able to measure ourselves against these actions. But I want to thank you all for coming, for remaining here, the organizers, for making this a brilliant event. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, everyone. It's good to reach at this point. And for us, we are very, very happy that most of you have managed the 2 days. Please clap for yourselves. In fact, we are worried that numbers will reduce drastically in the second day. But I think everyone is interested in this subject. But also allow me to thank the brains behind this. Engineer Jacob Yamukama, please stand up. Engineer Waswa, stand up. Where is Fortunate? Fortunate, there. Jemima, there. You know, I will not tell you the secrets behind this. At one point, some people were just like working, sleeping at midnight to have this work. And me, I'm there encouraging. Bringing requisitions I couldn't read through, I just clear. But the results are here. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I think we have all seen from this conference that we cannot do it alone as KCCA. We need all stakeholders on board. And let's keep the momentum. Ministry of Works, Ministry of Science and Technology, those who are making buses, Kira Motors, local government, the entire GKMA, we need to continue working together so that we pull this out. So before I present this, this week is actually a mobility week for KCCA. Now we've finished 2 days here, but there are those who have been invited for another 2 days of active training. Now, active is an acronym of Alliance for Cycling and Walking Towards International Vitality and Empowerment. Such a big word. So tomorrow and the next day will be again zooming into cycling and walking. Now, on Friday, there will be practicals in Rubaga. Is it Rubaga? Marking the division. There will be practicals. There will be people walking and also what? Cycling. Now, on Saturday, all of you, please come. All of you. Because you will see me in a different way. Some games I played when I was a child, I will have to play them there. So come and we enjoy the city. Please. And all that is pointing towards 5th of October, the festival. Please come. So without wasting more time, because I know Engineer Serenjoji will think I'm being mean for the next agenda item. But allow me to take you through what we discussed. Of course, the theme is from plans to actions, building Kampala's path to efficient and sustainable mobility. The Kampala Urban Mobility Conference 2025 is the inaugural urban mobility conference for the city of Kampala that has brought together key stakeholders in urban mobility to discuss the city's public transport challenges and potential solutions. Realize it is not only the city challenges, it is actually the entire GKMA. So we have realized that many speakers have shared the current status of mobility in the city and the GKMA, and we have proposed solutions for all of us to consider. A key highlights of these, number one, we realize there is population growth projected to be at 10 million 2024. And so we cannot wait for that to happen without preparing for it. Number two, transportation challenges are there currently: traffic congestion, road safety concerns, inadequate public transport infrastructure, pollution, inadequate financing for mass transit, unplanned growth, which leads to urban sprawl, and insufficient NMT facilities. That's a big challenge, and we need to look at that going forward. Number three, Kampala urban transport governance is important. Challenges which include inadequate coordination when planning for transport infrastructure in the GKMA. And that came out very well. Number four, there's the importance of public transport, economic productivity, and social inclusion. That came out. Number five, reform urgency. The need to transition from fragmented, informal transport systems to organized, efficient networks. Number six, inclusive road development, prioritizing pedestrian-friendly infrastructure and addressing the needs of the vulnerable road users. Seven, private sector opportunities, encouraging cycling as a viable urban mobility solution. Eight, financing opportunities, exploring funding options from international organizations like EU, JICA, World Bank, ADB, and others. Number nine, urban transport governance, effective governance practices including accountability, transparency, and participatory approaches. And lastly, but not least, and there may be others, we have the electronic vehicle ecosystem, and that has been well presented by the last presenters. And so this conference has also come up with recommendations and future direction. Number one, we need to enhance public transport, promoting organized, sustainable, efficient transport networks, and addressing service inequality. This conference observed that rail transport should be the backbone of Kampala public transport. And KCCA, together with URS, Uganda Railways Corporation, has committed to work together in expanding the passenger rail services as well as undertake a detailed design for light rail transport. That's recommendation number one. Number two, KCC is already undertaking the design of BRT, and we will continue to do that and source money for its implementation. Number three, the conference has observed that the government should acquire right of way for these developments of light rail and also the BRT. Number four, implementing the GKMA overarching mobility strategy, prioritizing multimodality, safety, efficiency, and sustainability. The conference emphasized on the need for just transition as we move from informal public transport to mass transit. Number five, we realize we need to collaborate and coordinate. We cannot do it alone. Research institutions, policy institutions should all collaborate and participate in the decision-making process. Number 6, we need to have integrate land use and transport. Ensure all key stakeholders in the GKMA area are involved when developing land use and transport plans. Recommendation number 7, standardize EV batteries. Standardizing batteries for e-mobility companies is to ensure safety and efficiency. Number 8, the Kira EV shall start the operation of e-bus express buses in Kampala roads both before the end of this financial year. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the conference concluded with a call to action for stakeholders to work together to address Kampala transportation challenges. And the key takeaways include, number 1, the need for efficient, sustainable, and safe transportation system. Number 2, importance of integrated urban development and governance practices. Number 3, potential for electric vehicles to transform Uganda mobility landscape. And 4, need for stakeholder engagement, collaboration, and data-driven decision-making. The conference provided a platform for stakeholders to share knowledge, experience, and ideas, and to identify potential solutions to Kampala's transportation challenges. And we are very glad that the Ministry of Works and Transport has participated from A to Z. And they participated in the opening, they are also participating in the closing. All this is under them. And we want to appreciate you, my colleague Katshevi, and the others who came for really honoring this event. So having said that, my friend Katshevi, we always have moments of being in these things. When we are in Car Free Day, we are together. When we are in these marathon runs, he's there. So he's a converted man in terms of active mobility, in terms of walking, in terms of cycling. So there is no better person who should have closed this what? That's why the ministers backed out. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Winston Katshevi to come and close this conference. And my friend Andrew, you will tell us what next.
Thank you, Engineer Kankwasa. Maybe to make a clarification that the ministers didn't back out because I am going to read the speech for the minister. So, and I'm under very strict instructions to do so. But also, before I read the remarks, allow me to applaud KCCA, Engineer Kankwasa, and your team. I think you've done a good job really to bring us to. Number 2, I must apologize. The morning session, I couldn't be here. We had a road safety stakeholder engagement, which we had already scheduled. Actually, I had not been informed about this conference because I was out of the country and we had already scheduled that. So we couldn't change it. It was a little bit difficult. And even some of our team members had to remain here to make sure that it is a success. But importantly, the function for fifth, you need my permission to close the roads. So I had, as I was in the ministry, I was also working on your statutory order to close the roads so that you can have a better ambience, for 5th of October. So I'm sure by next week you should have the statutory order. Actually, by Friday. Next week is very far. My honorable minister is out of the country, so we need now to change the name and put the minister who is holding the fort. That may delay us for maybe one day. So let me read this speech. The Honorable Minister of State for Transport was supposed to be at close. At the last moment, he was invited. He didn't back out. He was invited to State House on urgent matters. And also, he told me that he should also have been here yesterday to open. But you know, yesterday, the presidential candidate for the party, of which is a minister and belong, he could not make it here to officiate. So those are the areas. So let me read it verbatim. When I'm saying I, you know I'm not the one, but the minister. So I am delighted to be part of this inaugural Kampala Urban Mobility Conference 2025, and I'm honored that I was invited as a guest of honor. I have also mentioned about his inability to come yesterday, and please take note. As we conclude this conference, I would like to summarize our key takeaways and future directions. We have acknowledged the pressing challenges of traffic congestion, road safety concerns, and inadequate public transport infrastructure. We have also recognized the importance of efficient public transport systems for economic productivity and social inclusion. Our path forward is clear. 1, enhance public transport through organized sustainable networks. 2, prioritize pedestrian-friendly infrastructure and non-motorized transport. 3, explore financing opportunities and land value capture mechanisms. And 4, implement the GKMA's overarching mobility strategy, focusing on modality, safety, efficiency, and sustainability. I urge all stakeholders to work together, fostering partnerships between government, private sector, and development partners. Let us prioritize the well-being of Ugandans and transform our transportation landscape. The ministry commends KCCA for organizing this conference, bringing key stakeholders together to address urban mobility challenges. Your efforts will undoubtedly shape the future of transportation in Kampala. Thank you to the organizers, speakers, and participants for your valuable contributions. Together, let us turn these ideas into action and build a more efficient, sustainable, and equitable mobility system for Kampala. It is now my pleasure to officially close the inaugural Kampala Urban Mobility Conference 2025. Thank you, and may God bless our endeavors. Thank you for your participation. May I hand over the speech to the director so that you know that there was accountability for, I don't want to make mistakes.
A big hand of applause to the minister who has done the job very well, has been delegated very well. But before Hope you can come in, ladies and gentlemen, before a successful conference, there are normally those two ladies who will be behind it. Like it is normally the case when you're a successful man, there is that woman, right? Please join me to put our hands together to thank Jemima. Stand up, Jemima.
Yes. Unfortunate, come back.
Jemima, step forward and they see you properly. They need even to see that you're a good model. You never know, through this room we might get a muko very soon and things happen better for us. That is Jemima. She has worked tirelessly to have this conference successful. You were inviting another person?
Fortunate.
Fortunate Bira.
Dr. Fortunate.
Dr. Fortunate Bira, our transport expert, engineer in KCCA. That's not enough for those two ladies. Ebira sijja kubyogera because I want to go home with my eyes. Someone might punch me. But those who have seen, isn't it? Kakati mwe munalaba. Tumuganda conference tiyanyomye. We have the beauties in KCCA. The girls are there for you up to midnight, I think. Oh, we are booked into the room, hotel. Thank you very much.
I just want to announce your favorite sport for this evening. It's poolside, level 5.
Swallowship.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Also, this beautiful, I want all of you to put your eyes at the front. Do you see that beautiful setup? It was done by Phenon Records.
Phenon, where you stand up the Phenon? They have a very big team.
The whole team should just stand up and we look at all of you. Please.
Did they do the logo as well? And I hope, Phenon, we have you at the poolside, isn't it?
And they also gave us ushers. They gave us a whole package. Ushers, the gentlemen you've been seeing around. Thank you very much for the work well done. And then also they gave us rapporteurs. It's a whole package. I'm telling you, if you want them to work, where's the rapporteur team? Wonderful. They summarized for us each and everything that you have seen up here. Thank you very much. You have done a very wonderful job.
Colleagues, the ushers are Jenna ushering. And they're also going to be at the poolside, okay? Let's be there in numbers. Colleagues, let's rise for the anthems in the reverse order. And thank you very much for honoring this occasion.
Twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
DJ. One last thing. We have envelopes. Golden handshake. We have a list. Let's go at the back. Jemima and Fortunate are handling the envelopes. So you'll sign against your name and get the envelope. Okay, someone is asking that what is swallowship? Serunjoji, please. Elaborate your things.
My goodness.